Hello friends, about of the friends who watch my videos are not subscribed, and I would be really happy if you do so. Also, don't forget to hit the like button and leave your comments. Your interaction makes the content reach everyone and contributes to the growth of the channel. Thank you. You hit the nail on the head. Sometimes those easy paycheck gigs turn into anything but. Guiding hikers through the Appalachians was usually a walk in the park for you. But this one was different. You'd been warned these were inexperienced hikers looking for a thrill. 4 college students from upstate New York, all energy and chatter, loaded down with gear they probably couldn't even use. There was Tom, the loud one, Andy, the gym rat, Jenny, the quiet observer, and Lisa, Tom's likely girlfriend. Typical weekend warriors, more interested in Instagram likes than the actual wilderness. You set off from the trailhead with a plan: Pine Knob, a moderate climb with a great view. Nothing too challenging, but enough to make them feel accomplished. You knew these trails like the back of your hand. Every twist, every turn, every hidden route waiting to trip someone up. The first few miles were smooth sailing. The students were laughing, taking photos, enjoying themselves. Easy peasy. But then you reached a clearing, and the air shifted. It felt heavier, like something was off. You noticed Jenny had stopped, a worried look on her face. "Everything okay?" you asked. "Yeah, I guess," she replied, her voice trailing off. "Thought I heard something." Tom cracked a joke about wild animals, and everyone laughed. But that uneasy feeling stuck with you. You pressed on, the trail getting steeper. The chatter died down as they focused on the climb. You led them up a narrow ridge, the view opening up to reveal the valley below. For a moment, everyone was captivated. You set up camp near a stream, a picture-perfect spot, remote enough to feel wild, but close enough to the main trail for easy access. As you got the fire going, Andy and Tom decided to explore, while Jenny and Lisa helped with dinner. But as the sun set, you realized the guys had been gone too long. "They should have been back by now," you said, more to yourself than anyone else. "Probably just lost track of time," Lisa offered, but her voice lacked confidence. You gave it another 10 minutes, then decided to go after them. Grabbing your flashlight, you told the girls to stay put. The forest swallowed the light, the beam barely piercing the thick undergrowth. You called out for them, but only your own voice echoed back. A bad feeling crept in, a sensation you hadn't felt in years of guiding. Then you heard it, a low, steady sound, unlike any animal you knew. Rhythmic, almost mechanical, but somehow alive. You followed the sound, adrenaline pumping, and then you found them, or what was left of them. Andy's body was draped over a fallen log, his chest ripped open in a way that no animal could have done. Tom's head was twisted at an unnatural angle, his eyes wide and empty. Blood was everywhere. Your stomach churned, but you couldn't fall apart. You had to get back to the girls. As you turned to leave, you saw something moving between the trees. A low shape, like a large dog, but wrong. It was too fast to get a good look, but the glimpse was enough to make you run. You burst back into camp, the girls instantly knowing something was wrong. "We're leaving now," you said, trying to keep the panic out of your voice. They didn't ask questions, just packed up quickly. You led them down the trail, taking shortcuts, putting as much distance as possible between you and whatever was out there. You thought you were safe, but as you neared the parking lot, Jenny stopped. "It's here," she whispered. Before you could react, that same low shape burst from the underbrush, heading straight for her. It was too fast. You didn't have time to think, just act. You grabbed your hunting knife and lunged. The blade connected with something solid. The creature let out a sound like grinding metal, then vanished into the trees. Jenny was shaken, but unharmed. You got everyone in your truck, locked the doors, and drove back to town. You reported what happened, and they launched a search for Andy and Tom. The official report blamed a bear attack. You didn't argue. But as you drove the girls back to their dorm, Jenny broke the silence. "They'll never find it," she said, her voice calm. "But it'll find them." You didn't respond. There was nothing to say. You dropped them off and drove home, locking your doors. Exhausted, you went to bed. The next morning, the news reported 2 more hikers found dead in the same area. "Bear attack," the headlines read. But you knew better, and so did Jenny. It all started with an argument over a camping spot, something so mundane it's almost embarrassing. I'm Robert, a mid-level project manager with a knack for details and an unfortunate habit of letting stress eat away at me. When my buddies convinced me to take a break and go on a hiking trip in the Adirondacks, I thought it might be the reset I needed. I should have known better. Vacations and I don't mix well. Our group consisted of 4. Me, of course. Tommy Thatcher, the loudmouth who never quite learned to keep his opinions to himself. Lucas Riss, a quiet guy, sharp as a tack, but too easily influenced by Tommy. And Zach Dawson, who was more into himself and his gadgets than any outdoor activity. We'd been friends since college, but time had a way of straining relationships. We all had our own lives now, and this trip felt more like an obligation than a joyride. The Adirondacks were beautiful, no doubt. Endless trees, clear lakes, the works. But I wasn't much for the outdoors. I preferred my comforts. Wi-Fi and air conditioning, not roughing it with bugs and the constant fear of bears. Still, I figured a few days away from the chaos of the office wouldn't kill me. It was the second day when things started to go downhill. We were supposed to follow a trail that would lead us to a perfect spot for setting up camp. Tommy, always the self-proclaimed expert, insisted on taking a shortcut, claiming it would save us time. The problem was, Tommy's shortcuts never worked out as planned. I voiced my concerns, but as usual, my caution was drowned out by Tommy's enthusiasm. We found ourselves deep in a thickly wooded area, far from any marked trail. The trees towered over us, their dense canopy blocking out most of the sunlight. It was disorienting, the kind of place where every direction looked the same. The map we had was practically useless, and GPS was a joke out here. We were officially lost. Tension started rising, and it wasn't long before the finger-pointing began. Tommy blamed Lucas for not keeping track of our path. Lucas blamed Tommy for leading us astray, and Zach, who had been glued to his phone in a futile search for a signal, blamed everyone but himself. I tried to keep the peace, suggesting we backtrack to where we had last seen the trail, but no one was listening. It was a mess. By late afternoon, the situation had gone from bad to worse. We were tired, thirsty, and still lost. The woods had taken on an eerie quality, the silence oppressive and unnatural. Even the birds seemed to have deserted us. It was around then that we found the first signs of something wrong. Lucas was the first to notice it. A strange, claw-like mark etched into the bark of a tree. It was deep. The wood splintered in a way that no ordinary animal could manage. "What do you think did that?" he asked, his voice unusually shaky. "Probably some bear," Tommy said dismissively, though even he didn't sound so sure. "Bears don't leave marks like that," I muttered, but nobody heard me. I wasn't about to argue with Tommy again. We continued on, the atmosphere growing more tense with every step. The deeper we went, the more markings we saw, more clawed trees, broken branches, and then something worse. The air began to stink, a rancid, coppery odor that clung to the back of your throat. We soon discovered the source. There, in a small clearing, was the mutilated carcass of a deer. It had been torn apart, its insides spilled across the ground. Flies buzzed around the remains, but what caught our attention was the sheer savagery of it. This wasn't the work of any bear or wolf. This was something else, something vicious. "Jesus Christ," Zach breathed, his face pale. What the hell could do that? We stood there, staring at the mess, unsure of what to do next. Tommy was the first to break the silence. "We need to get out of here, now." For once, we all agreed. But getting out wasn't as simple as we hoped. The woods seemed to close in around us, the trees pressing closer together, and the sky overhead dimming with the approach of evening. Every direction looked the same, and every attempt to find our way back to the trail led us deeper into the forest. And then we started hearing the noises, low, rumbling sounds that seemed to come from all around us. They were too deep, too resonant, to be any animal we knew. Whatever was making them was large, and it was getting closer. We picked up the pace, no longer caring about directions, just wanting to put as much distance as possible between us and whatever was out there. But the noises followed, growing louder, more insistent. Panic set in, and we started running. Lucas was the first to fall. He tripped over a root, and before any of us could reach him, something moved in the trees, a blur of dark fur and the gleam of sharp teeth. Lucas screamed, and then the thing was on him. I didn't see much, just a flurry of movement and the sound of tearing flesh. Tommy and Zach didn't wait. They bolted, leaving Lucas behind. I hesitated, just for a second, but that was enough to see what happened next. The creature, whatever it was, dragged Lucas off into the underbrush, his screams abruptly cut off. I ran. The forest became a nightmare of shadows and noise. I could hear Tommy and Zach somewhere ahead, crashing through the undergrowth, but I couldn't see them. The creature's growls were behind me, closer now. I stumbled, nearly falling, but somehow managed to keep going. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually the sounds of pursuit faded. I found myself in another clearing, gasping for breath, my legs trembling. Tommy and Zach were nowhere in sight. I was alone. For a moment, all was silent, save for the pounding of my heart in my ears. Then I heard it, a rustling in the bushes nearby. I spun around, fists clenched, ready to face whatever was coming. But it wasn't the creature. It was Tommy, staggering into the clearing, bloodied and wild-eyed. He'd been clawed across the chest, his shirt hanging in tatters. "It's still out there," he gasped. It's coming for us." Before I could respond, there was a flash of movement from the trees, and the creature emerged. It was massive, easily the size of a bear, but wrong in so many ways. Its limbs were too long, its body twisted, and its face, if you could call it that, was a grotesque mix of features that didn't belong together. It reminded me of a nightmare, something dredged up from the darkest corners of the mind. Tommy tried to run, but he didn't get far. The creature was on him in seconds, its claws rending flesh and bone with sickening ease. His screams echoed through the trees, but I didn't wait to hear the end. I turned and fled, every instinct screaming at me to get away. The last leg of my flight was a blur. I stumbled, fell, and crawled until I reached the edge of the forest. By some miracle I found the trail again, and beyond it the safety of the road. Zach was there, hunched over and retching, his face as white as a sheet. He didn't say anything when he saw me, just nodded, and we walked back to the car in silence. When we reached the nearest town, we went straight to the police. We told them what happened, how Lucas and Tommy were dead, killed by something in the woods. I expected them to laugh, to dismiss us as lunatics. But they didn't. They listened, and then they took us seriously. They knew about the creature. They had seen what it could do. The next day, they organized a search party to recover the bodies. They found them, or what was left of them. The remains were as we described, mangled, torn apart. The thing hadn't even bothered to hide its kills. They warned us not to go back, not to tell anyone else about what we saw. It was better that way, they said. Less panic, fewer people trying to find the thing. We agreed. What else could we do? Zach and I went our separate ways after that. We didn't talk about it again, didn't keep in touch. There was nothing left to say. We had seen what we had seen, and that was enough. And that was it. We survived. No one doubted our story. The authorities knew there was something out there, and they took precautions. Life went on, as it always does, but with a bit more wariness in those woods. I still work my job, still go through the motions of daily life, but I don't go hiking anymore. Not that I need to. There's enough to deal with in the world without seeking out trouble. Besides, I'm not much of an outdoorsman anyway. It started like any other Saturday morning. Clear sky, a brisk breeze, and that familiar smell of pine needles crunching under my boots. I'd just come off a rough week at work, and all I craved was some peace and quiet, away from the city's noise. So I hit the road, heading for the Appalachians, deep in West Virginia. You know, the kind of place where the trails are deserted and the air is clean. This was back in '97, a time when life felt simpler. I've always been a bit of a lone wolf when it comes to hiking. There's something about being alone in the woods that just clears your head. But this time, I had company. Jake and Grant, two guys I'd known since high school. We weren't exactly best buddies, but we had enough shared history to know we could count on each other. We hadn't seen each other in years, but when Jake called out of the blue suggesting this reunion hike, it felt right. We hit the trail by mid-morning. The first few miles were filled with the usual catching up jobs, relationships, all that stuff that comes with being in your 30s. The trail we chose wasn't too challenging. but it snaked deep into the woods, away from the crowded paths. That's why I liked it. Jake, he was the life of the party, always cracking jokes and telling stories that had us laughing or shaking our heads. Grant was more reserved. He'd been through some tough times, a divorce, a dead-end job, but he had this calm about him, like he'd weather any storm. Me, I was just happy to be out there, letting the rhythm of our footsteps and the rustling leaves drown out the city noise that had been stuck in my head all week. We stopped for lunch by a stream. The sun was high, casting long shadows through the trees. I remember thinking how peaceful it all was, and I guess that's why we didn't notice the change at first. It was Jake who pointed it out. "Hey, you guys hear that?" he asked, tilting his head like a dog hearing a strange noise. Grant and I paused, listening. At first, there was nothing out of the ordinary, just the wind in the trees, the gurgling of the stream. But then, as the seconds ticked by, it hit us. The woods had gone silent. No birds, no insects, nothing. "Maybe a storm's coming," Grant suggested, though there wasn't a cloud in the sky. "Nah," Jake said, looking around. "I've been out here plenty of times. It's never been this quiet." I didn't say anything, but a knot started forming in my stomach. That kind of knot you get when something feels off, even if you can't explain it. We tried to brush it off and kept walking, but the mood had shifted. The laughter was gone, replaced by an uneasy silence. Every crack of a branch underfoot, every rustle in the bushes seemed amplified. We picked up the pace, each of us too stubborn to admit we were spooked, but too uneasy to slow down. The trail led us deeper, and as we rounded a bend, we saw it. At first, it was just a shape, a dark mass lying across the path. But as we got closer, we realized it was a deer, or at least what was left of one. The carcass was torn apart, its insides strewn across the trail like some sick display. "Jesus Christ," Jake muttered, stepping back. "What the hell did this?" Grant knelt beside the remains, his face pale. "A bear, maybe?" he suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. I knew better. I'd seen bears take down deer before, but this wasn't their work. Bears are messy, sure, but they don't leave things like this. This deer looked like it had been shredded. "Let's keep moving," I said, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. The others nodded, and we pushed on, trying to forget the carcass. But the woods wouldn't let us. The further we went, the more we found. Bits of fur, gnawed bones, all scattered like some twisted breadcrumb trail. And then the noises started. Low, distant sounds, like the groaning of old trees in the wind. But there was no wind. It wasn't long before we were practically jogging down the trail, no one saying a word, just the sound of our boots crunching the dirt. I could feel something watching us, an oppressive weight in the air, pressing down on my chest. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows. Then we heard it, something crashing through the underbrush, coming fast. We broke into a run, the trail twisting and turning through the trees. The sounds behind us grew louder, closer. Whatever it was big and fast. Jake was in the lead, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Grant was right behind him, and I was bringing up the rear, my heart pounding in my ears. I could see the fear in their eyes, the same fear that was gnawing at my gut. Then Just as suddenly as it started, the noise stopped. We stumbled to a halt, panting, our eyes scanning the woods around us. The silence was back, thick and suffocating. "Where'd it go?" Grant whispered, his voice trembling. "I don't know," Jake replied, his eyes wide. "But I don't think we should stick around to find out." We started moving again, slower this time, every step careful and deliberate. But that feeling of being hunted didn't leave us. It was like the woods themselves were watching, waiting. We reached a small clearing, and that's when we saw it. A massive, hulking shape just beyond the tree line. At first I thought it was a bear, but then it stood up on two legs, towering over us. Its body was covered in matted fur, but its proportions were all wrong, too long, too lean, with a head that was too big, like some grotesque caricature of a wolf. It let out a sound that froze my blood. A low rumble that seemed to shake the very ground beneath us. Jake screamed, and that was all it took. We turned and ran, sprinting through the woods, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us with every step. I don't know how long we ran, but it felt like hours. My lungs burned, my legs screamed for me to stop. But I didn't dare. I could hear the thing crashing through the woods behind us, gaining ground. It was playing with us, I realized, like a cat with a mouse before the kill. We burst out of the woods onto a gravel road, and for a moment I thought we were safe. But then I heard Grant cry out, and I turned just in time to see him go down. The creature was on top of him, its jaws closing around his throat. Jake and I didn't stop. We couldn't. We just kept running, the sound of Grant's screams ringing in our ears. We reached the trailhead, and there, parked by the side of the road, was an old pickup truck. Jake yanked the door open, and we both piled in, slamming the doors behind us. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I slammed my foot on the gas. The truck lurched forward, gravel spraying from the tires as we sped down the road. I didn't look back. I didn't have to. I could still hear it, that awful sound, fading into the distance as we drove away. We didn't stop until we reached the nearest town. An hour later, we told the sheriff everything about the hike, the silence, the creature, Grant's death. He looked at us like we were crazy, but when they went out to search the woods, they found the remains. Grant was gone, but there was no denying what had happened. The sheriff didn't say much after that. Maybe he didn't want to believe it, or maybe he knew there was nothing he could do. But the story spread through the town like wildfire, and the trail was closed off soon after. Jake and I never talked about it again. There was nothing left to say. We went our separate ways, each of us carrying the memory of that day like a scar. But scars don't disappear, and neither did that creature. I've always been a loner, drawn to the quiet of the woods. Growing up in Kentucky, I spent most of my time exploring the thick forests and climbing the steep hills around our small town. There's something about being alone out there, just you against nature, that strips everything down to the basics. You move with a purpose, rely on your instincts, and nobody's there to hold your hand. This year, I decided to tackle the Daniel Boone National Forest. I'd heard stories about the place, whispers of strange happenings and missing hikers, but I never paid them much mind. Figured it was just campfire talk, something to spook the kids. So, I packed my gear, loaded up my truck, and headed out, ready to lose myself in the wilderness for a few days. The morning air was crisp, the sun just peeking over the trees as I set off. I'd planned a route that would take me deep into the forest, far from any marked trails. That's where I felt most at peace, away from the crowds. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves, birds calling, and the occasional snap of a twig under my boots. About an hour in, I came to a steep incline. The rocks were slick with dew, making the climb a real challenge. I paused for a moment, taking in the quiet before starting the ascent. It was tougher than I expected. Each step a careful maneuver to avoid slipping. But the challenge was exhilarating, a reminder of why I loved being out there. Reaching the top, I found myself on a narrow ridge with the forest stretching out below like a sea of green. I took a deep breath of the fresh air, feeling a sense of accomplishment. That's when I noticed it. An unnatural silence had fallen over the woods. The birds had stopped singing. The wind no longer rustled through the leaves. It was like the whole world was holding its breath. Then I saw it. A structure half hidden among the trees, a little further along the ridge. An old cabin, dilapidated and forgotten. The kind of place that had no business being that deep in the forest. Curiosity got the better of me, and despite a nagging feeling of unease, I headed towards it. Up close, the cabin was in even worse shape. The wood was rotting, the windows were shattered. But there was something about it that drew me in. I pushed open the door, and it creaked loudly, like it was warning me away. Inside, it was just as I expected, dusty and abandoned, with furniture that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. A thick layer of grime covered everything, but the air was heavy and oppressive, with a strange sweet and rotten smell that clung to everything. I stepped inside, and the door slammed shut behind me with a bang that made me jump. The sound echoed through the cabin, but the door remained firmly shut, as if something had deliberately pushed it closed. I tried to shrug it off, blaming the wind, though I knew there wasn't even a breeze outside. Still, I wasn't going to let a creaky old door spook me. The cabin was small, just one main room with a kitchen area and a cot pushed against the far wall. There were signs that someone had lived here once, long ago. Rusty pots and pans in the kitchen, a worn book left on the cot, its pages yellowed with age. I picked up the book, brushing off the dust. It was a journal, the cover cracked and brittle. The first few entries were ordinary, recounting the daily life of whoever had lived here, weather observations, notes on hunting and fishing. But as I flipped through the pages, the entries became more erratic, more disjointed. The handwriting grew frantic. The words scrolled across the pages in a hurry. The last entry was almost illegible, but I could make out a few phrases. Can't escape it. It knows. God help me. My heart started pounding, and a cold sweat broke out across my forehead. The air in the cabin felt thicker, harder to breathe. I put the journal down and turned to leave, but something caught my eye. Movement in the corner of the room, a shadow that shouldn't have been there. I froze, my mind racing, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Just a trick of the light, I told myself. Just my imagination playing tricks after reading that creepy journal. But the shadow moved again, and this time I knew it wasn't my imagination. It was real. and it was coming closer. My instincts kicked in, and I backed up towards the door, my hand fumbling for the handle. I had to get out of there, back to the safety of the open forest, but the handle wouldn't budge. It was like the door was sealed shut. Panic set in, my breath coming in short, rapid gasps. The shadow was almost upon me, and I could feel an intense heat radiating from it, like standing too close to a roaring fire. With a desperate shove, I threw myself against the door, and it burst open, sending me sprawling onto the ground outside. I scrambled to my feet, my heart racing, and took off running without looking back. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to put as much distance between myself and that cabin as possible. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees a blur as I tore through the undergrowth. I didn't stop until I was sure I was far enough away, my lungs burning from the effort. I leaned against a tree, trying to catch my breath, my mind reeling from what had just happened. It wasn't just fear that gripped me, but something deeper, something more primal. I didn't want to believe it, didn't want to acknowledge that what I'd seen was real. But then I heard it, a low rumbling sound, like something heavy moving through the forest, crushing everything in its path. It was coming from the direction of the cabin, and it was getting closer. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I was rooted to the spot, unable to move. The sound grew louder, more distinct, and I realized with horror that it wasn't just one thing. It was many, all moving together, all headed straight for me. I forced myself to move, to run faster than I'd ever run in my life. My mind was in overdrive, every fiber of my being focused on survival. I could hear them behind me now, crashing through the trees, their snarls and growls filling the air. I didn't dare look back, knowing that if I did, it would be the end of me. I burst out of the tree line, my truck just ahead, parked at the trailhead. My hands were shaking so badly that I fumbled with the keys, almost dropping them. I could feel them closing in, could feel the ground shaking beneath me as they approached. I finally got the door open, threw myself inside, and started the engine. The tires spun in the dirt before catching, and I tore out of there like a bat out of hell. I drove for what felt like hours, not caring where I was going, just needing to get away. When I finally stopped, I was miles from the forest, adrenaline still pumping through my veins. I sat there in the truck trying to process what had happened, but my mind was a jumbled mess. All I knew was that I had to tell someone, had to warn them about that place. I drove straight to the nearest ranger station and barged in, probably looking like a madman. I told them everything about the cabin, the journal, the shadow, the things that had chased me. At first they looked at me like I was crazy, but then something changed. One of the rangers, an older man with a grave expression, pulled me aside. He said he'd heard similar stories over the years, of people going missing in that part of the forest, of strange occurrences that couldn't be explained. They launched a search party, but I knew they wouldn't find anything. Whatever those things were, they weren't something you could track or hunt down. They were something else, something that didn't belong in our world. The rangers found the cabin, but it was empty, just as I had left it. The journal was gone, and so were any signs of what had happened. I didn't need the journal, though. The rangers believed me, and that was enough. They roped off the area, declared it off limits to hikers, and that was that. I never went back to the forest. Never went back to any forest. Some places aren't meant to be explored. Some things aren't meant to be found. As I sit here writing this, I can still hear them sometimes. In the dead of night, when everything is still, I can hear their footsteps, their snarls, and I know they're still out there, waiting for someone else to stumble upon that cabin, waiting for someone else to be foolish enough to enter. I'd never been much of a hiker, but after losing my job in '98, my fiancée Leslie suggested I take some time to clear my head. Why not? I thought, it's not like I had anything better to do. I always hated the idea of getting lost in the woods, but she said it might help with my anxiety. So I packed up an old rucksack I found in the attic, threw in some granola bars, and took off to the Pine Barrens in New Jersey, where I grew up. The place had this eerie charm, all tall pines and sandy trails. The kind of spot where the silence is a bit too loud, you know. I parked my car near Batstow Village, where the Pine Barrens stretch out in every direction. I didn't plan on going deep, just enough to find a quiet place to sit and think, maybe read the paperback I'd been carrying around for a year. I left the trailhead around noon, figuring I'd be back by evening. It was supposed to be a simple, uneventful day. There was this guy, Ray, I met at the trailhead. We both grew up around there, and he was heading in the same direction, so we decided to walk together. Ray was the kind of guy who looked like he belonged out there. Rough hands, thick beard, clothes that seemed to blend into the trees. We talked a bit about the old days, how the place hadn't changed much, except for the occasional lost hiker or camper gone missing over the years. He laughed about the stories people told, legends of strange creatures in the woods. I didn't pay much mind. Everyone has a story, right? After a couple of hours, we split up. Ray wanted to check out a spot near an old cranberry bog, and I just wanted to find a quiet place to sit. I wandered off the path, a little big mistake. The woods started getting denser, and the sky turned overcast. It was like someone flipped a switch, and suddenly the whole place felt different, darker. The pines seemed to crowd in on me, their trunks twisting in ways I hadn't noticed before. I wasn't lost, not yet, but something didn't feel right. I found a small clearing, perfect for a break. I sat down on a fallen log, pulled out my book, and tried to relax. But the silence was unsettling. It wasn't peaceful. It was oppressive, the kind of silence where you can almost hear your own thoughts echoing back at you. After a few minutes, I heard something, a rustling in the bushes. Probably a deer, I thought. But the rustling didn't stop. It got closer. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement, a flash of something dark, low to the ground. I stood up, trying to get a better look, but it was gone. I wasn't sure what it was, but it didn't feel like any animal I knew. I'd seen deer, foxes, even coyotes around here, but this was different. Too fast, too quiet. I shook it off, chalking it up to my imagination running wild. I sat back down, but I couldn't focus on my book. My eyes kept darting to the edge of the clearing, waiting for something to emerge from the underbrush. Then I heard it again. This time the rustling was accompanied by a low, wet breathing. It was a sound I couldn't place, like something exhaling with a mouth full of water. I stood up again, heart pounding. trying to pinpoint the source. I knew I should leave, but something kept me rooted to the spot, like I was in a trance. The thing came into the clearing slowly, almost cautiously. It was low to the ground, moving on all fours, and covered in what looked like dark, matted fur. But its shape wasn't right. The proportions were all off, too long in the body, too short in the legs, like someone had stitched together parts of different animals and tried to pass it off as one creature. The face was the worst part, too flat, with a snout that was almost human, if a human face had been stretched out and twisted. No eyes that I could see, just dark, sunken sockets. I froze, hoping it hadn't seen me. But it had. I could tell by the way it stopped and lifted its head, sniffing the air like it was tasting my scent. I backed up slowly, trying not to make any noise. The creature moved closer, each step deliberate, as if it was savoring the moment. It was then that I noticed the smell, rotting flesh mixed with something sour, like spoiled milk. It was overpowering, almost enough to make me gag. I took another step back, and my foot hit a branch. The crack echoed through the clearing like a gunshot. The creature snapped its head toward me, and I saw its mouth open, a maw lined with jagged, uneven teeth, yellow and stained. It let out a noise, a kind of wet, rasping sound that chilled me to the bone. I ran. I didn't think about direction, didn't care where I was going, as long as it was away from that thing. I heard it behind me, crashing through the underbrush, closer than it should have been. I ran harder, my breath coming in ragged gasps, legs burning, lungs screaming for air. The ground was uneven, roots and branches tripping me up, but I didn't dare slow down. I burst out of the trees and onto the edge of the cranberry bog. The ground was soft and wet, and my foot sank into the mud, nearly sending me face first into the muck. I scrambled to stay upright, and that's when I heard Ray's voice. "Get down!" he shouted. I didn't think. I just dropped to the ground. Something whizzed past me, Ray's hunting rifle. The sound of the shot rang in my ears, deafening in the stillness of the bog. I rolled over in time to see the creature stumble, a gaping hole in its side, black ichor oozing out. It let out a shriek, something that sounded almost like a human cry, and then collapsed, twitching. Ray came over, panting, rifle still trained on the thing. "You okay, man?" he asked, but I couldn't answer. I just nodded, trying to catch my breath. Ray kept the gun pointed at the creature until it stopped moving, and then he nudged it with his boot, making sure it was dead. "What the hell is that?" I finally managed to ask, my voice trembling. Ray shook his head. "I don't know, but it's not the first time I've seen one out here. It's like the forest spits these things out every few years. The locals have a name for it, but I don't think anyone really knows what they are." We stood there for a long moment, staring at the body. It was wrong in every sense of the word, an abomination that didn't belong in this world. But it was dead, and that was all that mattered. Ray eventually turned to me. "Let's get the hell out of here," he said. I didn't argue. We left the creature where it lay, its twisted form sinking slowly into the bog. The smell lingered in the air as we made our way back to the trail, but I didn't look back. When we got to the parking lot, I asked Ray what he was going to do. "Same thing I always do," he said, lighting a cigarette with shaky hands. "Tell the ranger, let him deal with it. They'll come out, clean it up, make sure no one finds out. You'd be surprised how many people just disappear out here, and no one's the wiser. I didn't say anything. I just got in my car, hands still trembling as I gripped the wheel. Ray gave me a nod, like we'd shared something unspoken, something no one else would understand. I drove off, leaving the pine barrens behind. But I knew I'd never be able to forget what happened out there. As I pulled onto the highway, the sun finally broke through the clouds, casting long shadows across the road. I didn't feel relieved, just numb. It was over, but the memory of that thing would stick with me for a long time, even if I never talked about it again. I get it. Not everyone's cut out for the hardcore hiker life. Some of us prefer our nature with a side of comfort. But hey, life throws curveballs, right? Losing your job at the factory probably wasn't part of the plan, but it sounds like it opened up a door to something unexpected. So, you're hanging out, trying to figure out what to do with all this newfound free time, when your buddy Lionel calls. Lionel, the adventurous type, always up for a challenge. He's got that infectious energy that makes even the most ordinary stuff seem exciting. And let's be honest, you could use a little excitement in your life. Next thing you know, you're packing your backpack and heading to the Cascades with Lionel. It's one of those perfect September mornings, crisp start, but with the promise of warmth later on. You've got your water, your trail mix, a flashlight, and a map that Lionel insisted you bring, even though he knows the trail like the back of his hand. He's got his fancy GPS watch and a machete strapped to his side, looking like he's about to discover a lost city. You're not so sure about all this, but you keep your doubts to yourself. After all, what could go wrong on a well-marked trail in a national park? Turns out, plenty. The trailhead is buzzing with other hikers. You recognize some local faces, a family with kids geared up in brand new hiking clothes, and a couple of college kids who look more ready to party than hike. Lionel gives them a nod, but you both keep your distance, wanting to enjoy the quiet of the woods. The first few hours are pretty uneventful. You follow the trail through the pines, over creeks, the air filled with the sounds of nature. You and Lionel don't talk much, which is fine by you. He's in his element, navigating the trail with ease while you're just trying to keep up. The sunlight filtering through the trees makes the forest look like something out of a fairy tale. Around noon, you stop for lunch on a rocky outcrop with an amazing view of the valley. Lionel pulls out some sandwiches, and you eat in silence, taking it all in. It's peaceful, the kind of moment that makes you forget about all your worries. You start to think maybe this hiking thing isn't so bad after all. You pack up and continue on, the trail getting steeper. The other hikers have disappeared, and it's just you and Lionel. The forest gets thicker, the trees older and taller. The air is cooler, seeping into your bones. You notice Lionel checking his GPS more often, a worried look on his face. You sure we're on the right path, you ask, trying to hide your nervousness. Yeah, just a little off course, he says, not looking up from his watch. Don't worry, I know this area like the back of my hand. But something in his voice doesn't sound right. Lionel's always been confident, but now there's an edge to his voice, a hint of doubt that makes your stomach churn. The trail has practically disappeared, and you're pushing through dense undergrowth. Lionel is quiet, focused on getting you back on track. After another hour, you reach a small clearing. An unnatural silence hangs in the air. The ground is marshy, and the trees are different here, older, gnarled, with almost black bark. You feel a chill, a sense of wrongness that makes the hairs on your neck stand up. "Let's take a break," Lionel says, his voice tight. He scans the trees like he's expecting something to jump out at you. You drop your pack and sit on a fallen log, trying to catch your breath. Lionel pulls out the map, tracing the lines with his finger. He mutters to himself, frustration building on his face. "Are we lost?" you finally ask. "Not lost," he snaps, then softens his tone. "Just off the main trail. It's nothing we can't handle." But his eyes are darting around, restless. And that's when you hear it, a low rumbling sound, like something moving underground. "Did you hear that?" you ask, your voice barely a whisper. Lionel freezes. "Hear what?" "That noise, like something moving underground." He listens. For a moment there's nothing but the wind and the birds. Then it comes again, louder, closer. A deep vibration that you can feel in your chest. Lionel's face goes pale. "Pack up. We're moving." You don't argue. You stuff the map back in your pack and follow Lionel as he hurries back the way you came. But the trail is gone. You stumble through the undergrowth, the sound getting louder, more insistent. You want to ask what's going on, but the look on Lionel's face stops you. He's terrified, and that terrifies you. You're practically running now, but the sound follows you. The ground vibrates, the trees sway, and then you see it. A dark shape, massive, moving between the trees ahead. It's too big to be an animal, too fast to be anything natural. Like a solid shadow with a form you can't quite make out. "Run!" Lionel shouts. You sprint through the trees, your feet slipping on the damp ground. But no matter how fast you run, the thing is faster. You can feel it behind you. Hear the trees groaning as it passes. There's no outrunning it. Lionel trips and falls. You stop to help him up, but he shoves you away. "Go, get out of here." But you can't leave him. You grab his arm, pull him to his feet, and you run. But it's too late. The thing is upon you, looming over you like a nightmare come to life. It doesn't make a sound, but you can feel its presence, its malice. Lionel shoves you again, sending you stumbling forward. You turn to see him draw his machete, his face grim. "Get out of here," he shouts again, swinging the blade. But it's like swinging at smoke. The machete passes right through it. The thing doesn't even flinch. You run. You don't want to, but you do. The sound of Lionel's desperate shouts echoes in your ears as you plunge deeper into the forest. The ground shakes, the trees bend and creak, but you don't stop. You burst into another clearing, even darker than the last. The trees are twisted, their branches like skeletal hands. The ground is littered with bones, animal bones, human bones, you can't tell. They crunch under your feet as you run. And then, as suddenly as it started, the sound stops. The forest is silent again. You collapse to the ground, exhausted, your body trembling. You don't know how long you lie there, but when you finally look up, the thing is gone. The clearing is empty, the trees still. It's as if nothing happened, but Lionel is gone too. His machete lies in the dirt beside you. You pick it up, grip it tightly, and stand on shaky legs. You scan the trees for any sign of him, but there's nothing, just the oppressive silence of the forest. You stumble back the way you came, your mind numb with shock. You don't remember much of the journey back, just the cold, the darkness, and the overwhelming sense of loss. By the time you reach the trailhead, the sun is setting. Your car is the only one left. You report Lionel missing, of course. Search teams comb the area, but they find nothing. No Lionel, no explanation, but you know what you saw. You know what took Lionel, and you know it's still out there, somewhere in the depths of that cursed forest, waiting. They say that the winds of West Virginia carry whispers of the past, but I never believed it, not until the summer of 1999. I was a man who thrived on the silence of the Appalachian wilderness, far from the noise of the city. I found comfort in the woods, in the solitude they offered. My name is Ella, a lifelong outdoorsman with a penchant for long hikes and the rugged embrace of the mountains. I wasn't looking for trouble. I was just looking for peace. That day I set out on the CER trail, a path not often traversed by the weekend hikers who preferred the more popular routes. CER was known for its ghost town remnants of the coal mining era, abandoned and left to rot in the shadow of the mountains. The trail, winding and overgrown, was a challenge I welcomed, a test of endurance and navigation. My friend Jake Canover, a wiry man with a crooked smile, joined me. We had been hiking together for years, sharing stories of our glory days, but this was our first time on CER. Jake had a sharp wit, often joking about the dangers of the woods, though we both knew the only real threats were the occasional black bear or the rare timber rattlesnake. The air was thick with humidity, the kind that clung to your skin and made every breath feel like you were drinking water. The trees towered over us, their branches casting dark shadows that danced on the forest floor as the wind rustled the leaves. It was quiet, eerily so, with only the sound of our boots crunching on the gravel to break the silence. As we moved deeper into the trail, the path began to narrow, the trees closing in like they were trying to keep something hidden. I noticed at first a strange smell, musky and putrid, like rotting flesh. Jake picked up on it too, his laughter fading as he wrinkled his nose. "You smell that?" he asked, his voice low. "Yeah," I replied, scanning the underbrush for any sign of a dead animal. "Probably just a deer carcass, but it's strong." We pressed on, the stench growing stronger with each step. The trail led us to an old, crumbling mine entrance, half hidden by overgrown vines and moss, a relic from the days when the mountains were alive with the clamor of pickaxes and coal cars. The darkness inside the mine was impenetrable, a black void that seemed to swallow the light. Jake chuckled nervously. "You want to go in there? Might find a chest of gold or something." I shook my head. Gold's long gone, and so is anything worth finding. But the smell, it's coming from the mine. I know it, and you do too. We should have turned back, gone back the way we came. But there was a pull, an unspoken challenge daring us to step into the darkness. We decided to skirt the entrance, continuing down the trail, but the smell followed us, lingering like an unwanted companion, and then we heard it, a low, almost imperceptible sound, like a breath or a whisper. I stopped, and Jake did too, both of us straining to hear more. "Did you hear that?" Jake whispered, his eyes wide. "Yeah," I muttered, "but I don't see anything." The trees around us felt oppressive, as if they were closing in, and the silence became a tangible weight. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt the first prick of fear, like a knife against my spine. We continued, but slower now, our senses on high alert. And then we saw it, something moving in the underbrush ahead of us. It was low to the ground, slinking between the trees with a fluidity that no animal should have. It was big, much bigger than a bear, and its movements were too deliberate, too calculated. "Jesus, what the hell is that?" Jake breathed, his voice trembling. I didn't answer. I didn't know. The creature, whatever it was, had a form that defied logic, like a cross between a mountain lion and something far more primal. Its skin was taut and leathery, stretched over bones that jutted out at odd angles. Its legs were long, too long, and it moved with an unnatural grace. We backed away slowly, not daring to turn our backs on it, but as we did, it turned its head towards us, and I saw its eyes. They weren't like any animal's eyes I had ever seen, not glowing but deep and dark like endless pits. "Run," I whispered, and we did. We ran like hell through the thick woods, the trail forgotten in our panic. I could hear Jake's breath coming in ragged gasps beside me, and the sound of something crashing through the underbrush behind us. The thing was chasing us, and it was fast. I tripped, my foot catching on a root, and I went down hard. Jake stopped, turning to help me up. But before he could reach me, the creature was upon him. It moved with a speed that blurred the edges of its form, and then I heard Jake scream, a sound that will haunt me forever if I allow it. I scrambled to my feet, grabbing the nearest branch, ready to swing, but it was too late. The thing was on Jake, its jaws that were too wide, too sharp, clamped down on him. The sound of bones snapping, the wet, sickening crunch of flesh tearing. It was over in seconds, and then it turned to me. I swung the branch as hard as I could, connecting with its head, and it recoiled with a snarl. There was a moment, a brief flicker of time, where it seemed to consider me, to decide if I was worth the effort, and then it bolted, disappearing into the woods, leaving me standing there, panting and covered in Jake's blood. I didn't wait to see if it would come back. I ran. I don't remember how long I ran or how I found my way back to the trail, but when I finally stumbled into the clearing near the old mine entrance, I collapsed. I could hear my own heart beat, loud in my ears, and the silence of the woods was deafening. Jake was dead. There was no question about it. His body was mangled, left like a broken doll, but it wasn't gone, and that was something. When the park rangers found me, babbling about the creature, about what had happened, they didn't believe me, not until they saw what was left of Jake. I don't know what that thing was. I don't want to know. But the woods took something that day, and I never went back to find it. There are places in this world that aren't meant to be explored, things that aren't meant to be seen, and as I sat in the ranger's cabin, bandaged and exhausted, I realized that the peace I had once found in the wilderness was gone. I wouldn't return to those mountains again. Some trails are better left untraveled. In the days that followed, the rangers scoured the area, but they found nothing. No sign of the creature, no trace of its existence beyond what it did to Jake. But I knew what I had seen. They believed me because of Jake's body, but they also knew better than to keep looking. I left West Virginia soon after, never to return, but I know it's still out there, in those woods, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to wander too far from the beaten path. I always thought of myself as a resilient man, the kind of guy who could handle whatever life threw my way. My name is Victor DeWitt, and back in 1999, I was stuck in a dead-end job in Pittsburgh, punching the clock in a soulless office, living for the weekends when I could escape to the great outdoors. Hiking was my solace, the one thing that kept me from going stir-crazy in the concrete jungle. Every Saturday, I'd pack my gear, leave the city behind, and head into the mountains. It was my ritual, my way of staying sane. I wasn't one to shy away from the tougher trails. The more remote, the better. That's how I found myself in the Allegheny National Forest one chilly morning in late October, determined to conquer a trail I'd heard about from a buddy. He said it was untouched, unmarked on any map. Just a rumor whispered among those who sought something truly wild. It took hours of driving on twisting back roads to get there. The trailhead was nothing more than a gap between two trees, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. I parked my old Chevy and started hiking, the forest closing in around me like a living thing. The trees were tall, ancient, their branches knotted and twisted like the veins of an old man's hand. There was no sound but the crunch of my boots on the fallen leaves and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. The hike was supposed to be a loop, maybe 6 or 7 miles, nothing too strenuous. The air was crisp, the kind that stings your lungs but wakes you up all the same. As I moved deeper into the forest, the light filtering through the canopy began to dim, and a sense of unease crept over me. It was subtle at first, just a tickle at the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I shook it off, chalking it up to being out there alone, miles from civilization. After a couple of hours, I came across an old cabin. It wasn't on any map I had seen, and it looked like it had been abandoned for decades. The wood was gray with age, the windows boarded up, and the roof sagged under the weight of countless seasons of snow and rain. Curious, I approached, my steps cautious. As I neared the rotting porch, a sign nailed to the door caught my eye. The words were barely legible under layers of dirt and moss. "Do not enter." I should have turned back right then. Any sensible man would have. But something drew me in. I couldn't explain it. I pushed the door open, and it creaked like a dying animal. Inside, the air was thick, musty, filled with the scent of decay. Dust motes floated in the weak shafts of light that pierced the gloom. There was furniture, old and broken, and the remnants of a life long forgotten. Rusted tools, moldy books, a pair of boots by the door. Then I saw it. In the center of the room, a trapdoor. It was slightly ajar, and from beneath it, a smell seeped out. Something foul and sickly sweet. I hesitated, every instinct screaming at me to leave. But my feet moved on their own, taking me closer to that door. I can't say why I opened it. Maybe it was the morbid curiosity that gets us all in trouble. Or maybe it was something else, something more sinister. The hatch groaned as I pulled it open, revealing a set of stairs leading down into darkness. a darkness so complete it seemed to swallow the light from my headlamp. I stood at the top of those stairs for what felt like an eternity, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The smell was stronger now, overwhelming, and I had to fight the urge to retch, but I wasn't turning back. I couldn't. I took a step down, then another, the wood creaking beneath my weight. The air grew colder as I descended, and the walls seemed to close in around me. When I reached the bottom, I found myself in a small chamber. The walls were lined with something that looked like plaster but had a strange texture, almost organic, like the inside of a shell. The smell was unbearable now, and my head swam. In the center of the chamber, there was a table, and on that table, I'm not sure how to describe it. At first, it looked like a pile of bones, but as I got closer, I realized it was something else. The bones were arranged in a pattern, intricate and deliberate, like some kind of twisted art, and beneath them, a shape, something that shouldn't have been alive, but was. It looked like a mass of flesh, pulsating, with a texture like raw meat. I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. Whatever it was wrong. It wasn't natural. I turned to leave, but then I heard it, a low, wet sound, like something being dragged across the floor. I whipped around, and that's when I saw it. The thing on the table moved, slowly, agonizingly. It began to rise, the bones clattering as they fell away. And beneath the flesh, I saw eyes. Not human, not animal, but something in between. They locked onto me, and in that moment, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. I ran. I didn't look back. The stairs seemed longer now, the darkness thicker, like it was trying to pull me back down. I burst out of the cabin, gasping for air, and sprinted into the woods. The sun was lower in the sky, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for me as I ran. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. It wasn't until I reached my truck, out of breath and trembling, that I finally dared to look back. The cabin was barely visible through the trees, just a dark shape in the distance. I threw my gear in the truck, jumped in, and tore out of there, the tires kicking up gravel as I sped down the road. I didn't stop until I hit the main road, and even then, I kept driving, putting as much distance between me and that place as possible. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't shake the image of those eyes, the way they had looked at me, like they were seeing something deep inside me, something I didn't want to acknowledge. When I finally calmed down enough to think straight, I tried to rationalize what I had seen. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, or maybe it was some kind of elaborate prank, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. Whatever was in that cabin, it was real, and it was dangerous. I didn't go back to the mountains after that. The thought of stepping foot in the woods again made my skin crawl. I sold my hiking gear, quit my job, and moved to a different city. I told myself it was just a change of scenery, but the truth was I was running away, running from whatever it was that had awakened something inside me that day in the forest. But no matter where I went, I couldn't escape the feeling that it was still out there, in that cabin, waiting for the next fool to stumble upon it. And I couldn't shake the feeling that somehow, some way, it wasn't done with me yet. That was until I read in the paper a few months later that a group of hikers had gone missing in the Allegheny National Forest. Their bodies were found near an old cabin, mutilated beyond recognition, arranged in a pattern that made my blood run cold. The authorities were baffled, calling it the work of a deranged individual, but I knew better. I knew it wasn't human. It couldn't be. I folded the paper, placed it on the table, and stared out the window. The sky was clear, the sun shining down on a world that had no idea what lurked in the shadows. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to shake the feeling that had settled in my gut. But it was no use. I knew that as long as that cabin stood, as long as that thing existed, I would never be free, and neither would anyone else who stumbled upon it. There was no way to stop it, no way to destroy it. All I could do was hope that I could stay far enough away, keep moving, and pray that it never found me again. As I sat there, a thought crossed my mind, a small comfort in the darkness that had taken root in my soul. I wasn't alone in this. Others had seen it too, and others would believe me, and maybe, just maybe, together we could figure out how to end this once and for all. But that was a thought for another day. For now, I just needed to keep moving, keep living, keep running, and never ever look back. The morning air was crisp, filled with that sharp pine scent that always cleared my head. I'd been hiking these woods since I was a kid, my uncle practically raising me on these trails. But today something felt off. The forest was eerily quiet, like it was holding its breath. I tried to shake off the feeling. I wasn't the type to get spooked easily. See, I'm Alex, a carpenter by trade, born and bred in Oregon. Always been an outdoorsman. When I wasn't building cabinets, I was out in the woods, finding peace in the trees and the quiet. The forest was my escape, a place where the world's noise couldn't touch me. That day, I was headed to my favorite spot, a clearing with a killer view of the Cascades. It was a tough climb, but the solitude and the scenery made it worth it. This time I brought a friend along, Luis Castillo, ex-Marine, tough as nails, with a sense of humor that could make a funeral feel like a party. "You sure this trail goes somewhere good?" Luis asked, his voice breaking the silence. "Trust me," I grinned. "You'll see." The trail wound upwards, getting steeper. The trees were thick, blocking out most of the sunlight. We hiked single file, our boots crunching on the dry leaves. After about an hour, we reached the clearing, and damn, the view never disappointed. Mountains stretching out forever, their peaks dusted with snow. The forest below looked like a sea of green. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. "You weren't kidding, Roscoe," Luis said, admiring the view. "This is something else." We sat down, took a swig of water, and just soaked it all in. But then something caught my eye, a flicker of movement in the trees, just a glimpse of something dark darting through the undergrowth. I squinted, trying to get a better look, but it was gone. "You see that?" I asked Luis. "See what?" "I thought I saw something moving over there." Luis shrugged. "Probably just a deer." "Yeah, maybe," I said. But that uneasy feeling was back, stronger this time. We finished our break and started back down. The descent was always harder on the knees, and we fell into a comfortable silence. But that feeling wouldn't leave me alone. Halfway down, we found something that stopped us dead in our tracks. A deer carcass, lying right in the middle of the trail. It looked fresh, but something was wrong. The animal was ripped open, its ribs exposed, and its head was missing, cleanly cut off. "What the hell?" Lewis muttered, kneeling down for a closer look. I scanned the trees, my hand instinctively going to the knife on my belt. "This isn't right, Lewis." "No, it's not," he agreed, standing up. "We should get moving." We picked up the pace, both of us on high alert. The forest seemed to press in on us. Every sound made us jump, and then we heard it, a low, almost inaudible sound, like something large moving through the underbrush. We froze, listening. It was coming from behind us, maybe 50 yards back. Whatever it was big, and it was following us. "Let's not stick around to find out what that is," I said, my voice tight. We practically jogged now, our eyes darting around. The sound behind us got louder, closer. I didn't want to look back, but I could feel it gaining on us. We burst out of the tree line onto an old logging road, but the thing chasing us didn't stop. It emerged from the woods, and for the first time I got a good look. It was like nothing I'd ever seen. 7 feet tall, covered in thick fur, with unnaturally long limbs and claws that looked like they could tear through steel. It didn't have a face, just a maw full of jagged teeth. "Keep running," I yelled. We sprinted down the road, the creature right behind us. The road was steep, and we were moving fast, almost losing our footing. I could feel it getting closer, hear its heavy breathing. Then, a gunshot, loud and close. The creature screamed, and there was another shot. It stumbled, veered off the road, and crashed into the trees. Lewis and I skidded to a halt, gasping for air. Further down the road, an older man stood with a rifle. "You boys all right?" he called out. "Yeah, I think so," Lewis managed to say, his voice shaky. The man walked over to where the creature lay, still twitching. He fired another shot into its head, and it finally went still. "What the hell is that thing?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Don't know," the man said. "But it's not the first time I've seen one. Name's Ellis. Live up in those hills. Whatever this is, it's been taking livestock and pets for years. Thought it was just coyotes until I saw one of these bastards myself." We stood there, staring at the creature's lifeless body. It was real. Whatever it was real, and it was dead. "Better get out of here," Ellis said, kicking the body. "I'll take care of this." We didn't argue. Lewis and I headed down the road, our legs still shaky. When we reached the trailhead, I looked back, half expecting to see that thing following us. But the road was empty, and the forest was silent. We got in Lewis's truck, and as we drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. But for now, we were safe. And that was all that mattered. I didn't look back again. I don't usually talk about this much, but if you're gonna understand what happened, you should know a bit about me. I'm Lester Beard, and I've been hiking since I was old enough to walk. There's just something about being out in the wilderness, you know? A quiet that drowns out all the chaos of everyday life. Maybe that's why I kept at it all these years, even with everything else falling apart. My wife left a few years back, and the kids, well, they've got their own lives now. So hiking's been my escape, a place where I can just be, without all the noise. I remember it was the summer of '99 when I decided to tackle the Olympic Peninsula in Washington. It's the kind of place that feels untouched by time, with these massive trees, misty mountains, and miles of trails that barely anyone ever sees. I'd heard about this one trail up near the Hoh Rainforest, barely even on the map. Only the really experienced hikers knew about it. That was the kind of challenge I needed. The drive out there was long, winding through these tiny towns that seemed stuck in a different time. I finally reached the trailhead late in the afternoon, the sun already starting to set. It wasn't much of a trailhead, really. Just a dirt clearing and a faded sign warning about bears, cougars, steep drops, the usual stuff. None of that worried me, though. I'd dealt with my fair share of wildlife before. I packed light, just enough gear for a couple of days. Figured I'd make it to a high ridge by nightfall, camp out, and then head deeper into the wilderness the next morning. The trail was more like a suggestion than an actual path, overgrown with ferns and bushes, barely visible in the fading light. But that's what I liked about it. It felt like stepping back in time, into a world where man hadn't messed with anything yet. As I hiked, the forest closed in around me. The trees got thicker, their branches all tangled up above like some kind of natural cathedral. The air was damp and heavy with the smell of moss and earth. The only sounds were my boots crunching on the ground and the occasional bird call in the distance. Eventually I reached the ridge just as the last light faded. I set up camp, built a small fire, cooked a simple meal. The night was silent, except for the crackling fire and the rustle of leaves in the breeze. I don't know what woke me up. Maybe it was the silence. Too much of it, even for a place like this. The fire had burned down to embers, and the forest was pitch black, the kind of darkness that seems to swallow everything. I lay there for a moment, listening hard, trying to hear anything, but there was nothing. No wind, no animals, just this unnatural stillness. I grabbed my flashlight, and the beam cut through the darkness. That's when I noticed it. The forest wasn't just quiet, it was dead. No insects buzzing, no rustling in the underbrush. I've spent enough time in the woods to know that's never a good sign. I sat up, every sense on high alert. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, but I couldn't see anything out of place. Just the same trees, the same dense undergrowth. I tried to shake it off, told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks on me. But as I started to settle back down, I heard it, this faint, almost imperceptible sound, like a twig snapping in the distance. My heart started pounding. It was too deliberate, too close. I pointed the flashlight towards the sound, but all I saw were shadows. I knew better than to shout or make any noise. If there was something out there, I didn't want to give it any more reason to come closer. For what felt like hours, I sat there, flashlight in hand, scanning the trees. The sound didn't come again, but that didn't ease my nerves. I knew something was out there, something that had silenced the whole forest. Finally, I must have dozed off, still clutching that flashlight. Morning came with a thick mist hanging over the ridge. The forest was still eerily quiet. I packed up fast, eager to put some distance between me and whatever had been out there. I decided to push deeper into the forest, to a place marked on my map as Lost Lake. It was this small, isolated lake that hardly anyone ever visited. Seemed like the perfect place to get away from the feeling that had been dogging me since the night before. The hike was rough. The trail was practically non-existent. I had to bushwhack through these dense thickets, branches scratching at my arms and face. The silence from the night before lingered, and every little sound made me jump. But I kept going, determined to reach that lake. When I finally broke through the trees and saw the water, it was stunning. Lost Lake was like a perfect mirror, reflecting the towering pines and the gray sky above. But even here, something felt off. The air was too still, the silence too deep. I set up camp on a small rise overlooking the lake, figuring I'd stay just long enough to shake this feeling that had been following me. That's when I saw it. Across the lake on the far shore, something moved between the trees. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, maybe a deer or a bear, but then it stepped into the open and my blood ran cold. It was tall, way too tall for any animal I knew. It walked upright, its movements smooth, deliberate. I could only make out its silhouette, but that was enough to tell me it wasn't anything natural. I froze, heart hammering in my chest. The thing stopped at the edge of the water, like it was looking right at me, even though I couldn't see any eyes. For a moment, we were just locked in this silent standoff, neither of us moving. Then it let out this noise, a low, deep rumble that echoed across the lake. The sound was wrong, unnatural, like it didn't belong in this world. Panic surged through me, and I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed my gear and ran. I didn't care about the trail or where I was going. I just needed to get away. I crashed through the forest, branches tearing at my clothes, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The whole time I could hear it following me, that same rumble getting closer and closer. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours, but it could have been minutes. Finally, I burst out of the trees and onto a narrow logging road. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck, miles away at the trailhead. I threw my gear in the back, peeled out, and didn't look back. I drove straight to the nearest town, this little place called Forks. I was a mess, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. I stopped at a diner, ordered some coffee, and just sat there staring into the cup like it held all the answers. This old, local, weathered skin and a thick beard sat down across from me. He looked at me for a long moment, then said, "You look like you've seen a ghost." I didn't know how to respond. How do you explain something like that? But before I could say anything, he continued, "You were up by Lost Lake, weren't you?" I nodded, a chill running down my spine. The old man leaned in, his voice low. "There are things in those woods, things that shouldn't be disturbed. You're lucky you made it out." I wanted to ask him more, but before I could, he stood up, tossed some bills on the table, and walked out, leaving me with more questions than answers. I never went back to the Olympic Peninsula after that. I kept hiking, but I stuck to trails I knew, places where I didn't feel that unnatural silence. Whatever it was I saw, it's still out there, and I have no intention of finding it again. That's all there is to it. I survived, and that's enough for me. You're right, Rob. Hindsight is 20/20. It's easy to look back and say, shoulda done this, shoulda done that. But in the moment when you're chasing that thrill, those what-ifs don't seem to matter much. And let's be honest, sometimes those risks pay off with an adventure you'll never forget. even if it's not the kind you were hoping for. So, you're Rob, a financial analyst in the concrete jungle of New York City. 34 years old, good pay, but soul-crushing boredom. Sounds about right. I get it. Sometimes you gotta escape the daily grind. Find a place where you can actually breathe. For you, that's the wilderness. Pine-scented air, rustling leaves, your own personal reset button. This particular morning, you set your sights on the Adirondacks. No big plan, just a sudden urge to get the hell out of Dodge. You'd heard whispers of an off-the-beaten-path trail, something that promised solitude and a good dose of the unknown, just your style. The drive was your typical scenic route, endless trees, the occasional deer crossing the road. The trailhead was easy to miss, tucked away like a secret. But you found it, and with that familiar rush of excitement, you stepped into the woods. This wasn't your average manicured hiking trail. This was the real deal. Narrow, overgrown, the kind of place where you could truly lose yourself. No crowds, no noise, just you and the quiet symphony of the forest. You hiked for hours, soaking in the solitude, the way the sunlight played through the trees. It was the kind of peace that unwinds you, knot by knot. Around midday, you stopped for a quick lunch by a creek. Crystal clear water, the stones worn smooth by years of rushing water. But you didn't linger. There was something else calling you. An old hunting cabin, hidden deeper in the woods. A relic of a wilder time. By late afternoon, you found it. Half collapsed, roof caved in, reclaimed by nature. But there was a certain beauty in its decay, a defiance of time. You explored it carefully, the floorboards groaning under your weight. But the sun was setting, and you decided to head back to the trail, find a place to camp for the night. Dusk in the woods has its own magic, the shadows growing long, the nocturnal creatures waking up. But about a mile from the cabin, you noticed something was off. The usual sounds of the forest had vanished, leaving an eerie silence. It was unsettling, like the world was holding its breath. Then you heard it, a scream, distant, echoing through the trees but unmistakably human, a scream filled with terror. Your blood ran cold. You tried to figure out where it came from, but the forest played tricks on you, the trees seeming to close in. Another scream, closer this time, and you took off running. Maybe you thought you could help. Maybe it was just instinct. Whatever it was, you had to do something. The screaming stopped as suddenly as it began. You skidded to a halt, chest heaving, listening for any sound. Nothing but that suffocating silence. You found yourself in a small clearing, the air thick with the smell of decay. Something had died here, and then you saw it. A shape moving at the edge of the clearing. At first, you thought it was a person, but as it stepped into the light, you realized how wrong you were. Taller than any human, covered in coarse fur, with limbs that were too long, too thin, almost spider-like. Its head was a monstrosity, a jumble of predatory features. It moved with an unnatural grace, its body twisting and contorting in ways that made your stomach churn. You froze, your brain trying to make sense of it. This couldn't be real, but it was, and it was looking right at you. For a moment, you just stared at each other. Then it opened its mouth too wide, teeth too sharp, and let out a sound that sent a jolt of terror through you. You ran, You didn't care where, just away. You could hear it behind you, crashing through the underbrush impossibly fast. You pushed yourself harder, your legs burning, lungs screaming. Your foot caught on something, and you went down hard. Pain exploded in your ankle, but you didn't have time to think about it. You scrambled to your feet, but you knew it was too late. You felt its presence looming over you, its shadow swallowing the last of the daylight. You looked up. It was standing over you, those horrible black voids where its eyes should have been, staring down at you. It raised a clawed arm, and you knew this was the end. But then a flash of light, blinding in the darkness, and the creature recoiled. Another flash, and then voices, shouting, coming closer. The creature turned and fled. Two men burst into the clearing, one with a powerful flashlight, the other with a shotgun. They looked as shocked to see you as you were to see them. "What the hell are you doing out here, man?" one of them asked, his voice filled with disbelief. You didn't know what to say. Your mind was still reeling. "What was that thing?" you managed to ask. They exchanged a look that told you they knew but weren't going to explain. "We need to get out of here now," the one with the shotgun said. You didn't argue. They helped you to your feet, and you limped back towards the trailhead. They were on edge, constantly scanning the trees, weapons at the ready. You didn't ask questions. You just wanted to get out alive. They drove you to a small town, dropped you off at a motel, and disappeared before you could even thank them. You checked into a room, locked the door, and tried to make sense of what you'd seen, what had almost killed you. You didn't have answers, and you weren't sure you wanted them. The next morning you caught a bus back to the city. You didn't go to the police, didn't tell anyone what happened. Who would believe you? They'd think you were crazy, and maybe you were. All you knew was that you'd never go back to those woods again. A week later, you saw a news report. Hikers missing in the Adirondacks, their bodies found mutilated. The authorities blamed a bear attack, but you knew better. You knew what was out there, and you knew you were lucky to be alive. It was 1998, and I was on the brink of something, though I couldn't tell you exactly what. Maybe it was just a midlife crisis brewing early, or maybe I just needed to get away from everything. Whatever the reason, I found myself driving up to the Chattahoochee National Forest in Georgia. It was supposed to be a simple camping trip, a few days to clear my head. My name is Rora, and I'd always prided myself on being a practical guy. Grew up in New Jersey, worked as a machinist, and lived for the weekends when I could escape to the outdoors. I wasn't married, no kids, and I liked it that way. Life was simple, straightforward, and I wanted to keep it that way. I parked the truck near the trailhead of a lesser-known path that wound its way up Blood Mountain. The name didn't scare me. It was just another hike, another chance to disconnect from the monotony of life. I shouldered my pack, checked my gear, everything in its place, and set off. The first few hours were uneventful. The trail snaked through dense woods. The air was cool and crisp, and I could feel the tension in my shoulders start to ease. I was making good time, and for a while I let my mind wander. I thought about work, about the guys at the shop, about how they'd laugh if they saw me out here playing mountain man. About halfway up, I took a break by a small creek that cut across the trail. I was kneeling to refill my water bottle when I noticed something strange. The rocks around the creek bed were dark, almost black, and sticky with what looked like old blood. The sight of it made my skin crawl, but I brushed it off. Maybe an animal had gotten into a fight here, nothing unusual in the wild. As I continued up the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The forest seemed quieter, the air heavier. Every snap of a twig underfoot made me jump, though I tried to rationalize it away. I was alone, but not lonely, I told myself. I was in control. I made camp that night in a small clearing, the sky barely visible through the thick canopy of trees. I set up my tent, started a fire, and cooked a can of beans. The solitude was supposed to be comforting, but it wasn't. The silence was too deep, too empty. It felt like the woods were holding their breath, waiting for something. I tried to sleep, but the sounds of the forest, what few there were, kept me awake. A rustling here, a snap there, the wind whistling through the branches. It all felt too close. I told myself it was just nerves, that I was imagining things. I didn't know then that I should have listened to my gut. The next day, I decided to push on to the summit. The trail was rougher now, less traveled. It wound through thick underbrush and over rocky outcrops, the kind of terrain that would twist an ankle if you weren't careful. But I wasn't worried about that. I was more concerned about the odd tracks I kept seeing in the dirt. They weren't animal tracks, not like anything I'd seen before. They were too large, too deep, with claw marks that dug into the earth like something had been dragged. I stopped to examine one of the prints more closely, squatting down and tracing the outline with my finger. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, but I couldn't look away. It was like nothing I'd ever seen, and I'd seen plenty of tracks in my time. That's when I heard it, a low rumbling noise from deep within the forest. It wasn't the wind or a distant thunderstorm. It was something else, something that didn't belong. I stood up slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. The noise came again, closer this time, followed by the unmistakable sound of something moving through the trees. I knew I should have run, but I didn't. I stood there, frozen, staring into the dense underbrush. I don't know what I was expecting to see, but when it came into view, it was worse than anything I could have imagined. It was huge, hulking, covered in matted fur that was stained dark with mud and blood. Its limbs were long and powerful, its body twisted and malformed, like it had been put together wrong. But it was its face that made my blood run cold. It was almost human, but not quite. The skin was pulled tight over its skull, its mouth too wide, too full of teeth that looked like they belonged in the mouth of a predator. It let out a sound, a mix between a snarl and a scream, that shook me to my core. I turned and ran. My feet barely touched the ground as I tore down the trail, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me up. I could hear it crashing through the trees behind me, gaining ground with every step. The logical part of my brain, the part that had always kept me steady, told me there was no way I could outrun it. But I didn't stop. I don't know how long I ran, only that my lungs were burning, my legs screaming in protest. The trail was a blur, and I could feel it closing in, its breath hot on the back of my neck. I broke through the tree line, and there was the creek from the day before, the black rocks gleaming wetly in the fading light. I didn't slow down, didn't think. I leaped across the creek, slipping on the slick stones and landing hard on the other side. Pain shot through my ankle, but I kept moving, driven by pure terror. The creature didn't stop at the water's edge. It barreled through the creek, splashing muddy water everywhere, and I knew I was out of time. In a final desperate move, I scrambled up a steep incline, using my hands to pull myself up as fast as I could. My ankle throbbed with every movement, but I didn't care. I reached the top, the ground flattening out beneath me, and I turned to see the creature below, clawing at the dirt, trying to follow me up. That's when I saw my salvation, a sharp, jagged rock jutting out of the ground nearby. I grabbed it, the weight familiar and comforting in my hand. When the creature lunged again, I didn't hesitate. I brought the rock down with all the strength I had left, right onto its head. There was a sickening crunch, and it collapsed in a heap at the base of the incline, twitching once before it went still. I didn't wait to see if it was dead. I limped back down the trail as fast as I could, not stopping until I reached the safety of my truck. I threw my gear in the back, started the engine, and peeled out of there without a second thought. I don't know what that thing was, and I don't care to find out. I've been back in civilization for a few weeks now, and every so often I catch myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see it standing there, watching me. But it's not. It's gone. The creature was real, and so were the bodies the authorities found near that creek. But that's not my concern anymore. I did what I had to do, and now I'm just glad to be alive. It was 1999, and I was itching for an escape. The grind of my job as a mechanic in Roanoke was getting to me. I'd been working in that same garage for years, and the monotony was suffocating. The thought of fresh mountain air, the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves under my boots, that was my idea of heaven. My name's Lester Darrow, and I've never been one to shy away from a challenge. Luckily, a couple of my buddies, Doug Miller and Steve Hawthorne, were up for an adventure too. So we packed our gear and headed for the Appalachian Mountains. We chose a trail deep in Shenandoah National Park, far from the tourist traps. Doug had heard about this old logging trail that supposedly led to a hidden waterfall, rarely seen by anyone. We were all about getting off the beaten path and experiencing something new. The air was crisp, and the leaves were just starting to turn, painting the forest in golds and reds. We set up camp the first night near a small creek. The sound of the water flowing over rocks was soothing, and the fire crackled as we sat around it, drinking cheap beer and talking about everything but work. Doug was a tall, wiry guy with a knack for storytelling, always spinning yarns about the weird stuff he'd seen in the woods. Steve, on the other hand, was quiet and steady, the kind of guy who'd get the job done without a fuss. He was the one who made sure we had enough supplies and knew the route. I trusted him with my life. On the second day, we started hiking toward the waterfall. The trail was narrow and steep, with roots snaking across the path like they were trying to trip us up. After a few hours, we found ourselves deep in the forest, where the sunlight barely filtered through the thick canopy. It was eerily silent, except for the occasional rustling of leaves. "Feels like we're the only ones out here," Steve said, breaking the silence. "That's the whole point, ain't it?" Doug chuckled, though his voice lacked its usual bravado. The trail seemed to vanish as we went deeper. It wasn't marked on any map we had, but Doug swore he knew the way. The trees around us grew taller and thicker, their branches intertwined overhead, creating a tunnel that blocked out the sky. The air felt heavy, almost suffocating. We came across a small clearing, and that's when we saw it. A strange mound of earth, about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide, covered in moss and vines, almost as if it had been intentionally hidden. Steve bent down to examine it. "What do you think it is?" I asked, feeling a strange unease creeping up my spine. "Could be an old grave," Steve muttered, brushing away some of the vines. "But why out here?" Doug, always the brave one, grabbed a stick and started poking at the mound. Maybe someone buried their dog out here or something. As soon as he said that, there was a loud snap, like a branch breaking underfoot, but none of us had moved. We froze, looking around the clearing. The forest had gone deathly silent. No birds, no insects, just the sound of our breathing. "Let's keep moving," I suggested, the tension thick in my voice. We left the clearing behind, but the sense of unease stayed with us. The further we went, the more disoriented we became. The trees seemed to close in on us, and the trail we had been following disappeared entirely. Doug tried to backtrack, but every direction looked the same. "This isn't right," Steve said, glancing around nervously. "We should have reached the waterfall by now." I checked my watch. It had stopped. The realization sent a jolt of fear through me, though I didn't want to show it. "Maybe we should head back to camp," I suggested. "We can try again tomorrow." Doug nodded, his usual confidence strained. We turned around, but no matter which way we went, the forest seemed to twist and turn us back to that same clearing with the mound. It was like the woods were playing tricks on us, leading us in circles. As the day wore on, the light dimmed, and we found ourselves back in the clearing. But something was different. The mound was disturbed, like something had crawled out of it. The earth was churned up, and there were deep claw-like marks in the soil. "What the hell did that?" Doug asked, his voice trembling. None of us had an answer. We were 3 grown men, but standing there, we felt small and vulnerable. We were no longer the masters of our surroundings. Something else was out there with us, something that didn't want us to leave. "We need to move," Steve urged, his eyes darting around the perimeter of the clearing. We picked up the pace, practically running through the dense underbrush, but it felt like the forest was alive, closing in around us. The trees loomed taller, their branches reaching down like skeletal hands. I swear I heard something breathing, deep and heavy, just out of sight. As night fell, the forest transformed into a labyrinth of shadows. We had no choice but to stop and make camp. None of us dared to speak about what had happened, but the fear was palpable. We sat close to the fire, our backs to the light, trying to keep an eye on the darkness surrounding us. Around midnight, we heard it. A low, rumbling sound, like something huge moving through the trees. The fire flickered as a gust of wind blew through the camp, but there was no wind. Doug grabbed his flashlight and shined it into the trees. For a moment, we saw nothing, just the endless rows of trunks. Then the beam caught something, an enormous shape, hunched and twisted, with matted fur and limbs too long for its body. It moved like a bear, but its proportions were all wrong, like it had been broken and pieced back together. Its breath was audible, raspy and labored, as though it hadn't breathed fresh air in years. Doug screamed and bolted. Steve and I followed, abandoning the camp. We ran blindly through the forest, the creature's heavy footfalls crashing through the underbrush behind us. I could feel it closing in, its breath on the back of my neck. Suddenly, Doug tripped, and I heard the sickening crunch of his bones as the creature pounced on him. Steve and I didn't stop. We couldn't. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs threatened to give out. The creature's roar echoed through the trees, but it wasn't pursuing us anymore. It had what it wanted. Doug's screams were cut short, replaced by a wet, tearing sound that I knew would haunt me forever. When we finally emerged from the forest, the sun was rising. We were bloody, bruised, and missing one of our own. We stumbled into a ranger station, barely coherent, babbling about what had happened. They sent a search party, but they didn't find Doug or the creature. Only the remnants of our camp, torn to shreds. The forest ranger who took our statement didn't look surprised. He listened, nodded, and then said something that chilled me to the bone. "You're not the first to come back with a story like that," he said quietly. "This part of the woods, it's old, older than we know, and there's things out there that don't belong in our world anymore." Steve and I never spoke about what happened again. We knew no one would believe us, but we didn't care. We knew what we had seen, what had taken Doug, and we knew that, whatever it was still out there somewhere in those dark, twisted woods. "19 and pissed off at the world. That's what I was when I first stepped into the thick woods of the Pacific Northwest. My dad had died a month earlier, leaving a hole in my life I didn't know how to fill. He was a hunter, a man of the wild, and I figured I could find some piece of him out there in the wilderness. Crying wasn't my style. I needed to feel something real. The bite of the wind, the prick of pine needles, the raw power of the mountains. A few years later, I found myself back in those same woods. Not because I was feeling sentimental, but because I needed an escape from the suffocating life I was living in Seattle. Stuck in a dead-end job with people I couldn't stand, doing work that meant nothing to me. The city was closing in, and the more trapped I felt in that cubicle, the more I craved the untamed wilderness. So, one Saturday morning, I threw my old camping gear in the trunk of my Subaru and headed for the Olympic Peninsula. The air there is thick with the scent of moss, and the trees tower like ancient giants. This time, I wasn't alone. My childhood buddy Carl had agreed to come along. Carl was a burly guy with a wild beard that always seemed a bit out of place in the city. He was the kind of guy who could laugh off a broken bone and keep on trekking. We hadn't seen much of each other since I moved to Seattle, but when I called him up, he was all in. The plan was simple: hike deep into the woods, camp for a few days, maybe bag some game if we were lucky. We set out early, the morning fog clinging to the ground like a shroud. The trail was narrow, twisting through the dense undergrowth. The silence was broken only by the snap of a twig or the distant call of a bird. It was the kind of quiet that makes you feel like the world is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. About 10 miles in, we found a clearing and decided to set up camp. The sky was darkening, promising rain, and the wind had picked up, rustling the leaves in an almost ominous way. But we were seasoned campers, and the weather didn't faze us. We built a fire, cooked some grub, and settled in for the night. That's when we heard it. At first, it was just a faint, distant sound, maybe the wind, maybe an old tree creaking. But as the night wore on, it got closer, clearer. It was a sound I couldn't place, a deep, throaty rumble that seemed to vibrate in my chest. Carl looked at me, his eyes narrowed. "What the hell is that?" he asked, his voice low. "Don't know," I replied, trying to sound calm. "Probably just an animal." But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. This wasn't like any animal I'd ever heard. It sounded too deliberate, too aware. We sat in silence, straining to listen. The sound came again, louder this time, closer. My hand instinctively went to the hunting rifle beside me, the cold metal reassuring. Carl stood up, scanning the darkness beyond the firelight. "I'm going to check it out," he said, his voice steady but with an edge I'd never heard before. "Maybe we should wait until morning," I suggested, not liking the idea of him going out there alone. He shook his head. "No. If it's something dangerous, we need to know now." I couldn't argue with that, so I grabbed my flashlight and followed him. We moved slowly, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The sound came again, louder still, followed by a rustling in the underbrush. Carl raised his rifle, finger on the trigger. We found it just beyond the clearing. At first, it was just a dark shape hunched over something on the ground. I thought it was a bear, but as we got closer, I realized it was something far worse. The creature was massive, covered in thick, matted fur that seemed to swallow the light from our flashlights. It was crouched over the remains of a deer, its jaws working methodically as it tore into the flesh. But it wasn't the sight of the creature that chilled me to the bone. It was the smell. A thick, rancid stench that filled my nostrils and made my stomach churn. Carl didn't hesitate. He aimed his rifle and fired. The shot echoed through the forest, but the creature didn't even flinch. It turned to face us, and that's when I saw its face, if you could call it that. It was grotesque, twisted, with a mouth full of teeth that seemed too big for its skull, and a nose that was nothing more than two slits. But it was the eyes that terrified me most. There was an intelligence in them, something cold and calculating that made it clear this was no ordinary animal. Carl fired again, hitting the creature in the chest. It let out a roar that shook the trees, and for a moment I thought it would charge. But instead it turned and bounded into the darkness, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. We stood there, adrenaline coursing through us, before Carl finally spoke. "What the hell was that thing?" he asked, his voice shaky. "I don't know," I replied, my mind reeling. "But we need to get out of here." We didn't waste any time packing up camp. The rain had started, and the wind was howling, but we didn't care. We needed to get out of those woods. We hiked back to the car as fast as we could, our nerves on edge the whole way. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made us jump, expecting that creature to reappear at any moment. When we finally reached the car, we threw our gear in the trunk and sped off, not stopping until we were miles away from the forest. We didn't talk much on the drive back. What was there to say? We'd seen something that defied explanation, something that shouldn't exist. Back in Seattle, Carl and I went our separate ways. We didn't talk about what happened that night, not to each other, and certainly not to anyone else. Who would believe us? I quit my job a few months later. The city felt even more suffocating than before, but this time the woods offered no solace. I moved to a small town in Montana, where the forests were thick, but the memories of that night were distant. I still go hiking sometimes, but never too deep, and never alone. As for Carl, he stayed in Seattle, but he changed. He grew quieter, more withdrawn. I haven't spoken to him in years. I heard he moved to Alaska, somewhere remote, where the woods go on forever. And me, I'm fine. Life goes on. People die in the woods all the time after all. And that creature, I'm sure it's still out there somewhere, waiting for its next meal. The year was 1988. I was standing on the edge of a cliff in the Allegan Mountains, gasping for air and staring out at the vast wilderness. Me, Sam, and Marcus had just finished a grueling week at the steel mill, and this hiking trip was our escape. We'd been doing these trips since college, always chasing that perfect moment of solitude. But this time, things felt different. It was Sam who suggested we venture into the less traveled parts of the Allegan, far from the usual trails. "There's something about this place," he'd said, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Untouched, you know. We won't see another soul out there." It was a tough sell at first. Marcus wasn't keen on straying from the known paths, and neither was I, truth be told. But Sam had a way of making things sound like the adventure of a lifetime, so we agreed. It wasn't the first time we'd trusted Sam's instincts, and usually it paid off. The first day was uneventful, which was exactly what we were hoping for. We hiked deep into the mountains, leaving civilization far behind. The air was crisp, and the trees thickened as we went, their branches weaving into a canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. It was like stepping into another world, one where time moved differently. By late afternoon, we found a small clearing by a stream, the perfect spot to set up camp. Marcus started on the tents while Sam went off to gather firewood. I stayed by the stream, filling our canteens and soaking in the quiet. There was something about the place that gnawed at me, though. The silence was too thick, too still. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. Sam returned with an armful of wood, his usual grin plastered on his face. "This place is something else, huh?" he said, dropping the logs near the fire pit Marcus had dug. "Not a soul for miles. It's perfect," I nodded. But the unease didn't leave me. We'd been in remote places before, but there was something different here. The forest seemed alive in a way I couldn't explain, as if it was watching us, waiting. We sat around the fire that night, trading stories and jokes, just like old times. Marcus, ever the skeptic, kept ribbing Sam about his perfect spot, but Sam just laughed it off. I didn't say much, just listened and kept an eye on the darkness beyond the firelight. It wasn't until the second day that things started to unravel. We woke early, planning to hike further up the mountain to get a better view. The trail was steep and treacherous, but the promise of untouched beauty kept us going. The further we climbed, the thicker the air seemed to get, pressing down on us like a weight. Around noon, we reached a plateau where the trees thinned out, and the ground was covered in soft, spongy moss. It was eerily quiet. The only sounds our heavy breathing and the crunch of our boots on the ground. Sam was leading the way when he suddenly stopped, holding up a hand to silence us. "Do you hear that?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. I strained my ears but heard nothing. "What is it?" I asked, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Sam didn't answer right away. He was staring into the distance, towards a cluster of trees at the far end of the plateau. "There's something out there," he said finally, his voice tight with something I'd never heard from him before. "Fear." Marcus, ever the pragmatist, scoffed. "It's probably just a deer or something. We're in the middle of nowhere, Sam. There's nothing out here but us." But Sam wasn't convinced, and neither was I. There was a tension in the air that I couldn't ignore, a feeling that something was wrong. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something lurking in the shadows. We pressed on, though none of us willing to admit that we were scared. The trail became harder to follow, and the trees grew closer together, their branches tangling above us like a web. The further we went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. That's when we found the bones. They were scattered across the trail, picked clean and bleached white by the elements. At first we thought they were from an animal, maybe a deer or a bear. But as we moved closer, it became clear that these weren't animal bones. They were human. Marcus swore under his breath, his usual bravado gone. Sam was silent, his face pale as he knelt down to examine the remains. "This doesn't make any sense," he muttered. "No one comes out this far. How did they?" Before he could finish, a sound echoed through the trees, low and guttural, like nothing I'd ever heard before. It was close, too close. We all froze, fear tightening around our throats like a vice. "What the hell was that?" Marcus whispered, his eyes wide with panic. Sam stood up slowly, his hand inching towards the hunting knife on his belt. "We need to get out of here," he said, his voice trembling. We turned back the way we came, moving quickly but cautiously, every rustle of leaves sending us into a fresh wave of terror. The forest, once serene, now felt like a predator stalking its prey, the shadows lengthening and deepening with every step we took. That's when we saw it. At first it was just a shape, barely visible through the trees, but as it moved closer it became clear that this was no animal. It walked on two legs, hunched over, its skin pale and stretched tight over a gaunt frame. Its face was a twisted mockery of human features, a gaping mouth filled with jagged teeth, and limbs that were too long, too thin, to belong to anything natural. We ran. The thing gave chase, its movements unnaturally fast, covering ground with terrifying speed. I could hear its breathing, wet and ragged, as it closed in on us. We didn't stop to think, didn't look back. We just ran, our bodies driven by pure, animalistic fear. But Marcus wasn't fast enough. I heard him scream as he was dragged into the underbrush, his voice cutting off abruptly. Sam and I didn't stop. We couldn't. We crashed through the forest, tearing through branches and thorns, the sound of pursuit close behind. We stumbled back into the clearing by the stream, our camp still standing as if nothing had happened. But there was no time to think, no time to rest. The thing was still coming. Sam grabbed the hatchet from his pack, turning to face the direction we'd come from. "We have to fight it," he said, his voice steady despite the terror in his eyes. I wanted to argue, to tell him we should keep running, but I knew it was pointless. We couldn't outrun it. We had to stand our ground. The thing burst from the trees, its mouth open in a soundless scream, its arms outstretched like claws. Sam swung the hatchet, the blade biting deep into its chest. But it didn't slow down. It slammed into him, knocking him to the ground, its teeth sinking into his shoulder. I grabbed a fallen branch, swinging it with all my strength at the creature's head. It barely reacted, its focus entirely on Sam. But the blow was enough to give him a chance. He rolled free, gasping in pain. As the thing turned its attention to me, I swung again, this time catching it in the jaw. It staggered back, and in that moment, Sam lunged forward with the hatchet, burying it in the creature's neck. The thing let out a high-pitched screech, flailing wildly as it tried to pull the blade free. And then it stopped. The creature collapsed to the ground, its body twitching before finally going still. Sam and I stood there, panting, staring at the lifeless form at our feet. It didn't vanish, didn't dissolve into the air. It was real as the blood on Sam's hands and the pain in my chest. We didn't speak as we packed up the camp, moving quickly and efficiently, the adrenaline still pumping through our veins. The body was still there when we left, lying in the dirt like a grotesque reminder of what had happened. The hike back to civilization was a blur, neither of us saying much, our minds too numb to process everything. When we finally reached the trailhead, it was as if a weight had been lifted from our shoulders. But the memory of what we'd seen, what we'd done, would never leave us. The authorities found the remains of Marcus the next day, along with the creature's body. It was reported as an unknown animal attack, something that defied classification. Sam and I were questioned, but we stuck to the story, knowing that no one would ever believe the truth. As we drove back to the city, the mountains fading into the distance, Sam looked over at me, his face pale but determined. "We did what we had to do," he said simply, and that was that. There was nothing more to say. I've always been a simple guy. No drama, no complications, just a good old-fashioned routine. Wake up, go to work, come home, rinse and repeat. But there was one thing that broke up the monotony hiking. The peace and quiet of the wilderness. The crunch of leaves under my boots. The rhythm of my own footsteps. That's all I needed to recharge. Looking back, I guess I was searching for an escape, a break from the everyday grind. And boy, did I get one. It was 1999, and I'd taken a few days off to clear my head. My job at this tech company in Seattle was sucking the life out of me, and I desperately needed a reset. The Cascades were my usual stomping grounds, and I'd conquered most of the trails. But there was this one trail, a hidden gem, unmarked and off the map. I'd heard about it from some guy at a bar, and it sounded like just what I needed. So I packed light, just the essentials, and hit the trail early one morning. The trailhead was practically invisible, tucked away behind a wall of trees that felt like a portal to another world. The path was narrow, winding its way up into the dense forest. As I walked, the sounds of civilization faded away, replaced by the rustling of leaves and the chirping of birds. There was something strange about the air that day, an eerie stillness that I couldn't quite put my finger on. I brushed it off as pre-hike jitters, but looking back, it was like a warning. About 2 hours in, I spotted the first sign that something was amiss. Deep claw marks raked across a tree trunk. My first thought was a bear, but the marks were too high, too far apart for any bear I'd ever seen. Still, I wasn't going to let a few scratches ruin my day. I kept going. As I climbed higher, the trees thinned out. revealing a breathtaking view of the valley below. I stopped to catch my breath and soak it all in, and that's when I heard it. A rustle in the bushes behind me, followed by a low grunt. My heart leaped into my throat, but I told myself it was probably just a deer or maybe an elk, nothing to worry about. But then I saw it. At first, it was just a shadow, a dark shape moving between the trees. But it was big, way bigger than any animal I'd ever seen in the wild. I froze, hoping it would just pass me by. It didn't. It moved closer, slowly, deliberately, like a predator stalking its prey. My hands trembled as I reached for the knife in my pack. Not that I thought it would do much good. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't something a knife could handle. It stepped out from the trees, and I got my first clear look. It was like a wolf, but distorted. Its body was too long, its limbs too thin, and its head was all wrong. The mouth was a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, and its skin was a patchwork of fur and scales. It looked like something out of a prehistoric nightmare, an abomination that didn't belong in this world. Instinct took over. I turned and bolted down the trail, not caring where I was going, just needing to get away from that thing. I could hear it behind me, its heavy footsteps pounding the earth, gaining on me with every stride. I was a decent runner, but it was faster, stronger. My legs burned, my lungs screamed for air, but I couldn't stop. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face and arms. The trail was long forgotten. I stumbled and fell, tumbling down a steep slope, landing with a thud in a thicket of bushes. My pack snagged on a branch, and I wrestled to free myself, all the while knowing that thing was getting closer. I could hear it now, a wet, guttural sound coming from its throat. Not a growl, but something much worse. Then I spotted a small cave, barely more than a crevice in the rock. I scrambled inside, pressing myself against the cold stone, praying it hadn't seen me. The sounds of pursuit grew louder, then stopped. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tense, waiting. But it didn't find me. The creature passed by, its shadow briefly darkening the cave entrance before moving on. I didn't move for what felt like hours. My mind raced, trying to process what I'd just seen, trying to make sense of it. But there were no answers, just more questions. When I finally crawled out of the cave, the sun was setting. I had no idea where I was, but I knew I couldn't stay there. I had to keep moving. I walked for hours, my body on autopilot, my mind numb, replaying the encounter over and over. Eventually, I found a creek and followed it downstream, hoping it would lead me to civilization. My legs were like lead, my body battered and bruised, but I kept going. Just as the last light faded, I saw it, a cabin, old and weathered, but a sign of life. I stumbled towards it, not caring who lived there, just needing to be somewhere safe, somewhere human. I pounded on the door, and an old man answered, his face etched with age and worry. I must have looked like hell because he didn't ask any questions, just pulled me inside and gave me a drink. As I sat by the fire, trying to warm my bones, I told him what had happened. The words tumbled out of me, jumbled and frantic, but he listened patiently. When I was finished, he nodded slowly and said, "You saw it, didn't you? The wind." I'd heard the stories, of course. tales of a creature that roamed the northern forests, a spirit of hunger and madness. But I'd never believed them. They were just stories, campfire tales to scare kids. But looking into the old man's eyes, I knew he wasn't making it up. He believed it, and now, so did I. I stayed in that cabin through the night, the old man keeping watch while I tried to sleep. But sleep wouldn't come. My mind was too full, too raw. I kept thinking about that thing, about how close I'd come to dying, about how it was still out there somewhere. When morning came, I thanked the old man and made my way back to the trailhead. My steps were heavy with the knowledge that I'd never be the same. But life goes on, right? You can't let one bad day ruin everything. I went back to work, back to my routine, but something had shifted. I didn't go hiking again for a long time, and when I did, I stuck to the marked trails, the ones with plenty of people around. It wasn't fear, not exactly, but something close to it. A voice in the back of my mind that whispered every time I thought about venturing off the beaten path. That thing I saw, it's still out there. I know it is. But I don't talk about it anymore. What would be the point? No one would believe me. Hell, sometimes I barely believe it myself. But I know what I saw, and I know I was lucky to get out alive. The proof is out there in the scratches on that tree, in the blood that stained the forest floor where I fell. I don't need anyone to believe me. I know the truth, and that's enough. The year was 1993. I was stuck in a dead-end job as a janitor at a small community college in northern Minnesota. My life wasn't exactly exciting. Sweeping floors, emptying trash bins, and listening to the faculty talk about how their lives were actually going somewhere. But on weekends, I had my escape. I'd drive out to the Superior National Forest, where the pine trees stood tall, and the lakes were so clear you could see the fish swimming beneath the surface. I'd hike alone, relishing the silence that was a world away from the buzzing fluorescent lights of the college halls. My name's Frank Clemens, by the way. Just a pretty ordinary guy, nothing special. Grew up in Duluth, spent my whole life up here in Minnesota. I guess you could say I'm a simple man with simple pleasures. Fishing, hiking, and keeping to myself. Never got around to marrying or having kids. I tell people it's because I never found the right woman, but the truth is, I didn't look too hard. I was content with my routines. That Saturday, the air was crisp with the first hint of fall. I had my usual gear, a backpack with some sandwiches, a canteen, and my trusty Swiss Army knife. I was heading for a trail I'd heard about from a ranger, one that wasn't on the usual maps. It was supposed to be more rugged, less traveled, just the way I liked it. The trailhead was nothing more than a gap in the trees, marked by an old weathered sign that had more moss than paint left on it. I hesitated for a moment, looking around. There was something off about the place, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Still, I wasn't one to back down from a little adventure. I pushed forward, the trail narrowing as the trees closed in around me. The first few miles were uneventful. The forest was dense, and the path was rough, just as promised. I didn't see a single soul, which suited me just fine. The peace was interrupted only by the occasional rustling in the underbrush. Probably a deer or a rabbit, nothing to worry about. It was around noon when I came to a clearing. There was a small lake, its surface so still it looked like glass. I sat down on a rock by the water's edge, took out my sandwiches, and enjoyed the view. The sun was high, and the warmth on my face felt good. I closed my eyes, soaking it in. That's when I heard it, a sound I couldn't place. It wasn't loud, just a faint noise that didn't belong. I opened my eyes and scanned the tree line across the lake. At first, I saw nothing, just a thick wall of pines. But then there was movement. Something was there, something big. It came out of the trees slowly, like it was testing the air, trying to decide whether to come closer or stay hidden. It looked like a bear, but different. Larger, maybe, and its movements were too deliberate, too cautious. It wasn't like any animal I'd ever seen in these woods. Its fur was matted, almost like it was covered in mud or something worse. I froze, my sandwich halfway to my mouth. I'd seen bears before, plenty of them, but this wasn't a bear. It walked on all fours, but it had a strange, almost human-like gait. It stopped at the edge of the water, sniffing the air, its head swiveling in my direction. For a second, I thought it was looking right at me, and my blood ran cold. I slowly set my sandwich down and reached for my knife, even though I knew it wouldn't do me much good if this thing decided to come for me. The creature stood there, staring, and I could see its chest rise and fall with heavy, labored breaths. Then, without warning, it let out a noise, a strange, distorted sound that seemed to vibrate through the air. It wasn't a roar or a howl, more like a deep, rumbling growl mixed with something almost mechanical. I didn't wait to find out what it planned to do next. I grabbed my pack and started to back away, keeping my eyes on it the whole time. But as I moved, it did too, mirroring my steps with an eerie precision. Panic began to set in, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew I had to get out of there, but the trail back was behind me, and turning my back on this thing didn't seem like a good idea. Just as I was about to make a run for it, I heard a voice, a woman's voice, clear and calm, calling out from somewhere in the trees behind me. "Frank, Frank, over here." I turned my head, just for a split second, and when I looked back, the creature was gone. The clearing was empty. The only sign it had been there at all was the faint disturbance in the water where it had stood. I didn't waste any time. I turned and ran towards the voice, crashing through the underbrush. The woman who had called my name was standing on the trail a few yards away. She was older, maybe in her 60s, with short gray hair and a kind face. She was wearing a ranger's uniform, but there was something off about it, like it was from a different time. I didn't stop to question it. "You need to get out of these woods, Frank," she said, her voice steady but urgent. "There's something out here, something that shouldn't be." I nodded, too shaken to speak. She turned and started leading the way back down the trail, and I followed, not daring to look back. We walked in silence for what felt like hours, but couldn't have been more than 20 minutes. The forest around us was unnervingly quiet, as if all the animals had disappeared. Finally, we reached the trailhead, and I saw my truck parked where I'd left it. Relief washed over me. I turned to thank the woman, but she was already gone. There was no sign of her anywhere, not on the trail or in the trees. I stood there for a moment, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. But there was no explanation, nothing that made sense. I didn't wait around to figure it out. I jumped into my truck and drove back to town as fast as I could. When I got there, I went straight to the ranger station and asked about the woman who had helped me. The ranger on duty, a guy named Hank, looked at me like I was crazy. "There's no female ranger here, Frank," he said. "Hasn't been for years. You sure you're not just spooked from whatever you saw out there?" I knew what I saw, and I knew what I heard. But there was no point in arguing with him. I thanked him and left, driving home with the radio turned up loud to drown out the thoughts swirling in my head. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that creature, about the woman who saved me, and about how none of it made any sense. I don't go hiking much anymore, but when I do, I stick to the trails I know. I never went back to that part of the forest, and I never will. It wasn't until a few days later that I heard about the missing person. Another hiker, a guy named Carl something or other. They found his body near the lake, or what was left of it, mauled, they said, by a bear. But I knew better. It wasn't a bear. Whatever it was, it's still out there somewhere in those woods. But that's not my problem anymore. I was never one for solo adventures, but after the divorce, I figured hiking through the Ozarks might clear my head. My name's Elias Pedro, and I'd spent most of my life in New Orleans, the city of jazz and voodoo. But I needed a change, something that wasn't soaked in memories of my ex. That's how I found myself in a place I'd only ever seen in travel brochures, with nothing but a backpack and a head full of unresolved thoughts. I wasn't a complete novice when it came to hiking. I'd done a few trails around Louisiana, nothing too challenging. I figured the Ozarks would be manageable. The sun was low when I started up the trail, casting long shadows. There was something peaceful about the quiet. No cars, no people, just the rustle of leaves and the distant call of birds. It was exactly what I needed. About an hour in, I met a couple coming down the trail. They looked rattled, like they'd seen a ghost. The guy, tall and built like a linebacker, had a nasty scratch down his arm. His girlfriend, or maybe wife, was pale and clutching a first aid kit. "Something up ahead, big guy," the guy said. "Wouldn't go any further if I were you." "What happened?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. I wasn't sure I wanted to know, but something in their eyes told me this wasn't just a bare encounter. "Don't know," he replied, shaking his head. "But it's not natural." His words hung in the air as they continued down the trail. I should have turned around then, but I've never been good at taking advice. Maybe it was stubbornness, maybe just curiosity. Either way, I kept walking. The trail wound higher into the mountains, the trees closing in like a tunnel. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic, like blood. I told myself it was my imagination, but my gut was screaming otherwise. An hour later, the sun dipped below the horizon, and I was alone in the dark woods with nothing but a flashlight. I'd brought a tent, planning to camp overnight. But the further I walked, the less appealing that idea became. I decided to find a clearing, somewhere I could see what might be coming. That's when I saw the first sign. It was a scrap of fabric caught on a branch at eye level. At first I thought it might be from the couple I'd passed, but the fabric was old, frayed, and stained dark with something I didn't want to identify. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the night air. I kept going, telling myself I was being ridiculous. But then I found the second sign, a footprint, half hidden in leaves, but unmistakably human. It was fresh, and it was big. Too big for that couple. Too big for anyone I'd want to meet out here. I wasn't scared yet, just cautious. I've always believed in facing things head on, so I followed the trail. It was hard to see in the dark, but the flashlight caught the glint of metal on the ground. A knife, its blade snapped in half. The handle was wrapped in leather, worn smooth from years of use. Someone had dropped it here, and recently. My heart was pounding now, instincts screaming at me to turn back. But I didn't. I couldn't. Something was pulling me forward, deeper into the woods, like a magnet. I wanted to see what was out there, even if it was something I couldn't unsee. The trail led to a clearing, and I stopped dead in my tracks. In the middle of the clearing was a cabin, ancient and half collapsed, its roof caved in and vines crawling up the walls. It looked like it had been abandoned for decades, but the door was ajar, and a dim light flickered inside. I don't know what possessed me to walk towards it. Maybe it was the need to prove I wasn't afraid, that I could face whatever was waiting. Or maybe it was something else, something I still can't explain. The inside of the cabin was worse than I'd imagined. The walls were covered in strange symbols carved deep into the wood. Some looked like animals, snakes, wolves, birds with too many eyes. But others were shapes I couldn't recognize, twisted and unnatural. A fire burned low in the hearth, casting an eerie glow. In the corner, there was a table, and on that table was something that made my blood run cold. It was a collection of bones, human bones, arranged in a way that suggested some kind of ritual. Skulls, femurs, ribs, all picked clean and carefully placed. There were more symbols drawn around them in what looked like dried blood. I took a step back, my foot crunching on something brittle. Looking down, I saw it was a shard of bone. Suddenly, the smell of decay hit me like a wave. I gagged, covering my mouth, and that's when I heard it. A sound from behind me, soft at first, but growing louder, closer. I turned, and there it was. I can't fully describe it. It was like something out of a nightmare, part human, part animal, but more twisted than anything I'd ever seen. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched tight over bones that jutted out at impossible angles. It moved on all fours like a beast. But its face, God, its face was almost human, with a mouth too wide and full of teeth too sharp. It didn't make a sound as it stalked towards me, its movements deliberate, as if it knew there was no escape. I fumbled for the knife I'd picked up, the broken one, but my hands were shaking too much to get a good grip. The creature paused, its head tilting as if considering something, and then it lunged. Instinct took over. I slashed wildly with the knife, and by some miracle the blade found flesh. The creature howled, a high-pitched scream that pierced the night. But it didn't stop. It lashed out with a clawed hand, catching me across the chest and knocking me to the ground. The pain was instant and overwhelming, but adrenaline kept me moving. I scrambled backward, trying to put some distance between us, but the creature was faster. It was on me in seconds, pinning me down with impossible strength. I thought I was done for, that this was how it would end, alone in the dark with a monster tearing me apart. But then something happened. The creature stopped, its body convulsing as if in pain. It backed away, thrashing against the air, its wide mouth opening and closing as if gasping for breath. I didn't wait to find out what was wrong. I forced myself to my feet and ran, sprinting through the woods, not caring which direction I was going, as long as it was away from that cabin. I must have run for miles before I finally collapsed, my lungs burning, my vision blurring. When I looked back, there was no sign of the creature, but I could still hear its screams echoing in my ears. I don't remember much about how I got back to civilization. Somehow, I found my way to a ranger station, where they patched me up and called the authorities. They found the cabin, they found the bones, and they found the blood. But they didn't find the creature. I know what I saw, though, and so do they. I can see it in their eyes, in the way they avoid talking about what happened, the way they've quietly closed off that part of the trail. They might not say it out loud, but they believe me. And that's all that matters. I'd never been one for camping, let alone hiking. So when my old college buddy Cindy invited me on a weekend trip to the White Mountains in New Hampshire, I wasn't exactly thrilled. But we hadn't seen each other in years, and I figured some fresh air and exercise wouldn't kill me. Cindy was always the adventurous one, the guy who'd push me outside my comfort zone. And this trip was no different. We set off early Saturday morning, gear crammed into the back of his beat-up Jeep. The drive was long, and the winding mountain roads had my stomach doing flips. But seeing those towering peaks in the distance, man, it was something else. The White Mountains are known for their rugged beauty, and even I had to admit, I was getting a little excited. When we reached the trailhead, Cindy was practically bouncing off the walls. "Ready for this, Bennett?" he asked, slapping me on the back as we strapped on our packs. "Yeah, sure," I said, trying to sound enthusiastic. "Lead the way, man." The trail was steep right from the start, winding through thick pine and birch forests. The air was crisp, with that earthy smell of damp leaves and soil. Cindy, naturally, took off like a shot, leaving me struggling to keep up. We chatted about old times, our jobs, relationships, catching up. But as the trail got tougher, our conversation faded, replaced by the sound of our heavy breathing and the crunch of boots on gravel. A few hours in, we reached a clearing with an amazing view of the valley below. We stopped to catch our breath and take it all in. The sky was this incredible blue, and the sun cast long shadows across the landscape. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. I felt this weird unease in my gut. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Cindy said, wiping sweat from his brow. "Yeah," I mumbled, distracted. Something just felt off. We pressed on, the trail getting narrower and more difficult as we climbed. By late afternoon, we reached a plateau where we planned to camp for the night. Cindy found a flat spot near some boulders, and we set up the tent and gathered firewood. As night fell, the temperature dropped, and the wind picked up, howling through the trees like a ghost. We sat by the fire, eating those freeze-dried meals and sharing a flask of whiskey Cindy had brought. The warmth of the fire and the whiskey helped calm my nerves, but that uneasy feeling from earlier was still there. "You ever hear about the strange stuff that happens up here?" Cindy asked, staring into the flames. I frowned. "What do you mean?" "People go missing in these mountains, Bennett. They say there's something out here, something not human. I snorted, trying to shake off the creeping fear. You're just trying to freak me out. Cindy didn't smile. Maybe, or maybe there's some truth to it. I laughed it off, but the way Cindy's eyes kept flicking towards the dark woods beyond the firelight made me uneasy. I changed the subject, and we talked about other stuff until we were both exhausted. We crawled into the tent, and soon Cindy's snores filled the silence. But I couldn't sleep. The wind seemed to get louder, and every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig made my heart jump. I told myself it was just my imagination, that Cindy's stories had gotten to me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there watching us. I must have dozed off eventually, because I was suddenly jolted awake by this noise. It was a low, guttural sound that echoed through the trees. My heart pounded in my chest as I lay still, straining to hear over the wind. There it was again, closer this time. It wasn't like any animal I'd ever heard. I shook Cindy awake. "Cindy, wake up. There's something out there." He grumbled, half asleep. "It's probably just a coyote or something. Go back to sleep." But I couldn't. I unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The fire had died down to embers, casting a faint glow over the campsite. The forest was pitch black, the trees swaying in the wind, and then I saw it. A shadow moving between the trees. Something big. Something that didn't move like any animal I'd ever seen. "Cindy," I hissed, my voice shaking. "There's something out there. I saw it." This time Cindy sat up, his face serious. He grabbed a flashlight and crawled out of the tent, me right behind him. He scanned the trees with the beam, but all we could see were branches swaying and moonlight glinting off the rocks. "I don't see anything, Bennett," Cindy said, but his voice lacked its usual confidence. And then it appeared again, just at the edge of the light, a hulking shape, standing on two legs but hunched over, like it was too tall to stand straight. It moved in this jerky, unnatural way, like it was struggling to control its own body. My breath caught in my throat as I realized it was getting closer. "Cindy, we need to go," I whispered, trying not to make any sudden movements. He didn't argue. We backed towards the tent, grabbing our packs and dousing the fire in one swift motion. The creature let out another low sound, something between a growl and a moan, and started shuffling towards us. It was picking up speed, like it had finally decided we were worth chasing. We bolted. The trail was almost invisible in the darkness, and we stumbled over rocks and roots, our flashlight beams dancing wildly. The sound of the creature crashing through the underbrush behind us was deafening. I could feel its presence, getting closer with every step. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like jelly. But the thought of that thing, it kept me going. Cindy was ahead of me, yelling for me to keep up, but my legs were numb and my vision was blurring. Just when I thought I couldn't go any further, we burst out of the forest and onto a gravel road. The sudden open space gave me a jolt of hope, and I pushed myself to keep running. I glanced over my shoulder to see if it was still following us. It wasn't. The road was empty, and the sounds of the forest had faded. We didn't stop running until we reached the trailhead where Cindy's Jeep was parked. We threw our gear in the back, jumped in, and slammed the doors. Cindy fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking, and then the engine roared to life. We peeled out of the parking lot, tires spitting gravel as we sped down the mountain road. Neither of us said a word for a long time. We just breathed heavily, the adrenaline slowly wearing off. Finally, Cindy broke the silence. What the hell was that thing? I shook my head, still trying to process what we'd seen. I don't know, man, but it wasn't human. That much I'm sure of. We didn't speak for the rest of the drive. When we finally reached civilization, we both knew that whatever had happened up there in the mountains was something we'd never be able to explain. We agreed never to talk about it again. The next morning, we found ourselves in a small diner, nursing cups of coffee with shaky hands. Cindy looked like he hadn't slept at all, and I knew I probably looked the same. We didn't mention the creature, the terror, the night we spent running for our lives. Instead, we talked about sports, work, anything normal to bring us back to reality. But there was this unspoken understanding between us, a shared knowledge that something unexplainable had happened, something we couldn't just forget or dismiss. As we left the diner, Cindy clapped me on the back, a gesture that felt more like he was reassuring himself than me. "Let's stick to the beaches next time, Bennett." "Yeah," I replied, managing a weak smile. "Sounds like a plan." And that was the end of it. We never went hiking again. Never thought I'd end up in Alaska, of all places. But hey, that's what happens when you're a stubborn cuss with a thirst for adventure. Me, I'm John, born and bred in Kansas. Yeah, Kansas, where the cornfields stretch on forever and the biggest excitement you get is outrunning a twister. But after a stint in the army and a marriage that went belly up, I needed a change, so I packed my bags and hightailed it to Alaska, land of towering mountains and bears that could make a grizzly look like a teddy bear. And man, Alaska was everything I'd hoped for. Raw, wild, the kind of place that'll chew you up and spit you out if you ain't careful. I took on odd jobs to keep myself afloat. But my real love? Hiking. I'd lose myself in the wilderness for days, just me and the great outdoors. But it was on one of these hikes that things went sideways, and not in a way I could have ever imagined. It was late September, winter breathing down our necks. The air had that crisp bite that meant snow was on its way. I was 3 days into a trek through Chugach National Forest, aiming for Otter Lake. Figured I'd spend a night by the water, then head back to Anchorage. It was a familiar trail, one I'd done before, but this time something felt off. The first hint of trouble came on day 2. I was trudging through a thick patch of woods when it hit me. The whole place had gone silent. Now, I've spent enough time in the wild to know that when the birds stop singing and the critters go quiet, it ain't a good sign. Usually means there's something big and hungry lurking around. I figured it was probably a bear, so I kept my eyes peeled and made a racket as I walked. But there was this other feeling, like eyes boring into my back. I chalked it up to nerves, but it stuck with me. As the day wore on, that feeling got stronger. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see some beast staring back at me. But there was nothing. By the time I made camp, I was a jumble of nerves. The wind was howling like a banshee, and I could have sworn I heard something moving out there in the darkness. I kept my rifle close, just in case. Sleep was a joke that night. I'd doze off for a few minutes, then jerk awake, convinced I'd heard something. But every time it was just the wind and the creaking trees messing with my head. By morning I was exhausted, but I told myself I was just being a scaredy cat. Day 3, that's when things really hit the fan. I was about 5 miles from Otter Lake when I came across these tracks. Unlike anything I'd ever seen, big, clawed, deep, they didn't look like bear tracks. More like something out of a horror movie. Whatever made them was huge and heavy. The tracks led off the trail and into the thick brush. Every instinct screamed at me to keep moving, get to the lake, and hightail it back to civilization. But damn that curiosity. I had to see. It wasn't long before I found the first body, a moose, or what was left of one. The poor thing had been ripped to shreds like a rag doll. Blood everywhere. The ground stained dark and sticky. The smell was enough to make you puke. I'd seen death before, but this was a massacre. I should have turned back, but I didn't. I kept following those tracks, deeper and deeper into the woods. The trees got thicker, the undergrowth denser, and that feeling of being watched, it was like a weight on my shoulders. Then I heard it, a low rumble, like a growl, but deeper, more primal. It was like the air itself was vibrating, made the hair on my neck stand on end. I froze, listening, but the sound vanished as quickly as it came. I pushed on, heart hammering in my chest. I was close, I could feel it. The tracks led to a small clearing, and there, in the middle, another body, human this time, or what was left of one. The sight nearly made me pass out. The body was mangled beyond belief, limbs twisted, flesh shredded. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare. And then I saw it, at the edge of the clearing, half hidden in the shadows. This thing, huge, at least 7 feet tall, hunched over, with long, powerful limbs. Its skin was dark and leathery, covered in thick, matted fur. The head was kind of wolf-like, but the teeth were all wrong, too long, too sharp. But it was the eyes, man. Those cold, dead eyes that stared right through me. For a moment, we were frozen, like a scene in a movie. Then it moved. Faster than I thought possible, it charged. I barely had time to raise my rifle before it was on me. The next few seconds were a blur. I fired a shot. The creature roared, a sound that shook the ground, and swiped at me with a massive claw, sending me flying. My rifle went skittering, and I scrambled for my knife, but it was too fast, too strong. It knocked me down again, its claws tearing into my flesh. Somehow, I managed to get my knife into its side, burying the blade deep. The creature roared again, this time in pain. It staggered back, giving me just enough time to get to my feet and grab my rifle. I didn't think twice. I aimed and fired, hitting it square in the chest. One last ear-splitting roar, and it collapsed. I stood there, panting, hands shaking, staring at the creature's lifeless body. Blood pooled around it, staining the ground crimson. It was dead. I didn't hang around to admire my handiwork. I grabbed my gear and ran like hell, not stopping until I reached Otter Lake. I stumbled into the ranger station, covered in blood and babbling like a lunatic. They called in a team, and I led them back to the clearing. The bodies were still there. The creature's massive corpse sprawled among the carnage. They asked me what happened, and I told them the truth. They believed me, because how could they not? The evidence was right there in front of them. They took pictures, made reports, and I was hauled off to the hospital to get patched up. They said it was some kind of unknown animal, something they'd never seen before. Didn't have a name for it, but it was dead, and that's all that mattered. The authorities tried to keep it quiet, of course. Didn't want to start a panic. But the story got out, as these things always do. People whispered, rumors flew, and pretty soon, everyone in Alaska knew about the creature that had been killed in Chugach National Forest. Some folks thought it was a bear, some thought it was something else entirely. But I knew the truth. I never went back to that part of the woods. Stayed in Alaska for a while, but the wilderness had lost its charm. Eventually, I drifted back to Kansas, where the biggest danger is still a tornado. I tell the story sometimes, usually over a beer. People listen, eyes wide, hanging on every word. Some believe me, some don't. Doesn't matter to me. I know what happened, and that's enough. But I'll leave you with this. If you're ever out in the wild, and you get that feeling that something's watching you, something that shouldn't be there, just turn around and walk away. Some things are better left alone. So I landed this gig at Glen Rock State Park about 3 months ago. Figured it'd be a piece of cake, you know? It's not exactly some crazy mountain range crawling with wolves and whatnot. Just a pretty chill stretch of woods with mostly flat trails. Boy, was I wrong. Barely a few days in, I get called out on a search and rescue. Now, this place isn't exactly known for people getting lost. I mean, you see families with little kids strolling to the waterfall, joggers getting their sweat on, folks having picnics. It's pretty tame. The biggest thing you gotta worry about is the occasional black bear, which, okay, yeah, can be a bit hairy. But it's not like we're dealing with mountain lions or serial killers lurking in the bushes. Anyway, this missing person was a young woman, Heather Ricks, early 20s. She'd taken her dog for a walk on the Red Trail, a 3-mile loop, nothing too strenuous. Should have been a walk in the park, literally. But she never came back. Her boyfriend was freaking out, called the cops when he couldn't reach her. He was sure something was up. They had plans. She wasn't the type to just disappear. No phone activity, nothing. Vanished into thin air. So, we gear up for the search. It's me, Donnie, this rookie ranger who's still in college, and Miranda, a veteran ranger who's seen it all. We hit the Red Trail, eyes peeled for any sign of Heather, and that's when we found her dog, just wandering around a quarter-mile off the trail, totally wiped out. Donnie took the poor thing back to the station to get some food and water. We kept searching, but no Heather. Miranda just muttered, "Damn it, not another one." "Another one?" I asked. "People go missing here often." "We've had some bear attacks," she said. 3 in the last year. Yeah, that was a mood killer. We pushed deeper into the woods. About halfway through, Miranda and I decided to split up. She headed south, I went north. "You got a compass, Mark?" she asked before we took off. "Nah, I've got my phone," I said. "Reception can be spotty," she warned, pulling out a compass. "Here, take this." I took it to be polite, but honestly, I wasn't worried. The park wasn't that big. I figured I'd have service everywhere. Famous last words, right? So I'm trekking through the woods, and I come across this stream. It's kinda weird, the water's black, but it's making this cool gurgling sound, like one of those white noise machines. Super chill. I pull out my phone, just to double check I'm heading in the right direction, and that's when things start to get a little off. The map on my phone doesn't show the stream, like at all. Usually there's a little blue line for even the smallest creeks, but this one? Nothing. I switched to satellite view, thinking maybe it's just hidden under the trees, but nope. Just a solid block of green. Guess the trees are pretty thick. I mumbled to myself. I walk over to the stream and the water's kinda warm. Not hot, but definitely warmer than it should be for November. I mean, it should be freezing, right? I shrugged it off and kept moving. "Heather," I yelled. "Heather, can you hear me?" Nothing. Just the birds and the wind. I lose sight of the stream and keep heading north. Then, bam, I spot something. A purple knitted hat lying on the ground. My heart practically stopped. It was Heather's. Her boyfriend had mentioned it when he described what she was wearing. I had a whole mental list of things to look out for. I snapped a picture and texted it to Miranda and Donnie. No response. Figuring they were busy, I decided to keep going. Maybe Heather was still out there. Maybe she needed help. I kept my eyes glued to the ground, hoping to spot her white puffer jacket, her pink sneakers, anything that would pop against the brown leaves. And then I saw it, a flash of white. I ran towards it, and there it was, her jacket. But something wasn't right. It was laid out perfectly flat on the ground, not crumpled or anything like you'd expect if she'd been attacked or something. Just placed there, neatly, and zipped up. Wait a minute, zipped up? Someone had to have zipped it up after she took it off. Unless she took it off herself, zipped it up, and just left it there. But why? It was freezing out. No way she'd just ditch her jacket in the middle of the woods, unless someone else put it there, for us to find. A shiver ran down my spine. The forest went silent. No birds, no wind, nothing. Just dead silence. And then ding, ding, ding. My phone went off. I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was Miranda. "Go back to the ranger station immediately." I looked at the picture of the hat I'd sent earlier. It was laid out flat, too. I quickly took a picture of the jacket and sent it to her. I found her jacket, but it looks like it's been staged. 3 dots popped up. She was typing, "Get out of there now." Snap. A twig snapped somewhere nearby. I looked up, and there was movement in the trees. I couldn't see anything clearly, just a flicker of something in the shadows. I took off running. I was hauling ass, my heart pounding like a drum solo. I whipped out my phone to check my location, trying to get back to the trail. It felt like an eternity, but I finally stumbled onto the path. Even though my legs were screaming and my lungs were burning, I sprinted back towards the ranger station. I didn't stop running until I burst through the doors, gasping for air. I collapsed into a chair, trying to catch my breath. Miranda was on the phone, giving someone urgent instructions. She shot me a look, then continued into the receiver. "Yes, vacate immediately. Tell them it was another bear attack, and it isn't safe." She paused, then said, "Let me know when you're done," before hanging up. Turning to me, she said, "We're closing the park. Can you set up the closure signs at the trailhead?" She tossed me a roll of caution tape and a big red closed sign. Okay, I stammered, still trying to process everything. "Donnie should be back any minute. When you see him, tell him to help you clear out the parking lot. Davis and Jackie are clearing the trails." I had a million questions. but I did as I was told. Donnie showed up just as I was finishing up, and we started getting people out of the park. Within an hour, the place was deserted, the gates were locked, and the 5 of us were huddled inside the ranger station. Jackie, Davis, and Miranda were clearly in the know about something. They were having a hushed conversation in the back room with the door closed, which left me and Donnie in the main room twiddling our thumbs. "She doesn't want us to leave," I said, messing around on my phone. "Which is kinda dumb, 'cause we're not really doing anything here." "Hey, we're still getting paid, right?" Donnie replied. "I'm not complaining." "Yeah, guess you're right." An awkward silence fell between us. Donnie was like 10 years younger than me, and I had no idea what to say to the kid. "So she didn't tell you what's going on either?" I asked, trying to make conversation. He shook his head. "There's no way it's just bears," I said. "I think it's a serial killer," Donnie whispered, leaning in conspiratorially. "They just don't want to say it on the news and freak everyone out. I mean, laying out her clothes like that, trying to lure you in. That's totally something a serial killer would do." "Great. Thanks, Donnie. Real helpful." I got up and walked over to the window. It was getting dark outside, that deep blue twilight settling in. I could see some deer moving around, birds flying back to their nests. I reached out to close the curtains when something caught my eye. No way. The caution tape I'd just put up was ripped in half. The closed sign was lying on the ground. I squinted, my heart starting to hammer in my chest. It was fine just 20 minutes ago. Maybe it was a deer. Maybe it got tangled up in the tape and tore it down. But as I stared out into the darkness, I saw something else. A shape at the edge of the trees, on the other side of the parking lot. It wasn't moving. I tried to get a better look, but it was too dark. It could have been anything, a weird tree trunk, a bush, who knows. But the way my eyes were drawn to it, it felt like it hadn't been there before. Like someone was standing there watching. I squinted, trying to make it out. Just then the door creaked open behind me. I turned to see Miranda, Jackie, and Davis coming back into the room. Donnie jumped up and started peppering them with questions about the bear attacks. I turned back to the window, and my blood ran cold. The shape was gone. Okay, now I was officially freaked out. I mean, gone. 1 minute it's there, the next it's not. No way that was a tree or a bush. I spun around, ready to tell Miranda about the creepy disappearing figure, but she held up a hand, cutting me off. "Mark, Donnie," she said, her voice serious. "We need to talk." We all sat down around the big table in the main room. Miranda leaned forward, her expression grim. "What you saw out there, that wasn't a bear," she said. "No kidding," I thought. "This park, it has a history," she continued, glancing at Davis and Jackie. "Things happen here that we can't explain. People go missing. Sometimes they come back different. Sometimes they don't come back at all." "Different how?" Donnie asked, his eyes wide. Jackie spoke up, her voice low. "Not all there. Like something's taken over, something else." Okay, now they were just messing with us, right? This had to be some kind of elaborate prank, but their faces were dead serious. "We think whatever it is, it's connected to the stream," Davis said. "That's why it doesn't show up on maps. It's not natural." "And those clothes you found, Mark?" Miranda added. "That's how it lures people in. It wants you to follow it." "Follow it where?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Miranda just shook her head. We don't know, but we're not going to find out. She stood up. We're leaving. Now, we're going to report this to the higher-ups, get the park permanently shut down. This isn't something we can handle. We all piled into Davis's truck, leaving the ranger station behind. As we drove away, I couldn't help but look back at the dark silhouette of the forest against the night sky. I thought I saw something move in the shadows, but I couldn't be sure. And as we drove through the gates and out onto the main road, I knew one thing for sure. I was never setting foot in Glen Rock State Park ever again. I was done with the city, the noise, the constant pressure. My job had burned me out, my relationship had imploded, and I was spending my nights staring blankly at a screen, feeling utterly lost. I craved something real, something different. So when I saw that ad, remote cabin available in Alaskan wilderness, limited amenities, abundant solitude, it felt like an answer to a prayer. The village wasn't even marked on the map. After 2 flights, a rickety bush plane, and a bone-jarring snowmobile ride, I finally arrived. Village might have been a bit generous, actually. It was more like a handful of cabins scattered across a valley, hemmed in by thick forest and endless frozen tundra. There was a tiny general store that doubled as a post office, a few narrow trails barely visible under the snow, and a radio tower that looked like it had been there since the Stone Age. As I stood there, shivering and trying to adjust to the biting cold, a man approached. He looked to be in his 60s, with a bushy gray beard and eyes that seemed to hold the weight of 1,000 winters. "You the new guy?" he asked, his voice rough but not unfriendly. "Yeah, that's me," I replied, sticking out my hand. "Name's Walter," he said, shaking it firmly. "Welcome. Ain't much, but it's home for some of us. Your cabin's over that way." He pointed towards a narrow trail disappearing into the trees. We trudged through the snow, the air so cold it felt like it was burning my lungs. But it was clean, the cleanest air I'd breathed in years. My cabin was a small wooden structure with a metal roof and a thin wisp of smoke curling from the chimney. "Generators out back," Walter said as we reached the porch. "Keeps the lights on and the heater running. But keep an eye on the fuel. You don't want to run out in the middle of the night." I nodded, trying to take it all in. "Got it. Anything else I should know?" Walter hesitated, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Couple things," he said, his voice suddenly serious. "Don't wander into the forest after dark. Keep your windows covered at night. And if you hear anything outside, you ignore it. Don't open the door. Don't look outside. Just stay put." I blinked, taken aback by the intensity in his voice. "Why?" He shrugged, but his expression remained serious. "Just how things are around here. Folks who don't follow the rules, well, they don't tend to last long." I couldn't tell if he was joking or not, but I decided not to push it. I thanked him and started unpacking. That night, the silence was overwhelming. Back in the city, there was always some kind of background noise, traffic, sirens, music. Here, there was nothing but the occasional crackle of the wood-burning stove. I was just drifting off to sleep when I heard it, a soft tapping at the window. At first, I thought it was just a tree branch, but then I remembered there were no trees close enough to the cabin. The tapping continued, slow and deliberate, like someone or something was testing the glass. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. Walter's warning echoed in my head. If you hear anything outside, ignore it. The tapping stopped, replaced by a faint, muffled sound. It almost sounded like a voice, but I couldn't make out any words. Every instinct screamed at me to look, to see what was making that noise. But I stayed put, gripping the edge of the blanket like it was a lifeline. After what felt like hours, the sound faded. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I found fresh snow had fallen, pristine and untouched except for a set of footprints leading from the edge of the forest to my cabin. They stopped just below my bedroom window. I crouched down, examining them. They were human, barefoot, no less. The thought of someone wandering around in this freezing weather without shoes sent a shiver down my spine. I decided to mention it to Walter when I saw him later. I found Walter outside the general store, tinkering with a snowmobile. "Morning," I said, trying to sound casual. "Hey, do people around here I don't know wander around barefoot at night?" Walter straightened up, wiping his hands on a rag. "Why do you ask?" I hesitated, then told him about the footprints. His expression darkened. "Like I said," he muttered, "keep your windows covered and don't go looking outside." "Okay, but who?" "It doesn't matter who," he interrupted, his voice firm. "Just listen to what I'm telling you." I nodded, but his reaction only made me more uneasy. Over the next few days, I tried to settle into a routine. I spent my mornings chopping firewood and checking the generator, afternoons exploring the trails near the village. Most of the locals were friendly enough, though a bit reserved. One evening, as I was locking up for the night, I heard a commotion outside. Stepping onto the porch, I saw a small group of villagers gathered near the edge of the forest, their voices low and anxious. Curiosity got the better of me, and I approached. Elena, the village schoolteacher, was among them. She glanced at me, her expression tight. "Martin's missing," she said quietly. "Missing? What happened?" "Went out yesterday afternoon," she explained. "Said he was going to check his traps, never came back." Walter was there too, his face grim. "Told him not to go too far," he muttered. "Forest always takes the careless ones first." Something about the way he said it made my skin crawl. They organized a search party the next morning, but I wasn't invited. I watched from my cabin as they ventured into the forest, their figures disappearing into the trees. They returned hours later, empty-handed except for Martin's snowshoes, which they found abandoned at the edge of the forest, pointing inward. That night, as I sat by the fire, I couldn't shake the image of those footprints by my window. For the first time since arriving, I began to wonder if I'd made a mistake coming here. The morning after Martin's disappearance, the village felt quieter than usual, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. I stood on my porch, staring at the trail leading to the forest. I wanted to believe he'd simply gotten lost or injured, but the way the villagers spoke about the forest made me uneasy. A knock on my door broke my thoughts. It was Elena, bundled in a thick parka. "Walter asked me to check on you," she said, her voice slightly muffled by the scarf around her neck. "How are you settling in?" "I'm fine," I lied, "though I'm starting to think your quiet village life has more to it than I signed up for." She gave me a small smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. You'll get used to it. Everyone does. I wasn't sure if that was meant to be comforting. Later that day, I found myself at the edge of the forest where Martin's snowshoes had been discovered. Walter was there, along with Nate, Kara, and a few others. They were discussing whether to continue the search or wait for him to return on his own. "He's not coming back," Walter said flatly, his arms crossed against the cold. "You don't know that," Nate shot back, his voice sharp but with an edge of nervousness beneath it. "He could be hurt, waiting for someone to find him." Walter fixed Nate with a hard stare. "And what happens if we send more people in, huh? You think the forest will just let them walk out? You talk like it's alive or something. Maybe if you didn't spend your life hiding behind superstition, we wouldn't lose people so easily." Nate scoffed. Before Walter could respond, Kara stepped between them, her young son clinging to her leg. "Enough," she said firmly. "Arguing won't bring him back." I stayed quiet, unsure whether to take Nate's side or Walter's. The forest loomed behind them, its shadow stretching toward us as the sun dipped lower in the sky. That night, I was more careful. I double-checked the locks on my doors and pulled the heavy curtains across the windows. Still, sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the cabin felt louder, more deliberate. Around midnight, I heard it again, the crunch of footsteps on the snow. This time they were slow and deliberate, circling the cabin like a predator stalking its prey. My heart pounded as I crept to the window, keeping the curtains drawn. I hesitated before peeking through a small gap, half expecting to see nothing, but there was something. A figure stood just at the edge of the tree line, barely visible in the moonlight. It was tall and motionless, its outline blurred as if the air around it refused to settle. My breath caught in my throat as the figure tilted its head toward the cabin, as if it knew I was watching. I dropped the curtain and stumbled back, my pulse racing. When I dared to look again, the figure was gone. The next morning I found Nate sitting on his porch, staring into the distance. He looked pale, his usually confident demeanor replaced by something hollow. "Hey," I said cautiously, "you all right?" He didn't answer at first. Then, without looking at me, he said, "I went in." My stomach tightened. "Into the forest?" Nate nodded slowly. "Last night, I wanted to prove him wrong. Prove it's just trees." He turned to me, his eyes wide and glassy. "It's not just trees." The news of Nate's behavior spread quickly. Most of the villagers avoided him, muttering under their breath about how he'd broken the rules. Walter, however, wasn't so forgiving. "You saw something, didn't you?" Walter demanded, cornering Nate outside the general store. Nate shook his head. "I don't know what I saw." "Don't lie to me," Walter snapped. "You looked too long, didn't you?" "What does that even mean?" I interrupted, unable to stay silent any longer. Walter turned to me, his expression grim. "The forest has rules. You break them, it breaks you. Simple as that." "That's ridiculous," I said, though the conviction in my voice faltered. Walter didn't respond. Instead, he fixed Nate with a piercing gaze. "You'd better hope it lets you go." Over the next few days, Nate's condition worsened. He refused to leave his cabin, muttering incoherently to himself whenever someone tried to check on him. Kara tried to bring him food, but he wouldn't open the door. I found myself spending more time with Elena, who seemed to be the only one willing to talk about what was happening. "Walter's right about one thing," she admitted as we walked along the edge of the village. "The forest has rules. No one really knows why, but things happen when you don't follow them." "Like what?" She hesitated, as if choosing her words carefully. "You've already seen it, haven't you? The footprints, the figure. It's not just superstition." I wanted to argue, to find a logical explanation for everything, but deep down I knew she was right. One evening I heard someone calling my name outside the cabin. "Sam." The voice was faint but familiar. "Sam, it's me," it said again, louder this time. I froze. It sounded like Nate, but something about it was off, like an old recording played at the wrong speed. The voice continued circling the cabin, just like the footsteps had. "Sam, come out." My hands trembled as I reached for the curtain, but I stopped myself. Walter's warning echoed in my head. "Don't open the door. Don't look outside." The voice persisted for what felt like hours before finally fading into the night. The next morning I found a single boot in the snow outside Nate's cabin. It was pointed toward the forest. Walter's words haunted me as I stood there, staring at the empty doorway. He looked too long. The morning after Nate's disappearance, the village seemed to shrink. Fewer people walked the narrow, snow-covered paths, and those who did moved quickly, their heads down as if avoiding the weight of some invisible gaze. My cabin felt less like a sanctuary and more like a trap. I couldn't shake the feeling that Nate's departure wasn't the end of it, that whatever had taken him wasn't finished. I needed answers, and there was only one person who might provide them. Elena met me at the schoolhouse, a one-room structure perched on the edge of the village. Inside, the air was warm, a stark contrast to the biting cold outside. She had her back to me, stacking books on a low shelf, but turned when I cleared my throat. "Sam," she said, her tone soft but guarded. "What brings you here?" I hesitated. I didn't want to come off as paranoid, but I needed to know. "Elena, I need you to tell me more about this place, about the forest." She sighed, pulling a chair from a small desk and gesturing for me to sit. "You're starting to understand, aren't you? Why Walter insists on the rules." "I'm starting to understand that I'm in over my head," I admitted. "Nate is gone, and no one seems willing to talk about what's really happening here. I need to know the truth." Elena leaned forward, her expression grim. "The truth is, no one knows exactly what it is. The Watcher, that's what people call it, has always been here. My grandmother used to say it's as old as the forest itself, older than the village. It doesn't like intruders, it doesn't like disrespect, and it doesn't forgive." Her words sent a chill down my spine, but I forced myself to stay composed. "What does it want?" "No one knows. It doesn't communicate, at least not in a way we understand. But it watches, and it waits. If you break the rules, if you draw its attention, it'll find you." The memory of the figure outside my cabin came rushing back. "And the rules, they're to keep it away?" Elena nodded. "Or at least keep us alive." Later that day, I went to Kara's cabin to check on her. She had barely spoken to anyone since Nate disappeared, and I knew she must be worried about her son. When she opened the door, her face was pale, her eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. "Is everything okay?" I asked, trying to sound reassuring. She shook her head. It's starting again. I hear things at night, whispers, footsteps. My son says he sees shadows moving outside his window. I don't know how much longer I can keep him safe. Her fear was contagious. I offered to help secure her cabin, and we spent the afternoon nailing blankets over the windows and reinforcing the door with wooden planks Walter had left behind. By the time we finished, the sun was already sinking below the horizon, casting long, jagged shadows across the snow. As I stepped outside, Kara grabbed my arm. "Sam," she said, her voice trembling, "if anything happens, promise me you'll look out for him." I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat by the fire, the crackling logs doing little to dispel the oppressive silence that had settled over the village. My thoughts drifted back to what Elena had said. If the Watcher was real, if it had been here all along, then why? What was its purpose? Around midnight I heard the sound again, footsteps crunching through the snow. This time they didn't circle the cabin, they stopped at my door. I held my breath, listening. A soft knock echoed through the cabin, followed by a voice. "Sam, it's me. Open the door." The voice was familiar, but wrong. It sounded like Nate, but there was a hollowness to it, an emptiness that made my skin crawl. I stayed frozen, gripping the armrests of the chair as the voice grew louder, more insistent. "Sam, let me in. I'm cold." The doorknob rattled, and I thought about Walter's warning. "Don't open the door. Don't look outside." After what felt like an eternity, the voice stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. I didn't move until the first rays of sunlight crept through the cracks in the curtains. When I finally opened the door, there was nothing there. No footprints, no sign of anyone or anything having been outside. But in the snow, just beyond the porch, I found something, a small wooden carving of a figure, its face twisted in a grotesque grin. The next day I went to see Walter. He was outside his workshop, repairing a snowmobile with his usual gruff efficiency. "I need to know what's going on," I said, skipping any pretense of politeness. "I need the truth, Walter." He wiped his hands on a rag and looked at me, his expression unreadable. "You're asking questions you don't want answers to." "Maybe," I said, "but I don't have a choice." Walter sighed and motioned for me to follow him inside. The workshop was cramped, filled with tools and half-finished projects. He pulled a chair over and sat down, gesturing for me to do the same. "You ever wonder why this village is so isolated?" he asked. "Of course," I said. "I thought that was the point, getting away from everything." Walter shook his head. "No one comes here by accident, Sam. People end up here because they're running from something. Trouble, mistakes, regrets. But the thing is, this place doesn't care what you're running from. It only cares about what you bring with you." I frowned. "What do you mean?" He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. "The Watcher isn't just some creature lurking in the woods. It's more than that. It's part of this place, part of the forest, and it feeds on us, on our fears, our secrets, our sins. That's why the rules exist, to keep it from getting too close." The weight of his words settled over me, heavy and suffocating. "So what happens if you break the rules?" Walter's gaze darkened. "You've seen what happens. Martin, Nate, they didn't listen. They drew its attention. And once it sees you, it doesn't let go. That evening, Elena came to my cabin. She looked more nervous than I'd ever seen her. "I've been thinking about what you said," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. "About the footsteps, the voices. It's getting worse, isn't it?" I nodded. "Kara's hearing things too. Her son says he's seeing shadows." Elena hesitated, then said, "There's something I haven't told you. Something my grandmother used to say. She believed the Watcher wasn't just a guardian, it was a judge. It watches to decide who belongs here and who doesn't. And if you don't belong," she trailed off. But I didn't need her to finish. The message was clear. That night, I stayed awake, watching the firelight flicker across the walls. The forest felt closer than ever, its presence pressing against the cabin like a living thing. I could almost hear it breathing. And then, just before dawn, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It wasn't footsteps or whispers. It was a voice, Kara's voice. "Sam, help me," it pleaded, echoing from the forest. "Please, I need you." I clenched my fists, my heart racing. I knew it wasn't her. I knew it. But the sound of her voice, the desperation in it, made it almost impossible to stay still. For hours I sat there, paralyzed by the pull of that voice. When it finally stopped, the first light of day was breaking over the horizon. I stepped outside, my breath fogging in the frigid air. In the snow, leading away from Kara's cabin, were a set of footprints. They disappeared into the forest. Kara was gone. The day after Kara disappeared, the village felt suffocating. The air was heavy, the stillness unbearable. Snow fell in a constant, silent blanket, muffling everything like a shroud. People avoided eye contact, speaking only in hushed whispers, if they spoke at all. I couldn't stop thinking about the footprints leading into the forest, or Kara's voice calling my name the night before. Deep down, I knew she was gone, but it wasn't just grief that unsettled me. It was the sense of inevitability. Kara wasn't the last. This was only the beginning. I found Walter in the general store, crouched by the wood stove, his face drawn with exhaustion. I told him what had happened, the voice, the footprints, the way Kara's cabin door had been left ajar. He didn't seem surprised. "It's getting stronger," he muttered, his voice low. "What is?" I asked, my frustration breaking through. "The Watcher? The forest? What does any of this even mean?" Walter looked up at me, his eyes sharp. "It means the rules are breaking. The longer it watches us, the bolder it gets. The bolder it gets, the more it takes." I ran a hand through my hair, trying to process his words. "So, what do we do? Just wait for it to pick us off one by one?" Walter shook his head. "There's no waiting, Sam. There is only surviving." That evening, I went to Elena's cabin. She was pacing the small room, wringing her hands. She looked up as I entered, relief flickering across her face. "Kara's gone, isn't she?" she asked quietly. I nodded. "Walter thinks it's getting worse. He says the rules are breaking." Elena sat down heavily, staring at the floor. "I've been thinking about something my grandmother used to say. She believed the Watcher wasn't just some mindless force. She thought it had a purpose, that it was testing us, seeing who belonged and who didn't. And what happens if it decides you don't belong?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. Elena's silence was answer enough. We talked late into the night, trying to piece together what little we knew. Every story, every rule, every fragment of folklore pointed to the same conclusion. The Watcher was more than just a presence in the forest. It was a force, ancient and unrelenting, that thrived on fear, isolation, and disobedience, and it was growing stronger. The blizzard came 2 days later. Thick, swirling snow engulfed the village, cutting off what little connection we had to the outside world. The radio tower went silent, and even the most seasoned villagers refused to leave their cabins. The storm howled like a living thing, its icy fingers prying at doors and windows. I stayed inside, lighting every lamp and candle I could find. The light felt like a fragile shield against the encroaching darkness. But even with the fire roaring and the cabin sealed tight, I couldn't escape the feeling that I wasn't alone. That night, the voices started again. "Sam," they whispered, barely audible over the wind. "Sam, come outside." This time it wasn't just one voice. It was a chorus. Kara, Nate, even Martin, their tones blending into an eerie, dissonant harmony. I pressed my hands over my ears, trying to block it out, but the voices grew louder, more insistent. "You can't hide forever," they said. "You don't belong here." I forced myself to stay put, reciting Walter's warnings like a mantra. Don't open the door. Don't look outside. Don't answer. But as the night dragged on, I began to doubt myself. What if it wasn't the Watcher? What if it really was Kara or Nate or someone else who needed help? What if I was condemning them by staying inside? The voices stopped just before dawn, leaving an oppressive silence in their wake. When I finally stepped outside, the snow was untouched except for a single trail of footprints leading from my cabin to the forest. They weren't mine. By the third day of the blizzard, the village was in chaos. Kara's son, a quiet boy who rarely spoke, had vanished during the night. His small boots were found by the forest's edge, the snow around them undisturbed. Kara's disappearance had been shocking, but this was something else entirely. The villagers were panicked, desperate. Their fear was turning into anger. "It's your fault," one man snarled at Walter as a small crowd gathered in the center of the village. "You and your rules. They don't work. People keep disappearing." Walter stood firm, his expression hard. "The rules aren't the problem. It's those who break them. You think rules will stop that thing?" Another voice shouted. "It's taking us anyway." Elena and I watched from the sidelines, both of us too stunned to intervene. The villagers were unraveling, their fear and frustration bubbling over into accusations and threats. For the first time since I'd arrived, I realized how fragile the village's unity was, how quickly it could fall apart under pressure. That night, Elena and I decided to act. The rules weren't enough anymore. We needed a plan. "We have to leave," she said as we huddled in her cabin, the storm still raging outside. "The longer we stay, the worse it gets. If we don't go now, we won't survive." "And go where?" I asked. "The forest surrounds the village. We don't even know what's out there." "Exactly," she said, her eyes burning with determination. "We don't know what's out there, but we know what's here. If we stay, we'll end up like the others." It wasn't a good plan, but it was better than waiting to be picked off. We gathered supplies, food, water, extra fuel, and decided to use Walter's snowmobile to try and reach the old weather station a few miles away. It was risky, but it was our only chance. The storm began to die down the following morning, the wind easing into an eerie stillness. Elena and I loaded the snowmobile under the cover of darkness, avoiding the prying eyes of the remaining villagers. Walter caught us as we were preparing to leave. "You're making a mistake," he said, his voice grave. "The forest doesn't like it when people leave." "We don't have a choice," Elena replied. "If we stay, we die." Walter sighed, his shoulders slumping. "If you're set on going, take this." He handed me a small wooden talisman carved with intricate patterns. "It's not much, but it might help." "What is it?" I asked, turning the object over in my hands. "Something my grandfather made," Walter said. "He said it keeps the watcher away. I don't know if it works, but it's better than nothing." I thanked him, though I wasn't sure I believed in the talisman's power. At this point, I was willing to try anything. We set off just before dawn, the snowmobile's engine cutting through the silence like a knife. The forest closed in around us as we left the village behind, its towering trees casting long shadows across the snow. Every sound, every movement in the periphery of my vision set my nerves on edge. We didn't speak, our focus on the path ahead. But as we neared the weather station, the snow grew deeper, the air heavier. The engine began to sputter, struggling against the increasing resistance. And then we saw them. Shapes moved through the trees, tall and thin, their forms shifting like smoke. They didn't move toward us, but their presence was enough to freeze my blood. I gripped the talisman tightly, praying it would offer some kind of protection. The snowmobile finally gave out, leaving us stranded in the middle of the forest. Elena and I exchanged a panicked glance, then grabbed our supplies and began to run. The shapes followed. The forest closed in on us like a vice. Every step we took through the thick, icy snow felt heavier, as if the ground itself resisted our escape. The air was unnaturally still, suffocating in its silence except for the faint crunch of our boots and the distant whispers that seemed to echo from nowhere behind us. The shapes moved tall, shifting shadows that didn't hurry but didn't stop. Their presence was a reminder that this was no simple chase. They didn't need to rush. They knew we had nowhere to go. "Elena!" I shouted, my voice barely audible above the wind. "The weather station." Elena gripped my arm as we stumbled forward, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. "We're close," she whispered, though I wasn't sure if she was trying to convince me or herself. The weather station. It was our only hope. A structure just sturdy enough to shield us, just distant enough from the village to maybe, just maybe, break the Watcher's hold. We reached it as the sun began to rise, pale and weak against the horizon. The building was a skeletal, weather-beaten shell, but it stood. The sight of it filled me with a fleeting sense of relief. We didn't slow down. The shadows behind us didn't fade, but they stopped at the edge of the clearing, watching, waiting. Inside, the station smelled of rust and dampness. Its walls were lined with ancient equipment, most of it useless now. I slammed the door shut and shoved a rusted metal desk in front of it, while Elena collapsed onto the floor, clutching the talisman Walter had given us. "We made it," I said, trying to convince myself. "We're safe here." "No," Elena murmured, her voice hoarse but her eyes sharp. "Not safe, just hidden. For now." She was right. The whispers were gone, but the silence pressed down on us like a weight. I checked the small transmitter at the center of the room. The dials lit up weakly, flickering like a dying candle. "It works," I said, relief flooding through me. "I can send a signal. Will it reach anyone?" Elena asked, her voice tinged with doubt. "It has to." I started turning the dials, sending out a desperate message. "This is an emergency. We're at the weather station outside the village. We need help. Please, if anyone can hear this." A loud bang echoed through the room. I froze. The door rattled violently, as if something massive was testing its strength. "It's here," Elena whispered. She clutched the talisman tighter, her knuckles white. The door didn't break, but something was outside. The whispers began again, louder this time, like 1,000 voices speaking at once. They weren't begging or pleading anymore. They were angry. "Sam," a voice hissed, low and guttural. It was Kara's voice, but warped, twisted into something unrecognizable. "You don't belong here." My chest tightened. The Watcher wasn't just outside. It was everywhere. It had surrounded us, seeping into the very air we breathed. The station felt smaller, its walls closing in. "Why us?" I asked aloud, my voice trembling. "What does it want?" Elena didn't answer at first. She was staring at the talisman, her lips moving silently as if in prayer. Finally she looked up. "It doesn't just want us gone, it wants to consume us. Our fear, our guilt, it feeds on it. The more we run, the stronger it gets." "Then what do we do?" I asked. "We can't outrun it. We can't fight it." Elena's eyes locked with mine, and in that moment I understood. We couldn't run, we couldn't fight, but we could stop being its prey. "We need to face it," Elena said, her voice steady. "If we don't, it'll take us anyway. We have to break the cycle." My heart pounded. Facing the Watcher meant stepping outside, into its grasp. But Elena was right. We couldn't stay here forever. The Watcher thrived on fear, on our refusal to confront it. If we wanted to survive, we had to take away its power. I nodded, my throat dry. "Let's do it." We moved together, dragging the desk away from the door. The whispers grew louder, almost deafening, as if they knew what we were planning. My hands shook as I reached for the handle. Elena gripped the talisman, holding it in front of her like a shield. I opened the door. The clearing was empty, but the air was thick with tension. The shadows stood at the edge of the forest, watching us with unblinking intensity. They didn't move. They didn't need to. The presence of the Watcher was overwhelming, like a storm about to break. Elena stepped forward, holding the talisman high. "We're not afraid of you," she shouted, her voice echoing through the clearing. The shadows stirred, shifting like smoke. The whispers turned into a low, guttural growl that vibrated through my bones. My instinct screamed at me to run, but I stood my ground. "We don't belong to you," I said, forcing my voice to stay steady. "We're not your prey." The growl grew louder, the air crackling with energy. The shadows moved closer, coalescing into a single, towering figure. Its form was indistinct, more absence than presence. But its gaze was unmistakable. It was the Watcher, and it was furious. Elena held the talisman out, her hands trembling. "This ends here," she said, her voice barely audible. The Watcher stopped for a moment, The world seemed to hold its breath. And then, without warning, it lunged. The impact knocked me off my feet, the force like a hurricane tearing through the clearing. I hit the ground hard, my vision swimming. When I looked up, I saw Elena standing her ground, the talisman glowing faintly in her hands. The Watcher recoiled, its form flickering like a dying flame. It let out a bone-chilling roar, its shape unraveling as the light from the talisman grew brighter. Elena's face was pale, her body trembling, but she didn't let go. "Sam," she said, her voice strained. "You have to finish it." I didn't understand at first, but then I saw it. The transmitter inside the weather station still flickering weakly. If I could amplify the signal, maybe, just maybe, it could disrupt the Watcher's hold. I stumbled to my feet and ran inside, ignoring the whispers that clawed at my mind. The controls were old and unresponsive, but I worked frantically, twisting dials and flipping switches. The static grew louder, rising to a piercing wail that made my ears ring. Outside, the Watcher roared, its form collapsing in on itself. "Elena!" I shouted. "Hold on!" The talisman's light flared, blindingly bright. The Watcher let out one final, anguished cry before it shattered, its form dissolving into the air. The clearing went silent. When I stepped outside, Elena was on her knees. The talisman crumbled to dust in her hands. She looked up at me, her eyes filled with tears. "It's gone," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "We did it," but I wasn't sure. The forest was quiet, unnaturally so. The oppressive weight in the air had lifted, but the shadows lingered at the edge of the clearing, watching us with empty eyes. "We need to go," I said, pulling Elena to her feet. "We never made it back to the village. We didn't want to. Whatever was left, there wasn't ours to save." We walked for hours until we reached the main road, where a passing truck picked us up. We didn't talk about what had happened. There were no words that could capture the horror of it, the way it had burrowed into our minds. We just sat in silence, the weight of survival pressing down on us. When I finally returned to civilization, I found a package waiting for me. There was no return address, no note. Inside was a single photograph of the village, taken from the edge of the forest. In the distance, barely visible among the trees, was a shadowy figure. The Watcher wasn't gone. It was never gone. It was only waiting. I was stuck in this tiny town in Alaska. Seriously, tiny. I'd been there almost a week, waiting to get the perfect shot. My job was simple enough: capture the wild Alaskan wilderness for some travel magazine. But something about those endless forests, the way they just went on, and the creepy silence at night, it was getting to me. I thought I'd find this peaceful, beautiful place, but it was more like everything was holding its breath, waiting for something bad to happen. So there I was, in this dimly lit diner, trying to warm up with a cup of coffee that had gone ice cold. The place was pretty much empty, just a few locals minding their own business. I was scrolling through the pictures on my camera, trying to find something, anything, that was worth publishing, when the door creaked open and this guy walked in. He looked like he'd seen a lot, grizzled beard, weathered face, probably in his 50s. He slid into the booth across from me, gave me a nod, and ordered coffee. We sat there in silence for a while, which was fine by me. It kind of fit the whole vibe of the place. Just as I was about to head back to my motel, he started talking. "You're not from around here, are you?" he asked, his voice rough, like he'd been smoking since he was a kid. "Nope, just passing through," I said. "I'm a photographer." I held up my camera like that explained everything, taking some shots for a project. He nodded and took a sip of his coffee. "Not much to see around here," he said. But the way he said it made me think he knew something I didn't. "Unless you're looking for something specific," he added with a glint in his eye. I shrugged, just trying to capture the landscape, the feel of the place. But honestly, it's getting a little boring. How many trees and mountains can you shoot before they all look the same? He chuckled, this dry, humorless sound. "Yeah, I can see that. But there are things around here that aren't on any map, places that aren't for tourists." "Okay." Now he had my attention. "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to sound casual. The guy looked around the diner like he was making sure nobody was listening. He leaned in closer. "Old military base," he whispered, "out past the tree line, near the old logging road. Been abandoned for decades. Most folks don't even know it's there." "An abandoned base?" I said, not really believing him. "What's it doing out here?" He shrugged. "They built it during the Cold War, back when they thought they needed a place out here far away from prying eyes. Never really said what it was for, but they shut it down quick. Too quick, if you ask me." I could feel my curiosity growing. Even though I knew I should probably just let it go, I couldn't help myself. "You ever been out there?" I asked. "Once," he said, his eyes narrowing. "Years ago. Didn't stay long. Didn't like the feel of the place. Too quiet, like it was waiting for something." I leaned back, trying to process what he was saying. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as some local ghost story, but the other part of me, the part that always got me into trouble, was hooked. "How do I get there?" I asked, trying to sound casual, even though my heart was starting to beat a little faster. He hesitated, and for a second I thought he wasn't going to tell me. But then he sighed, like he knew I wouldn't give up. "You take the old dirt road out past Miller's Creek. Follow it for about 5 miles, then take the first right. You'll see a chain-link fence. It's rusted and broken in places, but you can get through. Just be careful." "Careful?" I repeated, raising an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he took another long sip of his coffee, staring into the dark liquid like it held the answers. "There's things out there," he said finally. "Things you don't want to mess with. I'm not saying you'll find anything, but if you do, you'll wish you hadn't." The way he said it sent a chill down my spine. I tried to remind myself that I was a grown man, not some kid scared of the dark. "I appreciate the warning," I said, trying to sound confident. "But I think I'll be fine." He just looked at me, his eyes dark and serious. "Maybe you will," he said quietly. "But just remember, some things are abandoned for a reason." I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded and finished my coffee. The conversation had left me feeling uneasy, but also more determined than ever. Whatever was out there, I wanted to see it for myself. I needed to. I spent the rest of the evening trying to find out anything I could about this base, but there was practically nothing. A few mentions online of a base that was active in the 60s, but no details, no photos, no explanation of why it was shut down. It was like someone had scrubbed it from history, which of course made me even more curious. The next morning I packed up my camera gear, a flashlight, and some other essentials. I wasn't planning on staying long, just long enough to snap a few pictures and see what the fuss was about. Figured I'd be in and out in a couple of hours tops. The drive out there was way longer than I expected. The road was barely a trail in some places, and it wound through the forest like a snake, so I couldn't see more than a few feet ahead. It felt like I was driving deeper and deeper into nowhere, and I swear, I kept getting this feeling that I was being watched. Every time I checked the rear-view mirror, though, there was nothing there. After about an hour, I finally saw the fence, just like the guy in the diner described, rusted, falling apart, with huge gaps where it had been broken or cut away. I pulled up to the gate, which was hanging by a thread, and got out of the car. The wind was blowing, and I could smell the damp earth and pine needles. For a second, I almost turned back, but then I saw the base. It was bigger than I expected, a bunch of low concrete buildings with peeling paint and broken windows. No signs, no markings, nothing to say what it had been used for. Just rows of dark, empty windows staring back at me. I took a deep breath, grabbed my camera, and stepped through the gate. The ground was soft and uneven, covered in dead grass and mud. I could see old equipment scattered around, rusted pipes, broken crates, and the occasional piece of machinery that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. It was creepy, but also kind of fascinating, like walking through a ghost town. I started taking pictures, trying to capture the whole desolate vibe of the place. But the further I went, the more I felt like I shouldn't be there, like the air was getting heavier, colder, like the base itself was trying to push me away. I was about to turn back when I saw the entrance to one of the buildings. The door was hanging off its hinges, and I could see a staircase leading down into the darkness. I knew I shouldn't go down there, but I also knew that if I didn't, I'd always regret it. So I took a deep breath, turned on my flashlight, and stepped inside. It was freezing down there, and the air smelled like damp concrete and something else, something I couldn't quite place. My footsteps echoed off the walls, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, like something was down there with me, just out of sight. But I kept going, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. I didn't know what I was expecting to find, but I had a feeling it wasn't going to be good. I found myself in a long hallway. There were doors on either side, most of them hanging open, leading to small rooms that looked like they'd been offices. Papers were scattered everywhere, chairs were overturned, and there were even a few old military jackets still hanging on hooks. It was like they'd abandoned this place in a hurry. I took a few pictures, but the whole time I felt this wrongness, like the place was frozen in time, and I was messing with something I shouldn't. As I moved down the hallway, I started to hear noises. At first I thought it was just the wind, but then I realized it was something else. A soft clanking like metal on metal, and a rustling like something was moving around. I stopped to listen, but the sound stopped too. I shook my head, trying to tell myself it was nothing, just old pipes or maybe an animal. But my heart was pounding, and I found myself gripping my flashlight a little tighter. At the end of the hallway, there was a door that was slightly ajar. I hesitated, but I couldn't resist. I pushed it open and stepped inside. This room was small, with bare concrete walls and a control panel against one wall. It looked like some kind of operations center, with switches and dials, though most of them were covered in dust. I walked over to the panel, wiping away the dust, and saw that some of the switches were still functional. One in particular caught my eye, a big red switch right in the center. Against my better judgment, I flipped it. A low hum filled the air, and the lights down the hallway flickered for a second. Then, just as quickly, they went out again. But that wasn't the worst part. From somewhere deep in the base, I heard a sound. Footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps echoing through the darkness. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The footsteps were distant, but they were getting closer. And there was something about them. They didn't sound human. They were too heavy, too deliberate, like something was dragging itself through the dark. I backed away from the control panel, my eyes darting to the door. I needed to get out of there, but as I turned to leave, the door slammed shut. I lunged for the handle, my hands shaking, but it wouldn't budge. I was trapped, and the footsteps were getting closer. I was panicking, trapped in this dark room with something I couldn't even imagine, coming for me. My mind was racing. I had to get out. I scanned the room, desperate for another way out. And that's when I saw it, a vent cover near the floor. It was small, but maybe, just maybe, I could squeeze through. I dropped to my knees and started prying at the screws, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the screwdriver. The scraping of metal seemed deafening in the silence. Just as I managed to loosen one of the screws, the door creaked open a little further. I glanced over my shoulder, and my flashlight beam caught a glimpse of something. A shadow, long and distorted, creeping across the floor towards me. I didn't wait to see any more. I yanked the vent cover off, shoved it aside, and wriggled into the vent. It was cramped and dusty, but it was better than being in that room. Through the vent I saw the door swing open. My flashlight beam flickered across the floor, but whatever was standing there was hidden in the shadows. I could hear it breathing, though, a horrible, raspy sound. Then it took a step forward, dragging its feet across the floor. For a split second I saw it. It was hunched over, almost human-shaped, but its limbs were all wrong. Its skin was pale, almost see-through, and I could see places where it looked like it was peeling. But its face, I couldn't see it clearly, but there was something wrong with it. Its eyes were too dark, like holes that sucked in the light. It stopped near the control panel, just inches from where I was hiding. I held my breath, praying it wouldn't see me. Then, after what felt like an eternity, it turned and shuffled out of the room. I waited until I couldn't hear its footsteps anymore. Then I crawled out of the vent. The room felt even colder now, and the air was thick with fear. I had to get out of there, but I also needed to know what was going on. I looked at the control panel. If that thing had been so interested in it, maybe it held some answers. I walked over to it, and my eyes fell on a switch that was different from the others. It was marked with one word: containment. My mind screamed at me to leave, but I couldn't resist. I flipped the switch. The building shuddered, and a low hum filled the air. The lights flickered on, and a set of screens above the panel came to life. They showed live feeds from different parts of the base, empty hallways, decaying equipment, and then a long corridor lined with thick metal doors. Something was moving in that corridor. It was the same creature I'd seen in the room, but now I could see there were more of them. 3, maybe 4, all moving slowly, aimlessly. Then the screen flickered, and a message appeared. You shouldn't be here. Leave before it's too late. I didn't need to be told twice. I grabbed my flashlight and ran. The hallway outside was empty, but I could hear those dragging footsteps again. Closer now. I ran, my boots pounding on the concrete floor. I had to find the exit, but as I turned a corner I skidded to a halt. The hallway was different. Doors that had been on the left were now on the right. It was like the building itself was changing, twisting into a maze to keep me trapped. I could hear the creatures getting closer. I picked a direction and ran, hoping it would lead me somewhere, anywhere but here. The lights flickered, casting strange shadows on the walls. I could see movement out of the corner of my eye, but I didn't dare stop. Finally, I saw a door at the end of the hallway, slightly ajar. I didn't care where it led, I just needed to get out. I threw myself against the door and stumbled through. I found myself in a large room, and in the center was a massive glass chamber. Inside I could see something horrifying. It was humanoid, but its proportions were all wrong. Its limbs were twisted, its skin pale and stretched, and its face, I couldn't see it clearly, but I knew it was something I never wanted to see again. I stumbled back, my stomach churning. What had they been doing here? Then I heard a noise behind me. I spun around, and my flashlight caught a glimpse of movement. Something darted across the floor, too fast for me to see what it was. The lights flickered on, revealing more of the room. I saw a desk against the wall, covered in papers. I grabbed a file and flipped it open. There were photos of the base, diagrams of the underground chambers, and then pictures of the experiments. One photo showed the creature in the chamber, but it hadn't been so deformed back then. It looked almost human, but its eyes were wide and dark, and its mouth was open in a silent scream. Another photo showed a team of scientists standing around the chamber, their faces blank. I flipped to the next page, and my blood ran cold. A handwritten note scrawled across the paper. Experiment compromised. Attempted control failed. Do not release under any circumstances. I dropped the file. It was all starting to make sense. They had tried to control something they didn't understand. And now, decades later, it was still here. A crash made me jump. The glass chamber had shifted, and the creature inside was moving. It was trying to get out. I ran for the exit, my heart pounding. I could hear the creature growling behind me. I climbed a ladder, my hands scraping against the metal rungs. I reached the top, threw open the hatch, and slammed it shut. I didn't stop running until I was outside, in the cold air. I could see my car in the distance. I ran towards it, my lungs burning. I got in the car, slammed the door, and jammed the keys into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I tore out of there. As I drove, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something chasing me. But there was nothing, just the dark, empty road. I made it back to town, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had unleashed something terrible, something that wouldn't stay contained. I tried to sleep that night, but the images of the base and the creatures haunted my dreams. When I woke up, I knew I had to go back. I had to find out what was really going on. I drove back to the base, the road seeming even longer and darker this time. I felt like I was walking into a trap, but I couldn't turn back. I found my way back to the control room. The monitors were still dark, but the air was thick with tension. I could feel them watching me. I searched the room, looking for anything I had missed, and that's when I found it, a journal tucked away in a drawer. I opened it, and my heart sank. The writing was frantic, filled with fear and desperation. The researchers had been trying to control something, but it had become too powerful. They had lost control. The last entry was chilling. "We were wrong. It's not a subject, it's a signal, and it's calling to them. We can't stop it. If anyone finds this..." The sentence trailed off. I dropped the journal. A signal. What did it mean? Then I heard it. A rhythmic sound, like a heartbeat, pulsing through the walls. I turned my flashlight, and that's when I saw it. One of the monitors had come to life. It was showing the corridor with the metal doors. But this time, the doors were open. They were out. I ran, the sound of the heartbeat echoing in my ears. I had to get out. I stumbled through the corridors, the walls seeming to close in around me. I could hear the creatures getting closer. Finally, I saw a light at the end of a hallway. I ran towards it, hoping it was a way out. The room was different from the others. It was clean, almost sterile. And in the center was a massive console covered in screens. One screen showed a live feed of the corridor I had just come through. And there on the screen was me. I turned around, but there was nothing there. I looked back at the screen, and that's when I saw it. Movement behind me. I whipped around, but the hallway was still empty. Yet on the monitor, I could see it clearly. A dark figure creeping up behind me. It was following me. I scanned the console, trying to find something that would explain what was happening. And then I saw it. A small notebook, wedged between two panels. I grabbed it and flipped it open. The pages were filled with diagrams and notes. Signal interference, broadcast disruption, psychological manipulation. And then, one line, underlined repeatedly. "It's not them, it's us." I didn't understand, but I could feel the truth of it. Whatever was happening here, it wasn't about containing something, it was about controlling it. They had found a way to send out a signal that could manipulate the mind, make you see things that weren't there, hear things that weren't real, and I had been caught in it. I had to get out. I ran back into the hallway, the hum growing louder. It was in my head now, a constant drone. I could see the exit, a sliver of light in the distance. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the pain in my legs. I burst through the door and stumbled outside, collapsing on the ground. I lay there, gasping for breath, feeling the wind on my face. But then I heard it, the hum. It wasn't coming from the base, it was coming from inside me. I sat up, my head spinning. It hadn't stopped. It was in my mind, and it wasn't going away. I got to my feet and staggered towards my car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking. The engine roared to life, and I drove away. But the hum followed me. I drove for hours, but it didn't matter. The hum was still there, a constant presence in my mind. It was like a part of me now. I don't remember how I made it back to the motel. I must have passed out at some point. When I woke up, the hum was still there, faint but persistent. I couldn't escape it. It was inside me. I checked out of the motel and drove away, not knowing where I was going, but I knew there was no escape. The signal had me now, and it wasn't going to let go. As I drove, the hum grew louder, and I could see them. Dark shapes moving in the corners of my vision. They were waiting. They were real. I had brought them out, and now they were free. I don't know how this ends. Maybe it never does. Maybe the signal will keep spreading until there's nothing left but the hum. But if you're reading this, if you found this, then please don't come looking for me. Don't try to find the base. Some things are abandoned for a reason, and whatever you do, don't listen to the signal. I'm not gonna lie, this whole thing still freaks me out. I'm writing this down not to scare you, but to tell you what really went down during my last days at Oran's Lighthouse. Maybe then you'll get why Scotland's last manually operated lighthouse is now just abandoned. Its lights gone out for good. Getting to Oran's Lighthouse was a total pain, even in broad daylight. The trail was narrow and all messed up, with loose rocks that kept falling into the waves below. The lighthouse itself was this looming thing, its once bright red and white stripes all faded and chipped away from years of salty air and wind. But its beam was still going strong, cutting through the mist, guiding ships away from the rocks. My boots crunched on the gravel as I got closer. I was nervous, sure, but also kind of excited. This was it, my new home for who knows how long. The Maritime Board was weirdly eager to fill the position, like they practically threw the keys at me, along with this ancient manual that looked like it was from the dinosaur age. Didn't matter though, I was ready for a change. The front door creaked open, and I stepped inside. The air was damp and smelled like a mix of seaweed, rust, and something metallic. An old oilskin coat hung by the door, stiff and damp, and there were these muddy boots underneath it, way too big to be mine. It was like the person wearing them just disappeared. Inside, the lighthouse was a total time capsule. The spiral staircase groaned with every step I took, like it was saying, "Who dares disturb my peace?" There were water stains on the walls in weird shapes that seemed to shift and change when you looked at them from different angles. The keeper's office was on the second floor. This tiny room crammed with old stuff, a telescope with cracked lenses, yellowed nautical charts, a dusty barometer that still ticked even though the needle never moved. It was creepy as hell. And then I found the rules. They were carved into the desk, all jagged and rough, like someone had done it in a hurry with a rusty nail or something. The wood was splintered around each letter, like they really dug in deep. My fingers traced the words, and each one sent a chill down my spine. Rule 1. Never leave the lighthouse after sunset. Rule 2. If the foghorn blows more than 3 times, do not look out the window. Rule 3. Always clean the lantern glass before dusk. Any smudge could let them in. Rule 4. If you hear knocking on the door after midnight, do not answer. No one will come this far at that hour. Rule 5. Once a month, leave an offering of fresh bread and milk on the cliff's edge at sunrise. Do not look back while walking away. Rule 6. If the light goes out between 3 a.m. and 3:15 a.m., stay absolutely still until it comes back on. Rule 7. Never touch the old logbook in the drawer under the desk. Rule 8. If you hear your own voice calling to you from outside, do not respond. It is not you. I stared at those carvings, and I swear, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. It had to be a joke, right? Some messed up prank by the last keeper. But the way those letters were carved, so deep and desperate, it didn't feel like a joke. And that coppery smell, it was everywhere. It made me think of something else, something I didn't want to think about. The feeling of unease stuck with me as I climbed to the lantern room. The massive lens turned slowly, splitting the afternoon light into rainbows that danced across the walls. As I cleaned the glass, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. In the reflection of the lens, I thought I saw something move behind me, but when I turned around, there was nothing there, just the empty room and the endless sea beyond. By the second night, the lighthouse felt alive, not in a good way. Every creak of the floorboards, every moan of the wind, it was like the whole building was breathing. I spent the day working on the foghorn, my hands covered in grease as I checked all the mechanisms. It was this ancient thing, all brass and iron, and somehow it still worked. The Maritime Board had mentioned it was due for an upgrade, but now I was starting to understand why no one had bothered. Some things are better left alone. I'd gotten into a routine, checking the weather instruments, writing down readings in the new logbook, not the old one, never the old one, and watching the horizon for ships. But the isolation was getting to me. My phone had no signal, and the internet was spotty at best. My only company was the rhythmic sweep of the light above and the crashing waves below. That night, the fog rolled in, thick and fast. It swallowed the cliffs and the sea until everything outside was just gray. I was in the office going over some maintenance schedules when the foghorn blasted its first warning. The sound echoed through the whole lighthouse. Once, twice, 3 times. That was normal, just letting ships know about the rocks. I was about to relax and grab my coffee when it blasted a 4th time. This time, the sound was different. Longer, shriller, like the foghorn itself was screaming. My hand froze. I remembered the rules. If the foghorn blows more than 3 times, do not look out the windows. My curiosity was fighting with my common sense. Part of me was like, it's just a mechanical issue, something I missed. But another part of me deep down was screaming, don't look outside. The silence between the blasts was deafening. No wind, no waves, not even the usual creaks of the lighthouse. It was like the whole building was holding its breath. Then came the 5th blast, shattering the quiet. I couldn't help myself. I turned towards the window. Through the thick fog I saw them, tall, thin figures moving in this weird, rippling way. I could barely make out their shapes, but their movements were wrong. Too smooth, too fast, like they were gliding instead of walking. One of them stopped right in front of the window and turned towards the lighthouse. Even though I couldn't see any features in the fog, I knew it could see me. I slammed the shutters closed and stumbled back, my heart pounding. The foghorn went silent, but then I heard a new sound, a soft, deliberate scratching against the wood, like something sharp was tracing patterns on the shutters. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner of the office, listening to that methodical scratching. When dawn finally broke, I forced myself to check the shutters. Deep grooves were carved into the wood, swirling patterns that almost looked like words in some language I didn't recognize. The fog had lifted, but as I looked out at the calm sea, I couldn't shake the feeling that those figures were still out there, waiting for me to break another rule. The third day was gray and overcast, the kind of morning where the sea and sky just blended together into one big sheet of gray. I hadn't slept a wink. My dreams were filled with that scratching sound and glimpses of those impossibly tall figures moving through the fog. My morning coffee tasted like dirt, and the air was thick with the smell of salt and wet earth. As I climbed the spiral staircase to the lantern room, each step felt heavier, like something was trying to hold me back. The light's steady sweep was the only thing that felt normal. Rule 3 echoed in my mind. Always clean the lantern glass before dusk. Any smudge could let them in. I was halfway through my cleaning routine when I saw it. At first, it looked like a smudge on the glass, the kind left by seabirds or salt spray. But as I got closer, my stomach dropped. It wasn't a smudge. It was a handprint. The print was skeletal, each finger impossibly long and thin, stretching almost 2 feet from palm to tip. And the worst part? It was on the outside of the glass, hundreds of feet above the rocks. No human could have reached it without climbing gear. The fingers seemed to ripple in the morning light, like they were still wet, still fresh. I felt sick. I forced myself to clean it, my hand shaking like crazy. The smudge resisted at first, smearing instead of wiping away. It felt ice cold under the cloth, leaving trails of frost in its wake. When it finally disappeared, I swear I heard a soft sigh from outside. Back in the office, I tried to calm down with another cup of coffee. That's when I saw it, another handprint, this time on the inside of the window by the desk. It was smaller than the one upstairs, but the fingers were still freakishly long. And then I realized something that made my blood run cold. It was still being formed. The glass was slowly frosting over in the shape of a skeletal hand, like something invisible was pressing against it from the other side. I stumbled back, knocking over my chair. The handprint finished forming, and then, as I watched, a single fingertip started moving, scratching 4 words into the frost. "We see you, James." The Maritime Board's manual said nothing about this. Nothing about handprints appearing out of nowhere. Nothing about fog horns that screamed. Nothing about the rules carved into the desk. I fumbled for my phone, desperate to call someone, anyone. But the screen just showed static, and through the speaker, I heard a sound like waves, and beneath them, distant laughter. When I finally got the nerve to look at the window again, the handprint and the message were gone. But as I leaned closer, I noticed something that made my heart stop. My own reflection seemed off. Its eyes met mine a fraction of a second too late. I spent the rest of the day checking every window in the lighthouse, cleaning each pane until my arms ached. But I couldn't shake the feeling that with every smudge I removed, I was giving them exactly what they wanted. Another clean surface to reach through, another path into my world. The wind picked up as evening approached, battering the lighthouse. I sat at the desk, pretending to focus on the maintenance logs, but my mind kept replaying the handprints, the figures in the fog, the rules that seemed more like desperate prayers than actual instructions. My dinner sat untouched. The isolation was getting to me. 4 days since I'd spoken to another human being. 4 days of nothing but the wind, the waves, and the increasingly creepy sounds echoing through the lighthouse. I glanced at my watch. 11:58 p.m. The rules had made me obsessed with time. In a place like this, minutes could mean the difference between safety and whatever happened to the last keeper. Then it started. 3 perfect knocks, evenly spaced, like someone was keeping time. I checked my watch again. 12:01 a.m. Rule 4 screamed in my head. If you hear knocking on the door after midnight, do not answer. No one will come this far at that hour. The knocking got louder. I stared at the office door, watching the old iron latch rattle with each impact. The wind had died down completely, making the knocking seem even louder, more insistent. Then came the voice, a low, raspy whisper that somehow filled the whole room. "James, let me in." I backed away from the door, my chest tight. That voice, I knew it. It was impossible, but I knew it. It belonged to my brother, Michael, who had disappeared off the coast of Norway 2 years ago. His body was never found. "James, please, I'm so cold out here. Just let me in." It was Michael's voice, exactly as I remembered it. But Michael was gone. I'd identified his belongings when they washed ashore. His wallet, his watch, his wedding ring. Jimmy, the nickname he'd used since we were kids. "Jimmy, why won't you help me?" Something scratched at the door, a slow, dragging sound like fingernails on wood. The latch started to turn, metal grinding against metal. I watched, paralyzed, as it lifted a fraction of an inch, then stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. No breathing, no footsteps, nothing. Just the weight of something waiting. I don't know how long I stood there, muscles cramped, watching that latch. Hours, maybe. The first hint of dawn was breaking when I finally found the courage to approach the door. There were new marks on the wood, deep grooves that spelled out words in my brother's handwriting. "I'm still drowning, Jimmy." Below the words was a perfect impression of his hand, the same hand I'd shaken the morning he left for his last voyage. But the fingers were wrong, stretched and distorted, like the ones in the handprints on the glass. I spent the rest of the night frantically researching the lighthouse's history on my dying laptop. In the past century, 17 ships had wrecked on the rocks below. In every case, survivors reported seeing lights on the cliffs, hearing familiar voices calling them towards the rocks. They said the lighthouse beams seemed to guide them straight into disaster. Dawn came reluctantly, the sky a dull gray. My hands shook as I checked the calendar. It was the 1st of the month. Rule 5 echoed in my mind. Once a month, leave an offering of fresh bread and milk on the cliff's edge at sunrise. Do not look back while walking away. I hadn't slept a wink. Michael's voice, the scratches in his handwriting, they'd kept me awake, huddled in the corner of the office. But rules were rules, and something told me breaking this one would be worse than facing whatever waited outside. The unease from the night before clung to me as I prepared the offering. The bread was stale, but it would have to do. I found an old tin pitcher in the cupboard, its surface dull with age. The milk inside caught the dim light, its surface shimmering faintly. As I gathered the items, I noticed something odd about the pitcher. Tiny engravings around the rim that looked like waves, but as I looked closer, I realized they were actually hundreds of miniature faces, mouths open in silent screams. The path to the cliff's edge felt longer than usual. The mist clung to my legs, curling around my ankles, carrying the scent of salt, decay, and something else, a sweet, cloying smell that reminded me of the flowers at Michael's memorial service. Each step was treacherous. The rocks were slick with dew, and the mist made it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. The crashing waves below were muffled, as if the fog itself was swallowing the sound. As I reached the cliff's edge, the wind died down and the air grew heavy. The sea stretched out before me, flat and still, like a vast mirror reflecting the colorless sky. I placed the bread and milk on the rocks, my hands shaking. The pitcher made a hollow sound as it touched the stone, like a bell rung underwater. The bread seemed to darken the moment it left my hands, as if it was aging rapidly in the salt air. "Don't look back," I whispered to myself, the rule a mantra in my mind. I turned, each movement a struggle against an invisible current. The wind picked up, carrying whispers, dozens of them, overlapping and unintelligible. My skin crawled as I fought the urge to glance over my shoulder. Then one voice rose above the others, clear as a bell. "James, why are you leaving us?" Michael's voice again. But not alone this time. Behind it I could hear others. Our father who died when we were young, our grandmother, my high school friend who drowned at the beach, all calling my name, all asking why I wouldn't stay. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. My feet wavered, every muscle screaming to turn around. The voices grew more desperate, more pleading. Something brushed against my back, light as a feather but cold as ice. But I remembered the rules. I forced myself forward, one step at a time, even as the whispers turned to wails of despair. When I finally reached the lighthouse door, the voices stopped abruptly, leaving a silence so complete it felt like cotton in my ears. Hours later, unable to bear the suspense, I returned to the cliff. The offering was gone. Not a crumb of bread, not a drop of milk remained, but carved into the rocks where I'd left them were deep grooves that formed words. "Thank you, little brother. See you next month." Below the words was the image of a lighthouse, rendered in perfect detail. But in its windows were faces, dozens of them, pressed against the glass, looking out at the sea with hollow eyes. The sixth night started peacefully. The wind was gentle, and the waves had settled into a rhythmic lull. I sat in the keeper's office, surrounded by old maintenance records, trying to distract myself. My watch read 2:47 a.m. As I flipped through the yellowed pages, I found myself wondering if I was overreacting. Maybe the isolation was getting to me. Maybe I was seeing patterns where there were only coincidences. The logical part of my mind tried to explain away the handprints, the voices, the carvings in the rocks. After all, lighthouses were known for playing tricks on their keepers' minds. I glanced at the barometer. It hadn't moved since I arrived, the needle frozen at fair despite the constantly changing weather. But as I watched, the needle twitched, then started to drop rapidly. The glass face frosted over despite the warmth of the room. Then, at precisely 3:05 a.m., the light went out. The sudden darkness was absolute, crushing. The familiar hum of the machinery died, leaving a silence so complete I could hear my own heartbeat. The rules flashed through my mind. If the light goes out between 3 a.m. and 3:15 a.m., stay absolutely still until it comes back on. I froze, my hands gripping the edge of the desk. The darkness pressed against my eyes like a physical weight. My watch ticked loudly in the silence. 3:06 a.m. 9 more minutes to endure. Then came the footsteps. They started at the bottom of the tower, soft and deliberate. Not the heavy boots of a maintenance worker or the hurried steps of someone coming to help. These were slow, measured, almost delicate. Each step was followed by a slight dragging sound, like something being pulled across the metal stairs. 3:10 a.m. The footsteps reached the first landing. The temperature plummeted, my breath fogging in the air. Frost started forming on the desk under my fingers. The windows rattled slightly, though there was no wind. 3:12 a.m. Second landing. The dragging sound was louder now, accompanied by a wet, sliding noise that made my stomach churn. The darkness seemed to thicken, pressing against my skin, probing, searching. The air took on a heavy, metallic taste that reminded me of blood. 3:13 a.m. The footsteps stopped just outside the office door. The handle rattled. I clenched my teeth, every muscle in my body rigid with fear. My watch seemed impossibly loud in the silence. Tick, tick, tick. Then a voice. My voice whispered from the other side. "James, let me in. I need your help." The words were mine, but the tone was wrong. It was like hearing a recording played at slightly the wrong speed. Behind it I could hear other voices, dozens of them, all whispering my name in that same distorted way. The handle turned fully, but the door didn't open. Instead, something pressed against it, making the wood creak and bend inward. In the darkness, I could see the door bulging, as if something massive was trying to force its way through. I stayed absolutely still, remembering the rules. My legs cramped from tension, and sweat froze on my forehead despite the cold. At exactly 3:14 a.m., the light flickered back to life. The footsteps retreated, faster now, almost fleeing, and the temperature began to rise. When the door finally swung open on its own, the hallway was empty. But something had changed. The light from the lantern room above seemed different, dimmer somehow, tinged with a subtle greenish hue that reminded me of deep water. And in its beam, I could see that the walls of the office were now covered in tiny handprints, as if made by children. When I checked the maintenance log later, I found an entry from exactly 100 years ago. Third time this month the light has gone out at 3 a.m. Each time they get closer to breaking through. God help the keeper who lets them in. After 6 days of following the rules, of resisting every urge to understand what was happening, I finally broke. The logbook, the one I was forbidden to touch, called to me from its hiding place beneath the desk. Something about last night's events had pushed me past the point of caution. I needed answers more than I needed safety. My hands trembled as I pulled it from its resting place. The leather cover was cracked and brittle, its surface marked with strange patterns that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The binding was secured with a brass clasp that was ice cold to the touch. The moment I broke the seal, the air in the room changed. The sunlight dimmed, and that coppery smell, the one I'd noticed on my first day, grew stronger. From somewhere deep in the lighthouse, I heard the foghorn give a single, quiet moan, like a warning. The first pages were exactly what you'd expect from a lighthouse log. Neat columns of dates, times, weather conditions, ship sightings, maintenance records. But as I turned the pages, things started to change. The handwriting became more erratic, the entries less professional. Entry from 1912. The fog is alive. It moves with purpose, and I swear I saw something inside it, a shape watching. It stands at the edge of the light's reach, always just out of clear view. The other keepers say I'm seeing things, but I know what I saw. It had my wife's face, but wrong somehow. She's been dead for 3 years. The ink on this entry was brown and flaking, and the paper felt damper than it should. Entry from 1943. The knocking started again last night. It was louder this time, more insistent. They're using new voices now, the men from the fishing boat that went down last week. I can hear them drowning over and over, begging me to let them in. I fear I won't last much longer. The rules are the only thing keeping them out, but my resolve is weakening. Sometimes I think I see my own face in the crowd outside. This entry was written in what looked like green-black seaweed ink, the words slightly raised on the page. Entry from 1977. I broke the rule. I looked back at the offering. It saw me. It knows my name now. They all know my name. They're in the mirrors, in the windows, in every reflection, always smiling, always waving, always drowning. The light doesn't keep them out anymore. It draws them in. We were wrong about its purpose. So wrong. The writing here was shaky, desperate. The pages were stained with what looked like salt water, and small handprints marked the margins. But it was the final entry that made my blood run cold. To the next keeper, the light isn't for the ships, it's for them. If it goes out, they'll come, and they will take you, like they took us, all of us, every keeper before you. We're still here, you see, still watching, still keeping the light, but not for the ships, never for the ships. P.S. You should have followed the rules, James. Now you've read this, you're one of us, or you will be when the light goes out. The entry was dated tomorrow. As I stared at the impossible date, I noticed something else. My own reflection in the brass fittings of the logbook. But my face was all wrong. My eyes were dark pools of seawater, and my smile was too wide, filled with things that looked like fish bones. The foghorn blew in the distance. Once, twice, 3 times. I slammed the book shut, but I could still feel it pulsing in my hands like a living heart. And somewhere far below I heard the first footstep on the spiral staircase. This camping trip with my best friend Alex had been in the works for months. We were both desperate for a break from the city, and the idea of escaping to a remote area with mountains, a lake, and a dense forest sounded like absolute heaven. Neither of us had ever been to this particular spot before, which only added to the excitement. We were ready for an adventure, ready to explore some uncharted territory. And wow, when we got there, the place was even more breathtaking than we'd imagined. Majestic mountains with snow-capped peaks loomed in the distance, like something out of a movie. The forest was lush and green, with sunlight filtering through the trees, casting an almost magical glow on the forest floor. Wildflowers and ferns sprouted everywhere, and the air was filled with the sounds of birds singing and leaves rustling. It was pure bliss. We followed a winding dirt path down to the lake. The water was crystal clear, shimmering under the sun, and we could see the smooth stones lining the bottom. The whole scene was so peaceful and serene. It felt like all our stress just melted away. After soaking it all in, we started searching for the perfect campsite. We wanted to be close enough to the lake for easy access to water and fishing, of course. But far enough away to avoid any unwanted encounters with curious wildlife. Eventually, we found a small clearing tucked away among the trees. The ground was soft and covered in leaves, perfect for pitching our tent. There was a babbling brook nearby, adding to the tranquil atmosphere. It was ideal. We set up camp, built a fire pit with rocks from the lakeshore, and gathered firewood. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over everything, we sat by the fire, ready to enjoy our first night in this incredible place. We were both exhausted from the drive, but totally energized by the beauty of our surroundings. The next morning, we woke up to the sun filtering through the trees and the fresh smell of pine needles. After a hearty breakfast of scrambled eggs and bacon cooked over the campfire and plenty of strong coffee, we grabbed our fishing gear and headed down to the lake. The fishing was amazing. We could actually see the fish swimming in the crystal clear water, and we ended up catching a good amount for dinner. Back at camp, we marinated the fish with some spices we'd brought along. As evening approached, we started the campfire again, and the aroma of grilling fish mixed with the scent of burning wood was just incredible. We feasted on our catch, feeling like true survivors. After dinner, we sat by the fire, gazing up at the stars. The night sky was unbelievable. With so many stars, it felt like we could reach out and touch them. We talked for hours, feeling completely at ease in our little haven. The second day started with a hike through the forest. We packed our backpacks with water, snacks, and a first aid kit, and set off on a well-worn path. We were amazed by the variety of plant life, the vibrant shades of green everywhere we looked. We followed a small stream for a while, enjoying the soothing sound of the water. Later, we came across a grove of ancient trees, their massive trunks covered in thick, gnarled bark. It was like stepping back in time. By late afternoon, we were back at camp, tired but happy. We had a simple dinner of chili and s'mores, and then settled in for the night, listening to the sounds of the forest and feeling grateful for this amazing experience. On the third day, after a breakfast of pancakes, we decided to explore a different part of the forest. We followed a less defined trail, and the woods grew denser as we went deeper. The air was thick with the smell of moss and damp earth. Eventually, we came across a small clearing. It was different from any other place we'd seen in the forest. The grass was a brighter green, wildflowers bloomed everywhere, and there was an almost eerie stillness to the air. Alex was immediately drawn to it. "Hey, I'm going to check that out," he said, stepping off the trail. "I'll be right back." I watched him go, feeling a strange sense of unease. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something felt off about that clearing. I decided to wait for him by the trail, figuring he wouldn't be long. But minutes turned into hours, and Alex didn't return. I started to worry, calling out his name, but there was no answer. Finally, I couldn't wait any longer. With my heart pounding, I ventured into the clearing. It was even stranger up close, but there was no sign of Alex anywhere. I spent hours searching, calling his name, but it was like he had vanished into thin air. As the sun began to set, I knew I had to get back to camp. Maybe, just maybe, he'd somehow found his way back there on his own. With a heavy heart, I retraced my steps, and as I approached our campsite, I saw him. Alex was sitting by the fire, staring into the flames. Relief washed over me, and I rushed to his side. "Where have you been?" I asked, my voice filled with relief and frustration. "I've been searching for you for hours. I just got a little lost," he replied quietly, his eyes avoiding mine. "I'm sorry." Even though I was incredibly relieved to have found him, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had been growing since he disappeared. Something about him seemed different, and as the days passed, that feeling only intensified. Small changes in Alex's behavior started to emerge, subtle at first, but they were definitely there. He became distant, disengaged, his responses brief and empty. He developed a strange fascination with the wildlife, watching the animals with an unnerving intensity. His appetite changed, and he seemed to have an aversion to the food we'd brought. But the most unsettling change was his newfound ability to navigate the forest. Alex, who had always been directionally challenged, now seemed to have an innate understanding of the woods. He would wander off alone, always returning to camp without any difficulty. It was like he had some kind of sixth sense. His sleeping habits became erratic too. Some nights he'd lie awake, staring at the ceiling. Other nights he'd slip out of the tent and disappear into the woods, only to return just before dawn. All of these strange behaviors combined made me increasingly uneasy. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened to Alex in that clearing, and that the person who had returned wasn't the same person who had entered. As our camping trip neared its end, I started to dread going back to civilization. I had a terrible feeling that whatever had happened to Alex in the woods wasn't over, and that things were about to get much, much worse. As we cruised down the highway, the five of us were feeling pretty good. The open road, the wind in our hair, the freedom to go wherever we wanted it was exhilarating. Ella, our resident history buff, kept us entertained with stories about forgotten towns and weird settlements scattered across the country. Max, our free-spirited artist, was constantly sketching the amazing landscapes we passed. Sarah, the practical one, made sure we didn't veer too far off course. And Jake, our tech-savvy engineer, and Chris, our resident musician, kept things lively with their endless debates about gadgets and music. We were a pretty good team, and our bond grew stronger with every mile we covered. One day, we were driving through this really desolate stretch of highway, and our gas gauge started flashing that dreaded empty warning. We started to get a little worried, scanning the horizon for any sign of civilization. Just as the sun was setting, we spotted a faded sign pointing towards a town called Hollow Grove. Perfect, we thought. We could fill up the tank and maybe even find a place to crash for the night. The road to Hollow Grove was creepy as hell. It was narrow and winding, with these ancient trees that seemed to close in on us as we drove deeper. The whole atmosphere was unnerving, like we were driving into another dimension or something. And just to make things even creepier, a thick fog rolled in as the sun went down, making it almost impossible to see. We were all a bit freaked out, but we kept going. We were low on gas, and besides, curiosity was getting the better of us. Who knew what we might find in this mysterious town? Finally, we saw the welcome sign for Hollow Grove, barely visible through the fog and overgrown trees. As we drove into town, a shiver went down my spine. The place was completely deserted. Buildings were crumbling, windows were boarded up, and the streets were empty. The only sound was the wind whistling through the trees. It was like a ghost town. We drove slowly down the main street, passing the remnants of what used to be stores, a diner, and even a schoolhouse. Everything was covered in dust and grime, and the air was thick with the smell of decay. Even though it was totally silent, we couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. At the edge of town, we found an old motel. The sign was barely hanging on, and the building looked like it hadn't seen a guest in decades. But it was shelter, and we were desperate. We parked the car and cautiously made our way to the entrance. The glass door to the lobby was shattered, and we could see into the dark, dusty interior. Ella grabbed her flashlight and led the way. The lobby was a mess, cobwebs everywhere, wallpaper peeling off the walls, and a thick layer of dust covering everything. Max found a rusty key rack behind the reception desk, and to our surprise, there were still a few keys hanging there. Sarah suggested we each take one and try to find our rooms. The hallway was dimly lit, and the floorboards creaked with every step. The doors were all warped and chipped, like they'd been through a war. Chris tried to lighten the mood by strumming a tune on his guitar, but the music just seemed to echo eerily in the silence. We finally found our rooms and hesitantly unlocked the doors. The rooms were surprisingly intact, considering how decrepit the rest of the motel was. The carpets were faded, the paint was peeling, and the furniture was covered in dust, but the beds were still there, and they looked surprisingly comfortable. As we started unpacking, Sarah found an old newspaper tucked under the curtains. The headline read, "Entire town of Hollow Grove vanishes overnight." We all exchanged nervous glances. This place was definitely more than just an abandoned town. There was something seriously strange going on here. That night, we took turns keeping watch. None of us could shake the feeling that we weren't alone. And we were right. As the night wore on, we started hearing whispers, faint at first, but they grew louder and louder. It was like the voices of the people who used to live here, talking about their lives, their dreams, their regrets. It was chilling. Then, we started seeing things. Faint figures moving outside the windows, shadowy shapes flitting through the hallways. We realized that the motel was haunted by the ghosts of Hollow Grove's lost residents. By the time dawn broke, we were exhausted and terrified. We knew we had to get out of there, but first, we needed to figure out what happened to this town. Ella, our history buff, suggested we check out the library. Maybe we could find some answers there. So we set off, walking through the silent streets towards the library. Inside, it was a disaster. Books and newspapers were scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with the smell of mildew. We started searching for anything that might give us some clues. Ella found a hidden door that led to a small room filled with old maps, town records, and journals. As we started piecing together the information, we discovered the horrifying truth about Hollow Grove. Decades ago, a meteor had crashed near the town. It emitted some kind of strange energy that warped time and space, causing people to vanish without a trace. The journals were filled with stories of missing townspeople, their families left behind with no explanation. We also learned about an ancient ritual that was supposed to break the curse and free the trapped souls of Hollow Grove. It required specific items and incantations, and it had to be performed at the site of the meteor crash. We knew what we had to do. We split up to gather the necessary items. Ella and Max searched for the incantations. Sarah and Chris went to find herbs and plants in the forest, and Jake started building an altar at the crash site. We worked tirelessly all day, driven by the knowledge that the spirits of Hollow Grove were depending on us. As the sun began to set, we met at the crash site, ready to perform the ritual. The energy in the air was intense. We could feel the presence of the spirits all around us. Ella started reciting the incantations, her voice strong and clear. Max arranged the herbs and plants in a protective circle, and Jake lit them, filling the air with a strange, otherworldly scent. Sarah and Chris played a haunting melody on their instruments, and the music seemed to resonate with the spirits. As the ritual reached its climax, a blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the circle. The meteor itself seemed to pulse with energy. The ghostly figures of the townspeople were drawn to the light, their faces filled with hope. One by one, they stepped into the light and disappeared, their souls finally free. When the light faded, we were left standing in the quiet clearing. The oppressive atmosphere was gone, replaced by a sense of peace. We had done it. We had broken the curse of Hollow Grove. Exhausted but triumphant, we returned to the motel for a few hours of sleep. The next morning we left Hollow Grove, knowing that we had helped set the lost souls free. The experience had changed us, bonded us in a way we never thought possible. We would carry the memory of Hollow Grove with us forever. It had been ages since I'd sat at a desk like this. The lamp was dim, but I didn't mind. After 3 years in the dark, a little dimness was nothing. "Whenever you're ready," Mr. Johnson said from across the desk, pen hovering over his notebook. Time to tell my story. It felt weird to be ready after all this time, but I nodded. Where to even begin? 3 years ago, I went hiking in the woods up north, I started. People never understood why I wanted to go alone, but that was the whole point. Being alone was the only point. Johnson scribbled that down. The scratching of his pen was loud in the quiet room. Rain lashed against the windows, taking me back to that morning when everything was still normal. I had my whole trip planned out. I was always a planner, still am, I guess. Ironic. "What made you choose northern Sweden?" the detective asked. "It was remote," I said. "Just a big blank space on the map. A few lakes, some rivers, but no roads, no towns." I looked him right in the eye. "To someone who hates people, it's paradise." I parked my car at the trailhead, double-checked my gear. It was heavy, but I was used to it. "That emergency beacon," the detective said, making a note. "You pressed it when?" "In a minute," I replied. I needed to do this right. I remembered stepping onto that trail. It was everything I'd imagined. Fresh air, total peace. "You said in your earlier testimony you didn't see anyone that first day." "No one. That was the whole idea," I said. "Early September, after the summer hikers, before the first snow. No tourists, no hunters, just me." I took a sip of water. That first day was perfect, just like I'd pictured. The trail was an easy climb, old-growth forest. I kept a good pace, only stopping to check the map or take in the view. By mid-afternoon, I'd hiked 20 kilometers and reached the creek where I planned to camp. "Still alone?" the detective asked. "Yup, all alone." Pitched my tent, cooked a simple meal, watched the sunset paint the sky with colors you never see in the city. I thought, wow, this is it. This is what I was looking for. No texts, no emails, no people. Just peace and quiet. I clasped my hands together. They were shaking. I knew it was too good to be true. How was the next morning different? I packed up early like before. Wanted to cover ground before it got too hot. But the trail got tougher. Steeper climbs, switchbacks. The trees got weirder, older, gnarled. The spaces between them felt wider. I paused. Around noon I heard something strange. What kind of sound? A scream. Maybe, or maybe not. Maybe an animal, a bird. But it made me stop. It felt like a cry for help, like something was wrong. He stopped writing and looked up. "What did you do?" "What I always do when I see something I don't like." I pretended I didn't. Convinced myself I was imagining things. I chuckled. I should have just kept walking, but I couldn't. I heard it again, closer this time, and there was a new sound now, the sound of running, of bushes being trampled. It was coming towards me. The detective looked up from his notebook. "This is when you met Lisa?" I nodded. I didn't know who or what it was. I just stood there, listening. Then I heard a loud bang from somewhere in the building. I flinched, and then she came bursting onto the path, maybe 50 feet away, clothes ripped, covered in blood and dirt, running like she was being chased. And when she saw me, she shouted, "Help me! Oh God, help me!" I stopped. The detective waited. He knew this was the important part. "That's when I had to make a choice," I said quietly. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to turn around, run away, don't get involved. But you didn't. "No," I whispered. "I didn't." And that's when the real nightmare began. The detective leaned forward. "Can you tell me about the dream, Mr. Johnson?" I heard a low rumble of thunder and jumped. That sound will forever remind me of that day. The day everything went wrong. "Maybe we should take a break," I said. "Before I go on, I need to be calm to explain this properly." He turned off the recorder and nodded, but he wasn't satisfied. He knew this wasn't the real story. This was just the beginning. We took a 15-minute break. I drank 2 cups of coffee, trying to calm my nerves. Then I sat back down across from the detective. I locked up my car, put on my backpack, and started walking, I said. It was still raining a bit, but it wasn't supposed to last. I checked my map. I paused, the memory vivid. A sudden, violent storm hit while I was on an exposed ridge. I had to scramble down into the valley for cover. It rained for hours, the thunder deafening, the trail turning into a mudslide. When it finally stopped, it was already afternoon. I could hear a creek to the east. Hoping it was the one on my map, I started heading that way. The water was freezing, the rocks slippery. I had to be careful not to fall. A couple of times, I had to stop and think about which way to go. Just like in real life, the girl screamed again, and I moved towards the sound, even though I knew I shouldn't. I saw a flash of blue up ahead, and then I saw her, hiding behind a huge tree trunk, terrified. Her hair was matted with blood, her clothes torn and filthy. "Don't come any closer," she shouted. She was shaking, out of breath. "I'm not going to hurt you," I said, raising my hands. It felt stupid. "I heard you screaming. Are you hurt?" She looked over my shoulder, back into the forest. "They might be following me. We have to." "Who is we?" I asked, even though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. "The men," she said, hugging herself. "They took us, my family, 2 weeks ago." She was gasping between sobs. "From the bunker, underground." "What's your name?" "Lisa. Lisa Jensen." She looked at me then, really looked at me, and something in her eyes just broke. "Oh God, you're real. You're actually real." That sent a chill down my spine. "My name is Johann. I have a first aid kit. Can I help you?" She nodded, but her legs buckled, and she collapsed. I lunged forward and caught her before she hit the ground. It felt strange, touching someone after all this time. Whoa, I got you," I said, lowering her onto a fallen tree trunk. She laughed, a hollow, broken sound. "Safe? None of us are safe. You don't understand." "Then help me understand," I said, grabbing my backpack. I found the first aid kit and started cleaning a nasty cut on her forehead. She kept talking. Hiking trip with her family, parents, younger brother. They were all taken. Men in black. Underground facility. "They split us up," she said, wincing as I dabbed at the cut. "Different rooms. I could hear. Sometimes I could hear the others screaming." I put a butterfly bandage on the cut, trying to keep my hands from shaking. "What did they want?" "I don't know. They never said. They just watched, took notes, talked about subjects and trials." She suddenly grabbed my wrist, her fingers digging in. "My brother Tommy. He's still there. They're all still there." I pulled my hand away. "We need to call for help. I have a distress beacon." "No," she shouted, her voice cracking. "No cops. They can tell. They always know. If someone comes for them, they'll relocate them, or..." She couldn't finish the sentence. Part of me wanted to activate the beacon anyway, but the look on her face stopped me. "Where is this facility?" I asked, even though I knew I shouldn't. She pointed northeast. "About 3 kilometers that way. There's a ridge with 3 peaks. The cave is in the rock face below." I closed the first aid kit. I didn't know what to do. I should just activate the beacon and let the authorities handle this. "Please," she said, sensing my hesitation. "If we don't hurry, they'll be dead." She said "we." I suddenly realized who she was. She was like me. No, she was me, but she had been through more than I could imagine. "I'm not," I started, then stopped. "Not a hero. Not brave. Not..." There was a noise in the distance, like an engine. Lisa's eyes widened. "They know I'm missing. They're activating the perimeter defenses." I wasn't doing this out of bravery or selflessness. I was doing it because I didn't have a choice. "Describe the layout of the place," I said. "Every single room." As she talked about tunnels and security measures, I felt my plans slipping away. The darkness of the forest felt like an ominous presence. This wasn't my story anymore. It hadn't been since I heard that scream. I was just a character in someone else's story, and the only way out was to go deeper in. There was no turning back now. Thunder rumbled in the distance. A storm was coming. I had a feeling it wouldn't be the only one. The storm was closing in fast. We had to get to the facility before it broke. How long until they come looking? I asked. Minutes, maybe less, Lisa said, struggling to her feet. They'll send the drones first. Drones. I couldn't help but repeat the word. It felt so out of place here, like a smartphone in a medieval castle. Little ones, quiet. They pick up heat signatures. I glanced upwards, realizing how exposed we were. Maybe the storm would help. Rain blocks infrared, I said. We followed a game trail, moving as quickly as Lisa could manage. How did you get out? I asked during one of our short breaks. Power flicker, she said, her voice flat. The locks released for about 30 seconds. I just got out, without thinking, without looking back. It started to rain. I pulled my jacket out of my backpack and put it around Lisa's shoulders. Let's find somewhere to hole up, I said. Somewhere to regroup and figure out what we're doing. She shook her head. No time. They're coming. There's no way you're getting anywhere on foot. We have to. I heard a mechanical whine getting closer. Get down, Lisa hissed. We ducked into the bushes. The noise passed overhead, a shadow barely visible through the trees. My heart pounded so hard I was worried its infrared signature would give us away. They're going in a grid, Lisa whispered. We have about 5 minutes until it swings back. There's a ravine about half a kilometer east, I said. It might help us hide our body heat. We picked up the pace. The rain was helping now, covering our tracks and muffling our sounds. But it also made the terrain treacherous. Every step was a risk. Lisa slipped on a wet rock and almost went down. I'm fine, she said, preempting my question. Just need a second. I heard the drone again, closer this time. We wouldn't make it to the ravine. Where else can we go? I looked around for a place to hide. I tried to think like an animal. Finally, I spotted a fallen tree with a massive, upturned root system. This way, I said, helping Lisa up. We squeezed in underneath the roots and waited as the drone hovered above us for a terrifying moment, then moved on. Hey, I said. Breathe. In through your nose, out through your mouth. She nodded, trying to keep still. Her body was shaking against mine. We waited for what felt like an eternity, the sound of the rain drumming on the leaves. After a while, the drone noise disappeared completely. They'll be sending in ground teams next, Lisa said. How many people? 3 teams of 4. They usually go in different directions. I thought about this, strategizing like it was a game. But games don't smell like mud and terror. We go after dark, I said. Cover of night, cover of rain. Lisa made a noise that might have been a laugh. They have night vision, thermal scopes. But they're still just men, I said. Men who get tired. Men who mess up, especially in these conditions. There was a long pause. Then she said, Why are you helping me? Why did you come back? I countered. Because you asked, she whispered. It always is. That's what they count on. People walking away, looking the other way. A thunderclap boomed above us. I saw the fear in her eyes and realized she was just as afraid as I was. Get some sleep, I told her. I'll keep watch. She didn't answer, but I could feel her relax against the wall of dirt. I listened to her breathe until she fell asleep. I kept watch. As the rain dripped from the roots, I thought about what we had. A backpack with some food, a knife, a medical kit, and what they had, a small army with weapons and technology I didn't even want to imagine. We didn't stand a chance. But then again, none of that mattered. It hadn't mattered for a long time. The rain continued to fall. In the distance, I heard footsteps. But for now, we were safe. Tomorrow would be a different story. I checked my watch. 6:42 p.m. Night was coming. So was our next move. The night was long and tense. I forced myself to stay awake, checking my watch every few minutes as the rain slowly subsided. By the time dawn broke, my body ached from sitting still, and I was freezing. The forest was still dark, but the nighttime sounds faded, replaced by birdsong and rustling leaves. Lisa was still asleep, exhausted. I checked my watch again. 5:17 a.m. I didn't want to wake her, but I needed to scout ahead. I crawled out from under the roots. The weather had cleared slightly, but a heavy mist limited visibility. Good. I'll be back soon, I whispered to Lisa, though she couldn't hear me. I tried to retrace my steps, heading back towards the road. I knew this forest well, but it felt different now, disorienting. I left markers to help me find my way back. A snapping twig made me freeze. I didn't hear anything else, but I felt eyes on me. You're being paranoid, I told myself, pushing on. I reached a section where I expected to find the ravine, but it wasn't there. The landscape was wrong. I heard a bird call behind me, turned, but saw nothing. Come on, Johann, I muttered, pulling out my compass. The needle spun wildly, pointing in every direction but north. I smacked it a few times, but it didn't budge. My skin prickled with the feeling of being watched. I looked for cameras, drones, anything, but found nothing. Then I heard it, a soft rustling, like clothes brushing against bark. It seemed to be coming from all around me. Hello? I called out, instantly regretting it. The sound echoed back, distorted, alien. I tried to retrace my steps, but my markers made no sense. The twigs were pointing in different directions, the stones scattered. It took me almost an hour to find my way back to the fallen tree. Lisa was awake, sitting against the wall of our makeshift shelter, staring into the mist. They're coming, she said before I could even speak. Her voice was flat, empty. Who? I asked. The search parties? She shook her head. Not them. You fool. The others. The ones they don't talk about. The ones they're really studying. I knelt beside her. Lisa, you need to calm down. There are no others. You know, don't you? She said, staring right through me. I can tell by the look on your face. The eyes. The wrong way. The noises. I shivered. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as paranoia, but I remembered my own disorientation during my scout. We should go, I said. The ravine isn't there anymore. Or it is, she finished, but not where it's supposed to be. Nothing's where it's supposed to be out here. That's what they're studying. That's why they brought us here. My logical mind rebelled, but another part of me knew she was right. Studying what? The borders, she said. The places where things leak. Where the things that should be aren't. And the things that shouldn't be are. We heard the three-note bird call again. Closer now. Not a bird, she said. Not a bird. We need to get the hell out of here. I don't know what's happening, I said. But we can't stay here. She laughed. a chilling, hollow sound. It doesn't matter if you leave. The roads don't go where they're supposed to. They bring you back to them. It's like a spider web. I looked outside. The fog was thicker now, and I saw shapes moving in it. Tall, unnatural shapes. I felt the compass in my pocket. Then we don't take the paths, I said. We go off trail. Lisa clutched my arm. They'll find us, they always do. Who? The search parties? Or the other ones? Both. Neither. I don't know. It all feels the same out here. I heard the rustling again, closer. My heart started to race. Damn it. We have to do something, I said. We either stay or we go, and I'm not sitting here waiting for whatever that is to come get us. She looked up at me, and something in her expression changed. You still have hope that you can leave, she said. That's why they allow you to try. For the same reason they want to see you learn. Learn what? The bird call came again, then another, and another, surrounding us. Lisa smiled, and that was the most terrifying thing yet. We're already caught, she said. We always were, the running, the hiding. It's all part of their test, their study, their game. I heard more of them all around us. I don't like that, I said, picking up my bag. Let's go, we're leaving. She didn't protest, but she didn't stop smiling either. She knew something I didn't, and I had a feeling I wasn't going to like it. We stepped out of the shelter and into the forest. The compass spun uselessly. The paths led us in circles. But I clung to my plan. Which way? Lisa asked, her voice almost cheerful. I scanned the trees, searching for something familiar in this alien landscape. The trees were taller than I remembered, the bird calls too frequent. We'll find our own way, I said. We have to. We pressed on, deeper into whatever hell we had stumbled into. The rain continued to fall, but now it felt like every drop had a meaning, like the sky itself was watching. Hours passed. The forest grew more hostile. The rain intensified, then subsided, then turned into a downpour. As the sun began to set, we found a tight circle of trees and made camp, feeling more like we were hiding than resting. As the sun began to set, we found a tight circle of trees and made camp, feeling more like we were hiding than resting. The rain stopped, and the silence was deafening. Lisa sat by the entrance of my tent. Maybe you should get some rest, I said. She shook her head without looking at me. Sleep is when they whisper loudest. I wanted to ask her who they were, but I was too tired. I fell asleep, Lisa's silhouette the last thing I saw as she continued to stare into the darkness. The sound of static woke me up. I opened my eyes to pitch black. Do you hear it? Lisa asked. She sounded scared. There was more static, and now voices too. It was coming from my backpack. I don't. I fumbled for my headlamp and turned it on. It was strangely dim. I don't have anything in here that makes that noise. She shook her head. They'll find us. They always find us. I picked up the backpack. The static grew louder. I opened the main compartment and saw it a small tape recorder sitting on top of my gear. I started to say, but Lisa was already there beside me. They have something to say to us, she whispered. The static resolved into voices, multiple voices speaking at once. Some in Swedish, some in English, others in languages I didn't recognize. Uranus levels higher than anticipated. Containment breach holding at 177%. Time dilation becoming erratic. I tried to turn it off, but it didn't work. Make it stop, Lisa begged, covering her ears. Please make it stop. I pulled the batteries out, but the voices continued. How is that possible? I stammered, flipping the recorder over. There was a small metal box on the bottom, no bigger than a matchbox. It had a logo on it, a spiral that seemed to spin if I looked at it too long. No, Lisa yelled, slapping the recorder from my hands. It clattered to the tent floor, and the whisper stopped. The silence that followed was almost palpable. What is that? I asked, staring at the box. A marker, Lisa said, fear in her voice. They need them to help track the change. Change in what? She met my eyes. In real life. In the spaces between what should be and what is. The box started to hum, and the spiral glowed with an unnatural light. Let's destroy it, I said, reaching for the recorder. Wait, Lisa grabbed my arm. If we move it, it only makes things worse. The changes happen more quickly. Then, what do we do? I heard the 3-note call again, much closer this time. It was answered by another, then another, surrounding us. The humming from the box intensified, and I felt a strange sensation, like the tent was moving. They're here, Lisa whispered, squeezing my wrist. The people who leave the markers. The people who watch what comes next. Shadows moved outside the tent, shadows far too tall to be human. And then what happens? I asked, not sure I wanted to know. The same smile returned to her face. The test, she repeated. Your test. Like my family's test. Like everyone else's test. The tent around us started to dissolve, replaced by a dense, alien forest. The trees twisted and coiled, their branches reaching down like grasping claws. The box pulsed again, and the whispers returned, but now they were coming from everywhere, from the air, from my own thoughts. This is the study, Lisa said, her voice merging with the whispers. Subject Johan Nielsen, commencing trial. I realized this was only the beginning of whatever test we had walked into. Or was it the test? I didn't even know anymore. The world blurred and spun. I felt like we were moving through time at lightning speed, or maybe slowing it down. When the dizziness passed, we were in a different part of the forest. The tent was gone, but the box was still there, sitting in a clearing waiting for us. I felt another pulse from the box and picked it up. The logo looked familiar, like something I had seen before. We have to bury it, Lisa said, panic in her voice. Right now, before they trace it. Trace it with what? I turned the box over, looking for batteries, wires, anything that could explain how it worked. This doesn't make any sense. None of this makes any. Stop thinking about it. She pulled it from my hands. That's what they want. They want you to think about it. They want you to look closer. They want you to see. The whispers were quieter now, but still there. That symbol, I said slowly. I've seen it before, I think. In Stockholm, maybe. She looked at me with horror. Don't do that. Don't make connections. That's how they get in. That's how they find the cracks. A branch snapped in the forest. We both went silent, listening. Then the bird call sounded again, further away but clearer. Please, Lisa pleaded. Just trust me, okay? We need to get rid of it. I nodded, even though it went against every instinct. We left the tent. The air outside felt thicker, more humid. Lisa led us to a spot beneath a large pine tree. The ground was soft here. She started to dig. Deep, she said. It needs to be deep. We dug a hole big enough to bury the box. It seemed to grow brighter as we dug, as if trying to escape. Keep it down, Lisa said, and make sure it doesn't move. I placed the box in the dirt. It almost seemed to fight back, the spiral flashing like a strobe light. Lisa, I said, my voice shaking, what if we're wrong? She laughed. A broken, terrifying sound. Wrong? We're all already wrong. This is about trying to make it right. We covered the box with leaves and dirt until it stopped glowing. Then we patted the earth down to make it look undisturbed. Is this going to work? I asked, but I wasn't even sure what I meant anymore. Possibly, for a time. She knelt back, dusting off her hands. Nothing lasts too long out here. The veil is thin. A thin layer of fog started to appear. Lisa, I said, helping her to her feet. We need to get back to the tent, now. We arrived back just in time to see the fog rolling in, tendrils snaking towards the tent. They're looking, Lisa said. I checked the time. 3:17 a.m. Why do I know that symbol? I asked, desperate to grasp something real. She shook her head. No questions. Questions are bridges. They use them to cross over. Cross over from what? The fog outside grew heavier. The whispers were back. From in between, she finally said. From the places their research opened, rifts. I wanted to argue, to tell her she was talking nonsense, but my brain couldn't process what was happening. It was like being forced to learn a new way of thinking, but by rote, without understanding. The sound from the buried box grew louder. The fog crept into the tent. What the hell have we done? I whispered, watching the shapes it formed. Lisa took my hand. Her fingers were ice cold. What we were supposed to do, she said. What we always do. We chose to do it, but we didn't have a choice. 3 hours crawled by. We drifted in and out of sleep, woken by whispering sounds and the feeling of fog patterns spreading across our skin. The flashlight grew weaker. It got colder. We could see our breath. We weren't truly awake, but we weren't asleep either. Then, after a timeless interval, we woke up for real. The whispering had changed. There was another sound outside, a low humming. For a second I thought it was another strange noise from the box, but then I saw Lisa's reaction. No, she breathed. They're coming. For real. The noise grew louder. It was the unmistakable thrum of rotor blades. A helicopter. We need to leave, I said, grabbing my bag. We can't. Lisa's voice was monotone. Once they send the birds, they don't fail. The helicopter's spotlight cast strange shadows on the tent walls. The voices from the buried box were still whispering. Get out, I said, pulling Lisa by the arm. The woods. We scrambled out of the tent just as the helicopter landed, its rotors churning the mist into a swirling vortex. The spotlight found us. Get down now, a voice boomed from a loudspeaker. Lisa collapsed to her knees. I moved to help her, but then I saw them, figures rappelling down from the helicopter. Final warning, the voice said. Get down, or we will shoot. I wanted to obey. My mind screamed at me to listen. But then I remembered what Lisa had said. That's what they want. I pulled her to her feet, and we ran. We didn't get far before tear gas rained down on us. Keep going. I coughed, but Lisa went limp in my arms. I heard footsteps behind us. They were gaining. I tried to look back, but my eyes streamed with tears and pepper spray. Target captured, a voice called out. Hands grabbed me, pulling me down. I fought back, but there were too many of them. I was thrown to the ground. A knee pressed into my back. The earth vibrated beneath me, that same low hum from the box. Attention, secondary anomaly identified. A voice crackled over a radio. Sierra 7 profile confirmed. Copy, another voice responded. Retrieve both subjects. The gas was overwhelming. My muscles weakened. My mind grew hazy. I saw Lisa being strapped to a stretcher. Wait, I tried to say, but my tongue felt thick. You don't understand. The box. Sir, I'm reading multiple temporal distortions in the vicinity, a new voice said. They're multiplying. Get them inside. Now, before the boundary. Another voice trailed off, as if snatched away by the wind. Move, move, the commander shouted. What were they afraid of? These trained soldiers with their weapons and equipment. They zip-tied my hands and dragged me towards the helicopter. The rotors whipped the fog into a frenzy. The ground seemed to undulate like the ocean. I heard noises from the helicopter, unnatural noises. The last thing I saw before the gas knocked me out was Lisa's face. She was smiling at me, that same knowing grin. The test, she said, but her voice was lost in the roar of the rotors. It's just starting. Darkness swallowed me. Just before I lost consciousness, I heard the sound of reality tearing apart. That's the only way I can describe it. Like the fabric of the world was being ripped open, and then I was gone. I was still in the helicopter as the forest receded below, but as I faded in and out of awareness, I began to wonder if we were really leaving it behind, or if we were just going somewhere else, somewhere equally dangerous and cursed, somewhere they could continue their test. Mountains, man, they hold secrets, I always used to say. Some too big to know, some too dark to tell. 3 years ago, I joined the mountain rescue team, not to chase mysteries, mind you. I just wanted to help, to be part of something bigger than myself. Little did I know, this job would make me question everything I thought I knew. It all started with a call that came in at twilight, just as the last bit of sun was dipping behind those jagged peaks. Our radio crackled, and the quiet of our little rescue station was shattered. Emergency beacon activation, coordinates received, the dispatcher's voice said. All professional, but I could hear the worry in it. Solo hiker. Beacon triggered once, then went silent. Last known location near Ridge 34B. Ridge 34B. Locals called it the shattered spine, and for a damn good reason. Sharp, uneven rocks jutted out like broken bones. Not a place you'd want to be caught in, especially not alone, and definitely not as night started creeping in. Gear up, Maru, our team leader said, his face a mask of calm determination. He was already pulling on his jacket. "We're moving out in 10, John grunted as he laced up his boots. "Solo hiker? Again? They never listen, do they?" "No, they don't," Veta murmured, packing medical supplies into her backpack. She was always quiet, always prepared. Me, I was stuffing my own gear into a bag, hands shaking a little. I wasn't new to this, but something about the silence outside felt heavy, like the mountains were holding their breath, waiting. By the time we headed out, darkness was already starting to swallow the slopes. Our headlights cut thin beams through the gathering mist, lighting up patches of frost-covered ground and trees that looked like skeletons. The air was sharp and cold, the kind that stings your lungs with each breath. Maru led the way, compass in hand, his steps sure and steady. John followed, his big frame moving with the easy grace of someone who spent years on these trails. Vidam walked beside me, quiet as always, her eyes scanning the shadows. We followed the coordinates to the base of Ridge 34B, and that's where we found the first sign of the hiker, a discarded glove, half buried in the snow. The fabric was torn, the edges frayed, like it had snagged on something sharp, and nearby faint tracks led uphill, disappearing into the mist. "This way," Maru said, his voice steady as ever. We started climbing. The terrain got rougher with every step. Loose rocks slid under our boots, and the wind picked up, howling through the crags like some kind of animal. Every now and then I thought I heard something else beneath the wind, a faint, almost coughing sound. But whenever I stopped to listen, it was gone. "Keep moving," John said, his tone gruff. "We're wasting daylight." "Not much daylight left to waste," I muttered under my breath. The tracks led us to a small plateau where the wind, strangely, seemed to just stop. It left this eerie stillness in its wake. A scrap of fabric, matching the glove, dangled from a jagged rock, fluttering weakly. "This is where he passed through," Vidam said, crouching down to examine the snow. "But the tracks, they're strange." "What do you mean?" I asked. She hesitated, her brow furrowing. "They look hurried, like he was running." "But from what?" Maru straightened up, scanning the ridge above. "Let's set up a temporary base here," he said. "We'll regroup and figure out our next move." We pitched the small camp quickly. We were used to this. But the unease lingered. As we sat around the dim glow of a portable lamp, the silence pressed against us like something solid. Even John, who was usually the first to crack a joke, seemed subdued. Maru unfolded a map, tracing the route with his finger. "If these tracks are fresh, he can't be far. We'll push higher at first light." "And if the weather turns?" Vidam asked. "Then we adapt," he replied. "We always adapt." The wind picked up again as we huddled in our sleeping bags, its mournful howl finding cracks in the rocks and echoing like distant cries. I lay there, staring at the stars through a gap in the clouds, trying to convince myself that the strange sounds were just my imagination. But deep down I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching us. Something patient, something that knew we were there. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were filled with shadowy figures moving through the mist, their faces hidden, their voices just whispers that sent chills down my spine. I woke with a start just before dawn, the cold seeping into my bones. As I sat up, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I saw Maru already awake, standing at the edge of the plateau. He was staring up at the ridge, his silhouette dark against the faint glow of the early light. "Anything?" I asked, my voice hoarse. He didn't look back. "No, but we need to move soon." The others stirred as the first rays of sunlight painted the peaks in muted gold. We packed quickly, the tension from the night before still hanging heavy in the air. We were all feeling it. As we climbed higher, the tracks became even more erratic, zigzagging and doubling back. It was like the hiker had been lost, confused, or trying to shake something off his trail. "Doesn't make sense," John muttered. "Why would he?" A sudden cry cut him off. Faint, but distinct. It echoed across the rocks, bouncing off the ridges until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my heart pounding in my chest. Maru nodded. "That way," he said, pointing towards a narrow gorge that sliced through the ridge. We moved quickly, the cry repeating once more before fading into silence. The gorge was steep and shadowed, the walls pressing in close. The air felt heavier here, each breath an effort. Halfway through, Vitam stopped suddenly, holding up a hand. "Wait, what is it?" Maru asked. She pointed to the ground. A faint smear of blood stained the snow, leading towards a small alcove hidden in the rock face. We approached cautiously, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Inside the alcove, we found what could only be described as a makeshift shelter, a tattered sleeping bag, a few scattered supplies, and a flashlight with a dim, flickering beam. "He was here," Vitam said, her voice barely above a whisper. "But where is he now?" John asked, his eyes scanning the shadows. None of us had an answer. As we stood there, the wind howled through the gorge again, carrying with it a sound that sent a shiver down my spine, a low, mournful wail, like something not entirely human. Maru tightened his grip on his walking stick. "Let's move," he said. "Whatever's out here, we need to find him before it does." The wind carried the sound away, leaving us in an uneasy silence. No one spoke, each of us straining to hear something, anything, that might explain that low, guttural wail. It had been distinct, not like an animal, and not like shifting ice. It lingered in my mind, filling the quiet with its eerie resonance. "We're not alone out here," John muttered, breaking the silence. His voice was gruff, but I caught the unease in his tone. Maru tightened his grip on his trekking pole, his expression unreadable. "Stay focused." "It could have been the wind," John said, though it was clear he didn't believe it. Vitam glanced back toward the makeshift shelter, her lips pressed into a thin line. She didn't say anything, but I could tell she was thinking the same thing as the rest of us. Whoever made that noise wasn't okay, and if it was the hiker, he wasn't in any shape to be calling out for help. We pressed on, moving deeper into the gorge. The snow became patchier, revealing bare stone beneath, slick with ice. The walls closed in, narrowing to a steep, uneven trail. Every step felt like a balancing act, and the silence only made the crunch of our boots against rock and snow more oppressive. I spotted another clue before anyone else, a single glove lying just ahead, half covered in frost. Its black fabric was faded and torn, the fingers stiff from the cold. I knelt to pick it up, holding it up for the others to see. "Another sign," I said. "But why is he leaving these behind?" John frowned. "Maybe he didn't mean to. Could have fallen off. Or he's hurt. Vidam said quietly, her eyes scanning the trail ahead. He's bleeding, remember? The reminder of the bloodstains from earlier made my stomach tighten. I thought of the smear we'd seen, the way it disappeared into the gorge as if the mountain itself had swallowed it. Maru nodded toward the trail. We keep moving. If he's injured, he won't get far. The tension grew heavier as we climbed. Shadows stretched long and dark across the walls, the sunlight above barely touching the bottom of the gorge. It was colder here, the air thin and biting. I struggled to keep my breathing steady, each inhale stinging my lungs. We came across another sign a short while later, a patch of trampled snow, disturbed as if someone had struggled there. A faint streak of red cut through it, trailing toward a nearby outcrop. Vidam crouched down, brushing her fingers lightly over the ground. This isn't from an animal, she said. The tracks are too erratic. It's like he was dragged. Dragged? By what? John snapped. He was alone, right? No one else was supposed to be out here. That we know of, Vidam replied, her voice barely audible. Before John could argue, a faint sound stopped us in our tracks. It was soft at first, almost imperceptible, a low, rhythmic noise that reminded me of coughing. It came from further up the trail, just beyond a sharp bend in the gorge. Did you hear that? I whispered. Maru held up a hand, signaling for silence. We stood there, frozen, listening as the sound grew louder. It wasn't coughing, not exactly. It was more like the ragged gasps of someone struggling to breathe, each exhale punctuated by a faint rasp. Karen, Maru called out, his voice echoing off the walls. It's the rescue team. Can you hear us? The gasping stopped abruptly, leaving only the hollow whistle of the wind in its wake. My pulse quickened, the silence amplifying every noise, the shift of snow beneath my boots, the faint rustle of fabric as I adjusted my gear. Let's go, Maru said, his voice steady but low. Stay close. The trail twisted sharply, leading us to a narrow ledge that hugged the side of the gorge. Below, a steep drop disappeared into darkness, the bottom obscured by mist. We moved single file, each step careful and deliberate. My palms were sweaty despite the cold, and I kept my eyes on the person in front of me, afraid to look down. Fresh footprints, Vidam said, pointing to the snow ahead. They were deep, erratic, as if the person making them had been stumbling. We followed them until the ledge widened, leading to a small clearing partially sheltered by overhanging rock. There, nestled against the wall, was a crude lean-to made of branches and torn fabric. The initials QL were carved into one of the supports, a detail that made my stomach sink. This had to be his. This is his, Vidam said, crouching to inspect the shelter. He was here recently. Maru and John began searching the area, their movements brisk but careful. I stayed near Vidam, my eyes scanning the shadows. Something about the clearing felt wrong. The air was heavier here, carrying a faint metallic tang that reminded me of blood. Vidam reached into the lean-to and pulled out a bandage. Its edges were crusted with dried blood. She held it up, her brow furrowing. He's losing a lot of blood, if we don't find him soon. A sudden scream tore through the air, cutting her off. It was high-pitched and guttural, echoing off the walls in a way that made it impossible to tell where it was coming from. My heart leaped into my throat as I spun around, searching for the source. "What the hell was that?" John hissed, his hand gripping the handle of his ice axe. "Stay together," Maru barked. "Don't move unless I say so." The scream came again, this time fainter, as if it were being carried away by the wind. My chest tightened, every muscle in my body tense. It didn't sound human, or if it was someone in unimaginable pain. "Is it him?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," Maru said. "But we're not splitting up. Vitam, mark this location. We'll keep following the tracks." The footprints led us higher, winding through a narrow corridor of jagged rocks. The walls were streaked with ice, reflecting the dim light in strange, fragmented patterns. Every sound, every crunch of snow, every shift of rock seemed louder here, the echoes stretching unnaturally long. Then, the tracks stopped. We stood at the edge of a steep incline, the snow untouched beyond it. It was as if the hiker had vanished into thin air. "He didn't just disappear," John growled. "There has to be something." A faint sound interrupted him, drawing all our attention. It was coming from below, deeper in the gorge, a soft, rhythmic tapping, like stones knocking against each other. It was steady, deliberate, and too regular to be natural. "What is that?" I asked, my voice trembling. Maru didn't answer. He stared down into the darkness, his jaw clenched. For the first time, I saw uncertainty in his eyes. "We'll find out," he said finally. "But not tonight. We're setting up camp." No one argued. The tapping continued as we descended to a flat area sheltered from the wind, its rhythm haunting us with every step. That night, as I lay in my sleeping bag, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every gust of wind, every creak of the rocks felt like a warning. I stared up at the dark sky, my mind replaying the scream, the footprints, the strange tapping. Sleep didn't come easily. The night dragged on in restless silence. I barely slept, the occasional clinking sound from the gorge below prickling my nerves. It was as if the tapping stones were calling out in some kind of rhythm I couldn't decipher, an erratic pulse echoing through the rock walls. My thoughts spiraled, my mind conjuring images of what might be waiting for us out there. By the time the first pale light crept over the ridge, I was already awake, sitting by the remnants of our small fire. The others stirred one by one. John stretched, his movements sluggish. Vitam rubbed her eyes and checked her medical supplies, though her usual calm demeanor seemed forced. Only Maru appeared focused, already packing his gear and scanning the horizon. "Today we find him," Maru said firmly as we gathered, "and we end this search." The certainty in his voice didn't match the unease on his face. I nodded, though my chest tightened at the thought of what we might find. We broke camp quickly, the air heavy with anticipation. The faint trail of footprints we'd followed yesterday was gone, erased by the night wind. Maru directed us toward the gorge where the clinking sound had grown fainter but still lingered in the background. The descent into the gorge was steep and treacherous. Ice covered the rocks, forcing us to move slowly, testing each step. The tapping grew louder as we neared the bottom, each knock distinct yet inexplicable. When we reached the floor, the sound stopped abruptly, leaving us in an oppressive silence, broken only by our own breathing. What the hell was making that noise? John asked, his voice bouncing off the jagged walls. Doesn't matter now, Maru said, eyes open. We moved forward. We followed the gorge's path as it narrowed into a cramped corridor. The air grew colder, the sunlight above barely reaching us. I spotted something ahead and called out, "There's something here." We approached cautiously. It was another makeshift shelter, smaller and less stable than the one we'd found yesterday. A tattered blanket was draped over a pile of rocks, forming a crude tent. A flashlight lay nearby, its beam flickering weakly, casting erratic shadows on the walls. Vidam crouched beside the shelter and examined its contents. "He was here," she murmured, holding up a small notebook. The edges were frayed, and the pages inside were warped from moisture. She flipped through it carefully, scanning the shaky handwriting. "What does it say?" I asked. Vidam hesitated, her brow furrowing. "It's rambling. He writes about hearing things, seeing things that aren't there. He mentions shadows moving in the corners of his vision, voices calling his name." "Hallucinations?" Maru asked, his tone skeptical. "Possibly. But he sounds terrified," Vidam replied. She handed the notebook to Maru, who skimmed it briefly before tucking it into his jacket. John kicked at the rocks near the shelter, his frustration evident. "This doesn't help us find him. He's either losing his mind, or he's already dead." "We don't know that," Maru said sharply. "And until we do, we keep searching." The tension between them was palpable, but there was no time to dwell on it. As we moved further into the gorge, the tapping returned, faint but steady. Each sound seemed to press against my chest, my breaths growing shorter. We came to a sudden stop when the trail opened into a small clearing. In the center was a shallow pit ringed with blackened stones, as if someone had attempted to build a fire but never lit it. Around the edges were scattered belongings, a torn jacket, an empty water bottle, and what looked like scraps of a map. "He was here," I said, my voice barely audible. Vidam bent down to pick up the scraps of the map. Her fingers brushed against something in the snow, and she froze. "Wait," she whispered. "What is it?" Maru asked, stepping closer. She pointed to the ground. Embedded in the snow was a series of symbols, crudely drawn and overlapping. They were circles and lines, some jagged, others smooth, forming patterns that didn't make any sense. The snow around them had hardened, as if the symbols had been etched with something hot or sharp. "What is this?" I asked, my voice trembling. "I don't know," Vidam said, her tone unsteady. "But Karen mentioned symbols in his notebook. He wrote that they were always there but didn't explain what they meant." John took a step back, shaking his head. "This is nuts. We're chasing a lunatic into God knows where, and now we're finding this. What if he's not running from something? What if he's the danger?" "Enough," Maru said firmly. "This doesn't change the mission. We find him and bring him back. Let's move." The unease was thick as we continued. The gorge walls closed in again, the space feeling suffocating. The symbols lingered in my mind, their nonsensical shapes burning into my thoughts. I tried to shake it off, focusing on the trail ahead, but the air seemed heavier with each step. Then we heard it, a low, guttural sound, almost like breathing. It came from somewhere ahead, echoing faintly. Maru signaled for us to stop and motioned for silence. The sound grew louder, irregular and wheezing. like someone struggling to draw breath. "Karen," Maru called out cautiously. The sound stopped abruptly. We waited, the silence stretching on until it became unbearable. Maru gestured for us to follow as he moved toward the source of the noise. My heart pounded in my chest, every nerve on edge. The gorge opened into another clearing, this one larger and littered with debris. Broken branches, shredded fabric, and torn pieces of paper were scattered across the ground. In the center was a figure, hunched over and trembling. It was Karen. He was unrecognizable from the man in the photo we'd been given. His face was gaunt, his eyes sunken and bloodshot. His clothes were in tatters, and his hands were raw and bloody. He clutched a sharpened stick, holding it out in front of him like a weapon. "Stay back!" he screamed, his voice hoarse and panicked. "Don't come any closer." "Karen, we're here to help," Maru said, keeping his voice calm. He took a cautious step forward, his hands raised. "You activated your beacon. We're here to bring you home." "You're lying," Karen shouted, his voice cracked and tears streamed down his face. "You're not here to help. You're here to take me." "No one's taking you," Maru said. "We just want to help. You're injured. Let us take you back." Karen's grip on the stick tightened, and he backed away. "You don't understand. They're watching. They're always watching." "Who's watching?" I asked, my voice trembling. His eyes darted around the clearing, scanning the shadows. "You don't see them? They're right there. Right there." There was nothing there, just shadows and snow. Before we could react, Karen lunged forward, his stick aimed at Maru. John intercepted him, grabbing his arms and wrestling the stick away. Karen thrashed and screamed, his words incoherent. "Hold him down," Maru ordered. It took all of us to restrain him. His strength was wild and desperate, fueled by sheer terror. When he finally collapsed, exhausted and sobbing, we let go, keeping a cautious distance. Vitam knelt beside him, her voice soft and soothing. "Karen, you're safe now. We're here. No one's going to hurt you." He looked up at her, his eyes hollow. "You don't understand. It's not safe. It's never safe." "What's not safe?" I asked. He didn't answer. Instead, he curled into himself, trembling. The weight of his words hung over us like a storm cloud, heavy and oppressive. As night fell, we prepared to make camp in the clearing. None of us spoke, the events of the day leaving us shaken. The shadows around us seemed deeper, the cold more biting, and in the distance, the faint tapping resumed its rhythm, echoing in the dark. The night was restless, weighed down by Karen's muttered warnings and the unrelenting tap, tap, tap that echoed through the gorge. We took turns keeping watch, though none of us could truly relax. Every rustle of the wind, every crack of settling snow felt amplified in the stillness. I found myself staring at the faint glow of the portable lamp, the rhythmic tapping gnawing at my nerves. Karen sat apart from us, his back pressed against the rock wall. He rocked slightly, muttering under his breath, his eyes darting to the shadows. Vitam stayed closest to him, her voice gentle but firm as she tried to coax him into clarity. The rest of us exchanged uneasy glances, unsure whether we were protecting him or ourselves. When morning finally arrived, it brought little comfort. The sunlight barely penetrated the walls of the gorge, and the cold was sharper than ever. Maru took charge, his tone brisk as he outlined our plan. "We're moving as soon as we're ready," he said. "Karen stays in the middle of the group. John, you take point. Vidam, keep an eye on him. No one wanders off. We stay together, no exceptions." "What about the tapping?" I asked, my voice barely steady. It was coming from deeper in the gorge. "Should we check it out?" Maru's jaw tightened. "No. Our priority is getting Karen out of here safely. The rest doesn't matter." John muttered something under his breath, but he didn't argue. None of us wanted to linger longer than necessary. We began our ascent, retracing our path toward the upper trails. The footprints from the day before had vanished, swallowed by fresh snow, but Maru guided us with steady precision. Karen moved haltingly, his weight leaning heavily on Vidam's shoulder. His muttering had ceased, replaced by a haunted silence. The tapping, however, had not stopped. It followed us, faint and intermittent, as if it were moving parallel to our path. Every time it grew louder, I found myself glancing at the others, searching their faces for reassurance. John's expression was tense, his shoulders hunched as if expecting something to spring from the shadows. Vidam focused on Karen, her jaw set, while Maru's face betrayed nothing. By midday, we reached a narrow ledge that offered a view of the gorge below. The air was thinner here, and the climb had left us winded. Maru called for a break, his eyes scanning the horizon. "We're making good time," he said. Though his voice lacked conviction, John stood at the edge of the ledge, his gaze fixed on the distant ridges. "I don't like this," he muttered. "That noise, it's not natural. And Karen's not making any sense." "He's traumatized," Vidam said sharply. "He's been out here for days, injured and alone. Wouldn't you be a mess?" John turned to her, his expression hard. "Sure, but that doesn't explain the tapping, or the symbols, or why he's acting like we're the ones chasing him." "Enough," Maru interjected, his tone sharp. "We don't have time for this. Stay focused." The tension between them simmered as we resumed our climb. Karen stumbled frequently, his legs weak and unsteady. Each time, Vidam caught him, her patience unwavering. I admired her calm, though I could see the strain in her eyes. The tapping grew louder as we approached another bend in the trail. This time it was accompanied by a faint, irregular scraping, like metal against stone. My pulse quickened, and I saw John's hand tighten around his ice axe. "Wait," Maru said, raising a hand to stop us. "Stay here." He moved ahead cautiously, his steps deliberate. I held my breath as he disappeared around the bend, the scraping sound growing louder. Seconds felt like minutes as we waited, the silence between us oppressive. When Maru returned, his expression was grim. "There's a backpack ahead," he said. "It's torn open. Looks like Karen's." Karen's head snapped up at the mention of his name. "No," he choked, his voice raw. "Don't go near it. Don't touch it. We need to check it for supplies," Maru said evenly. "It might tell us what happened." Karen shook his head violently, his eyes wide with panic. "It's theirs now. You can't take it. They'll know." "Who's they?" I asked, my voice trembling. "What are you talking about?" But Karen didn't answer. He buried his face in his hands, rocking back and forth as he mumbled incoherently. Vedam placed a hand on his shoulder, her expression torn between concern and fear. "Let's move," Maru said. We'll grab the pack and keep going. The backpack was exactly as Maru had described, torn open, its contents scattered across the snow. I recognized some of the items from our initial briefing: a small first aid kit, a water filter, a partially crushed energy bar. But there was something else, something that made my stomach drop. Symbols, the same ones we'd seen in the snow, etched into the fabric of the pack. They were crude but deliberate, their shapes jagged and overlapping. A faint dark stain spread across the bottom of the pack, the edges crusted with ice. Blood, Vita murmured, her face pale. Looks fresh, John said grimly. Whatever happened here, it wasn't long ago. Maru didn't respond. He crouched beside the pack, his gloved fingers brushing over the symbols. I could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his jaw clenched as he stared at them. This doesn't make sense, he said finally. Why would he do this? Maybe he didn't, I said quietly. Maybe someone else did. The words hung in the air, heavy and unspoken. None of us wanted to entertain the possibility, but the symbols were there, undeniable and unnerving. We keep moving, Maru said, his voice firm. No more stops until we reach the upper ridge. The climb grew steeper as the day wore on. The tapping followed us, sometimes distant, sometimes disturbingly close. Karen's condition deteriorated, his steps growing slower and more labored. Vidam did her best to support him, but it was clear he wouldn't last much longer without proper care. By the time we reached the ridge, the sun was beginning to set. The wind howled across the exposed terrain, biting through our layers. Maru directed us toward a cluster of rocks that offered some shelter from the elements. We camp here, he said. One last push tomorrow. The mood was somber as we set up camp. Karen lay curled in his sleeping bag, his breathing shallow. Vidam checked his vitals, her expression grim. He's dehydrated, she said. We need to get him off this mountain soon. Maru nodded, but his gaze was distant, his thoughts elsewhere. John sat apart from us, sharpening his ice axe with deliberate precision. I couldn't tell if he was trying to calm himself or prepare for something. As darkness fell, the tapping returned, louder and more persistent than ever. It seemed to echo from all around us, bouncing off the rocks in a way that made it impossible to pinpoint its source. We're not alone, John said quietly, his voice taut with tension. No, Maru replied. We're not. We sat in uneasy silence, the tapping filling the void. Karen stirred suddenly, his eyes wide with terror. They're here, he whispered. They found us. The words sent a chill down my spine. I wanted to dismiss them, to chalk them up to his delirium. But the fear in his voice was palpable. And then the tapping stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It pressed down on us, heavy and suffocating. Every muscle in my body was tense, every instinct screaming that something was wrong. What now? I whispered, but no one answered. We sat there, frozen in place, waiting for whatever was coming. The first scream cut through the night like a knife. It wasn't Karen. It wasn't any of us. It was coming from the darkness, just beyond the edge of our camp. The scream froze us in place. It cut through the stillness like a serrated blade, raw and desperate, sending a primal jolt of fear through every nerve in my body. My eyes darted to the others, searching for some semblance of calm, but their faces mirrored my own terror. It's not him, John whispered, his voice taut with dread. That wasn't Karen. No, it wasn't, Maru said. His voice was calm, but his knuckles whitened around the grip of his trekking pole. Stay close, weapons ready. We're not running, but we're not waiting around either, Karen began to mutter, his words fast and slurred, like a broken record skipping over the same phrase. They're here, they're here, they're here. He rocked back and forth, clutching his knees, his eyes unfocused and darting to the shadows. Karen, you need to stay with us, Vedum said firmly, gripping his shoulder. She shot Maru a worried glance. He's not in any state to move. Then we carry him, Maru said without hesitation. Whatever made that noise, we don't wait for it to find us. The climb back up the ridge was agonizing. Karen's condition deteriorated further, his weight slumping against John and Vedum as they supported him. He muttered under his breath the entire way, a mix of warnings and nonsensical phrases. They're in the snow. It's not real. It's not real. Don't look at the eyes. The tapping sound resumed as we ascended, more persistent and disjointed than before. It no longer seemed to follow us but surrounded us, echoing from every direction. It wasn't natural. Stones don't move like that. They don't tap in rhythm, then stop, then start again. What is it? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady as we trudged forward. My breath fogged in the cold air, my chest tight with the effort of climbing and the weight of fear. No one stopped to find out, Maru said curtly. He had taken point, his silhouette a steady presence in the mist, eyes ahead. We're close to the plateau. Once we're clear of this gorge, we'll reassess. But I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder. Every few minutes I thought I saw movement in the periphery of my vision, dark shapes darting between the rocks, just out of sight. My mind was playing tricks on me. It had to be. We reached the plateau as the last light of day began to fade. The wind picked up, howling across the exposed rock, carrying with it the faint, almost indistinguishable sound of whispers. No one spoke as we dropped our packs and huddled together, trying to regain our composure. Do we set up camp here? I asked, though I dreaded the answer. No, Maru said. We don't stop again until we're back at base camp. It's downhill from here. We can make it. What about him? John gestured to Karen, who was slumped against a rock, his eyes half closed, his breathing shallow. We carry him, Maru said, his tone brooking no argument. We don't leave anyone behind. The descent was brutal. The trail was steep and uneven, and the shadows of the mountain seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally as the moonlight struggled through the mist. The tapping grew louder the further we went, now interspersed with faint clicking sounds. Each step felt heavier than the last, the weight of exhaustion and dread pressing down on us. Halfway down, Karen stirred. His eyes snapped open, wild and frantic, and he began to thrash, forcing John and Vedum to stop. Let me go, he screamed, his voice cracking with desperation. They'll follow me if you take me. They'll follow you too. Karen, calm down, Vedum said, her voice strained as she tried to restrain him. We're here to help you. You're safe with us. No one's safe, Karen shouted. His voice broke into a guttural sob, his body convulsing with terror. You don't understand. They're in the snow, in the wind. You can't take them with you. Enough, Maru barked, stepping forward. He crouched in front of Karen, gripping his shoulders firmly. Look at me. We're not leaving you. We're getting out of here. Do you hear me? Karen froze, his breathing ragged, his eyes locked on Maru's. For a moment, it seemed like the fight had left him, but then he whispered, his voice barely audible, "They won't let me leave." We reached the lower slopes just as dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight piercing the mist. The base camp was in sight, a small, reassuring structure at the edge of the tree line. Relief swept over me, though it was tempered by the oppressive silence that had settled around us. The tapping had stopped, but the absence of it felt just as wrong. As we approached the camp, Karen began to weep. He mumbled incoherently, his words lost in the wind, but his anguish was palpable. Vidam stayed close to him, her hand on his shoulder, while the rest of us kept a wary eye on the surroundings. We crossed the threshold of the camp, and for the first time in what felt like days, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The small shelter offered a semblance of safety, a barrier between us and the vast, uncaring mountain. But as we stepped inside, Karen's sobbing stopped abruptly. He went still, his body rigid, his eyes wide with terror. "What is it?" Vidam asked, her voice trembling. "They're here," Karen whispered. "They followed us." I turned to look out the window, my stomach twisting into knots. At first, I saw nothing, just the barren landscape, the snow stretching endlessly into the horizon. And then I saw them, dark figures, standing motionless at the edge of the tree line. Their shapes were indistinct, their presence undeniable. "Shut the door," Maru said quietly, his voice devoid of emotion. John slammed it shut, bolting it with trembling hands. We stood in silence, the air thick with fear, as the shadows outside remained still, watching. "They won't come in," Karen said, his voice hollow. "They never come in." The retrieval team arrived hours later. By then, the figures were gone, leaving no trace of their presence. Karen was taken to the nearest medical facility, his condition critical but stable. He said nothing as they carried him away, his eyes fixed on the mountains. As we packed our gear, I found myself standing at the window, staring at the place where the shadows had been. I wanted to believe it had been a trick of the light, an illusion born of exhaustion and fear, but deep down I knew better. The mountain kept its secrets, and some of them were too dark to be uncovered. As we left, I cast one last glance at the peaks. For a brief moment, I thought I saw movement, a faint, fleeting shadow disappearing into the mist. But it was probably just my imagination, wasn't it? I'd been stuck in this tiny Alaskan town for almost a week, waiting for that perfect shot. The gig was simple enough. Capture the rugged, untamed wilderness for some travel magazine. But something about these dense, endless forests and the eerie, silent nights started to get to me. I'd come here expecting some kind of serene beauty, but instead, it was just oppressive. Like the whole landscape was holding its breath, waiting for something big to happen. That's how I ended up in this small, dimly lit diner one evening, nursing a cup of black coffee that had long since gone cold. The place was practically empty, just a couple of locals scattered around, keeping to themselves. I was scrolling through the day's photos on my camera, trying to find anything that actually stood out, when the door creaked open and this guy walked in. He was older, maybe mid-50s, with a grizzled beard and this look that said he'd seen more than his fair share of rough winters. He slid into the booth across from me, nodding a quick hello before ordering his own coffee. We didn't speak for a few minutes, and honestly I didn't mind. The silence felt natural, like it was just part of the environment. But then, just as I was about to get up and head back to my motel, he spoke. "You're not from around here, are you?" he asked. His voice was low and gravelly, like he'd been smoking since he was 12. "No, just passing through." "I'm a photographer," I replied, holding up my camera as if to prove it, taking some shots for a project. He nodded, taking a slow sip of his coffee. "Not much to see around here," he said, but there was something in his tone that made me think he didn't entirely believe that. "Unless you're looking for something specific." I shrugged. "I'm just trying to capture the landscape, the feel of the place. But honestly, I'm getting a little bored. There's only so many trees and mountains you can shoot before it all starts to look the same." He chuckled at that, a dry, almost humorless sound. "Yeah, I can see that. But there are things around here that aren't on any map, places that aren't for tourists." Now, that got my attention. "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to keep my tone casual. "Like what?" The man glanced around the diner, as if checking to see if anyone was listening. There wasn't anyone nearby, but he still leaned in a little closer. "Old military base," he said, almost in a whisper, "out past the tree line near the old logging road. Been abandoned for decades. Most folks don't even know it's there." "An abandoned base?" I repeated, more out of disbelief than anything else. "What's it doing out here?" He shrugged. "They built it during the Cold War, back when they thought they needed a place out here far away from prying eyes. Never really said what it was for, but they shut it down quick. Too quick, if you ask me." I could feel my curiosity sparking, even though I knew I should probably just let it go. "You ever been out there?" I asked. "Once. Years ago. Didn't stay long," he said, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Didn't like the feel of the place. Too quiet. Like it was waiting for something." I leaned back, trying to process what he was saying. There was a part of me that wanted to brush it off as just another local ghost story. But there was also a part of me, the part that had gotten me into trouble more than once, that couldn't resist the idea of exploring a place like that. "How do I get there?" I asked, trying to sound casual, even though I could feel my heart beating a little faster. He hesitated, and for a moment I thought he wasn't going to answer. But then he sighed, as if resigning himself to the idea that I wasn't going to let it go. "You take the old dirt road out past Miller's Creek. Follow it for about 5 miles, then take the first right. You'll see a chain-link fence. It's rusted and broken in places, but you can get through. Just be careful." "Careful?" I repeated, raising an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he took another long sip of his coffee, staring down into the dark liquid like it might hold the answers he needed. "There's things out there," he said finally. "Things you don't want to mess with. I'm not saying you'll find anything, but if you do, you'll wish you hadn't." The way he said it sent a chill down my spine, and I had to remind myself that I was a grown man, not some kid afraid of the dark. "I appreciate the warning," I said, trying to sound confident, "but I think I'll be fine." He just looked at me, his eyes dark and serious. "Maybe you will," he said quietly, "but just remember, Some things are abandoned for a reason. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded and finished my coffee. The conversation had left me feeling uneasy, but also more determined than ever. Whatever was out there, I wanted to see it for myself. I needed to see it for myself. I paid my bill and left the diner, stepping out into the cold night air. The streets were quiet, and the sky was clear, the stars shining like tiny pinpricks of light against the darkness. I stood there for a moment, thinking about what the man had said, and then I made up my mind. I was going to check out that base. I spent the rest of the evening doing a little research, trying to find anything I could about the place. But there was almost nothing. A few mentions of a base that had been operational during the 1960s, but no details, no photos, nothing to explain why it had been shut down so abruptly. It was like someone had gone out of their way to erase any trace of it. That only made me more curious. The next morning, I packed up my camera gear, a flashlight, and a few other essentials. I wasn't planning on staying long, just long enough to get a few shots and satisfy my curiosity. I figured I'd be in and out in a couple of hours, tops. The drive out there was longer than I expected. The old dirt road was rough, barely more than a trail in some places, and it twisted and turned through the dense forest, making it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. It felt like I was driving deeper and deeper into a place where I didn't belong, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. But every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, there was nothing there. After about an hour, I saw the fence. It was just like the man had described, rusted, sagging in places, with sections that had been broken or cut away. I pulled up to the gate, which hung open on one hinge, and got out of the car. There was a cold breeze blowing, carrying the faint smell of damp earth and pine, and for a moment I almost thought about turning back. But then I saw the base. It was bigger than I expected, a collection of squat, concrete buildings with peeling paint and broken windows. There were no signs, no markings, nothing to indicate what it had been used for, just rows of dark, empty windows staring back at me like eyes, watching my every move. I took a deep breath, grabbed my camera, and stepped through the gate. The ground was soft and uneven, covered in patches of dead grass and mud. I could see the remains of old equipment scattered around. Rusted metal pipes, broken crates, and the occasional piece of machinery that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. It was eerie, but also strangely fascinating, like walking through a place that had been forgotten by time. I started taking photos, trying to capture the bleak, desolate beauty of the place. But the further I went, the more I felt like I was intruding on something. It was like the air was getting colder, thicker, as if the base was trying to push me away. I was about to turn back when I saw the entrance to one of the buildings. It was partially open, the door hanging off its hinges, and I could see a staircase leading down into darkness. I knew I shouldn't go down there. I knew it was probably a bad idea, but I also knew that if I didn't, I'd always wonder what was down there. So I took a deep breath, turned on my flashlight, and stepped inside. The air was colder down there, almost freezing, and it smelled faintly of damp concrete and something else I couldn't quite place. I could hear my footsteps echoing off the walls, and I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something down there with me, just out of sight, waiting. But I kept going, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, guiding me deeper into the belly of the base. I didn't know what I was expecting to find, but I had a feeling that whatever it wasn't going to be good. I barely slept that night. My mind was racing with images of the abandoned base and what could possibly be hidden there. As the morning light crept through the thin curtains of my motel room, I felt an uneasy excitement pushing me forward. This was what I lived, for the chance to uncover something forgotten, something no one else had dared to explore. After a quick breakfast that I barely tasted, I packed my gear. My camera, flashlight, and extra batteries were non-negotiables. I threw in a couple of energy bars, bottled water, and a small first aid kit, more out of habit than expectation of needing them. A sense of anticipation buzzed in the back of my mind, though I told myself it was just the thrill of a new discovery. As I drove out of town, following Dan's directions, I'd managed to remember his name. Had to be important, right? The scenery began to shift. The paved road gave way to gravel, and eventually, I found myself on a narrow dirt road that twisted and turned through dense trees. The forest felt like it was closing in on me, thick with towering pines and spruces that blocked out most of the sky. Every now and then I caught glimpses of old, rusted signs half buried in undergrowth, remnants of what might have once been warnings, but the words had faded long ago, leaving nothing but weathered metal. The road itself was rough, and I had to keep both hands on the wheel to avoid potholes and rocks. It felt like I was driving deeper into a place that didn't want to be found, where nature had reclaimed everything. The radio lost its signal about 10 miles back, and my phone had no reception for even longer. I was completely cut off. That was when I first noticed it, the feeling that something was off. It wasn't the road or the isolation. I was used to that. No, this was something different, a subtle but persistent sensation that I was being watched. I caught myself glancing into the rearview mirror more often than usual, expecting to see what? I didn't know. But each time there was nothing, just the road behind me, stretching back into the dense, suffocating trees. I shook it off, focusing on the task ahead. This was just another abandoned place, nothing more. But still, the sensation lingered, gnawing at me as the road narrowed, forcing me to slow down. After nearly an hour of driving, I saw it, the fence. It loomed ahead, just as Dan had described, sagging and rusted with age. The chain-link barrier was more of a suggestion than a defense now, with large sections broken or missing altogether. The gate itself hung open, one hinge completely gone, the other barely holding on. It was an entrance, but it felt more like a mouth, waiting to swallow me whole. I parked the car just outside the fence and stepped out. The air was colder here, despite the bright midday sun filtering through the trees. A biting wind cut through my jacket, carrying the faint smell of damp earth and metal. I stood still for a moment, taking it all in. The base was quiet, too quiet. No birds, no wind in the trees, just an oppressive silence that felt unnatural. I took a deep breath, grabbed my camera, and headed toward the gate. The gravel crunched under my boots, each step echoing louder than it should have in the dead air. I passed through the gate, my eyes scanning the buildings ahead. They were larger than I had expected, long, low structures with concrete walls, the paint peeling away in long strips. Windows were shattered, doors hung open, and the once formidable military installation now looked like a skeleton, picked clean by time and decay. I started snapping photos, capturing the stark desolation. I had to admit, the place had a strange kind of beauty. The decay, the silence. It was haunting, and I knew the photos would turn out amazing. But even as I focused on my work, I couldn't shake the growing sense that something wasn't right. It felt like the base was watching me, its empty windows like hollow eyes, tracking my every move. The path between the buildings was littered with debris, rusted barrels, broken glass, pieces of equipment too far gone to recognize. I could see where nature had begun to take over, with vines creeping up the walls and grass growing through the cracks in the pavement. As I moved deeper into the base, the wind picked up, whistling through the broken windows and creating an eerie, almost mournful sound. After a while, I found myself standing in front of a larger building. Its entrance was partially obscured by a collapsed awning, but the door was wide open, swinging slightly in the wind. My curiosity got the better of me. I raised my flashlight and stepped inside. The air inside was cold, much colder than outside, and carried a faint metallic tang that clung to the back of my throat. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing a long corridor lined with old offices. The floor was covered in dust and debris, and I could see signs that the place had been abandoned in a hurry. Chairs were tipped over, papers scattered across the floor, and a few old military jackets still hung on hooks by the doors. I took a few more photos, but the unease was starting to creep back in. Something about the place felt wrong, like it had been frozen in time. It wasn't just the abandoned equipment or the emptiness. It was something else. Something I couldn't quite put my finger on. As I moved further down the hallway, I began to hear faint noises. At first I thought it was just the wind, but the sounds grew more distinct. A soft clanking, like metal against metal, and something else, a rustling, as if something was moving just out of sight. I stopped, straining to listen, but the sound stopped too. The silence rushed back in, heavy and oppressive. I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was nothing, just old pipes settling, or maybe a raccoon scurrying through the debris. Still, my heart was pounding a little faster now, and I found myself gripping the flashlight tighter as I continued down the hallway. At the far end of the corridor, I found a door that was slightly ajar. I hesitated, feeling a sudden reluctance to go any further, but the pull of discovery was too strong. I nudged the door open and stepped inside. The room was small, with bare concrete walls and a control panel against one wall. It looked like some kind of operations center, with switches and dials. Though most of them were covered in dust and grime, I approached the panel, wiping away the dust with my sleeve, and saw that some of the switches were still functional. One in particular caught my eye, a large red switch in the center of the panel. Against my better judgment, I flipped it. A low hum filled the air, followed by the faint flicker of lights down the hallway. For a brief moment, the entire building seemed to come alive, the lights casting long, eerie shadows on the walls. And then, just as quickly, they flickered out again, leaving only the dim beam of my flashlight. But that wasn't the worst part. From somewhere deep in the base, beyond the reach of the flashlight, I heard a sound. Faint at first, but unmistakable. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, echoing off the walls. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The footsteps were distant, but they were coming closer. and there was something off about them. They didn't sound like the footsteps of an animal, or even another person. They were too slow, too heavy, like something was dragging itself through the dark. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was just the building settling. Maybe it was an animal, bigger than I thought. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. Something was down here, something that shouldn't be. I backed away from the control panel, my eyes darting to the door. I needed to get out of there fast. But as I turned to leave, the door slammed shut with a deafening crash. I lunged for the handle, my hands shaking as I tried to yank it open, but it wouldn't budge. Panic surged through me. I was trapped, and those footsteps, they were getting closer. I could hear them now clearer than before. Heavy, deliberate, slow, like something was taking its time, enjoying the chase. I had to think. I had to get out. My mind raced, scanning the room for another exit, but there was nothing. Just bare walls and that cursed control panel. My pulse pounded in my ears as I braced myself against the door, trying to calm my breathing. And then, the footsteps stopped, right outside the door. I didn't dare move. I didn't even breathe. I just stood there, pressed against the cold concrete, listening to the deafening silence that had replaced the footsteps. For a long moment, there was nothing. No sound, no movement, just the crushing weight of fear and the knowledge that something was waiting on the other side of that door. And then, slowly, the handle began to turn. The moment the handle began to turn, my entire body went rigid. I could feel my pulse throbbing in my ears, drowning out the silence. My eyes were glued to the door, and I was torn between bolting and freezing in place, praying that whatever was on the other side would change its mind and leave. But I knew better. Nothing that had come this far was going to walk away now. The door creaked open, just a crack. I strained my eyes, trying to see through the gap, but the darkness swallowed everything. For a few agonizing seconds, there was nothing but silence, and then I heard it. A faint, rasping breath, like someone struggling to inhale through a throat clogged with dust. My fingers tightened around the flashlight, its beam shaking slightly as I raised it. The door stopped moving. My heart hammered, daring me to do something. Anything. I took a step back, my mind racing through options that all seemed equally terrible. I couldn't stay in the room. It felt like a trap. But leaving meant facing whatever was out there, and it was definitely still there. I could hear it now, a soft, dragging shuffle that grew louder with each second. In a burst of panic, I spun around, looking for another way out. My eyes landed on a vent cover near the floor. It was small, but if I could loosen it, I might be able to squeeze through. Desperate, I dropped to my knees and began to pry at the screws, my hands trembling. Each second felt like an eternity, the scraping of metal echoing louder than I thought possible. Just as I managed to loosen one screw, the door creaked open a little further. I froze, glancing over my shoulder. The flashlight beam caught a glimpse of something, a shadow, elongated and distorted, creeping across the floor toward me. I didn't wait to see more. I yanked harder at the vent cover, finally pulling it free and pushing it aside. I could hear the footsteps now, closer and clearer, accompanied by that same labored breathing. It was moving slowly, but steadily, as if it had all the time in the world. I wriggled into the vent, forcing my shoulders through the narrow opening, my flashlight clenched between my teeth. The metal edges scraped against my sides, but I ignored the pain and kept going, inch by inch. As soon as I was fully inside, I pushed the vent cover back into place, leaving it slightly ajar so I could see out. The vent was cramped and the air was stale, but it felt safer than that room. I had to remind myself to breathe quietly, to keep my nerves in check. Through the tiny opening, I saw the door swing open fully. My flashlight's beam flickered across the floor, but the thing standing there was hidden in the shadows, just out of sight. I could still hear it breathing, a horrible wheezing sound that made my skin crawl. Then it took a step forward, dragging its feet across the floor, and the flashlight beam flickered wildly, as if it sensed the presence. I held my breath, waiting. The thing moved closer, and for a split second, I saw it. Just a glimpse. It was hunched, almost humanoid, with limbs that didn't seem to bend the way they should. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and I could make out patches where it looked torn, hanging off like old peeling wallpaper. But its face, that was the worst part. I couldn't see it clearly, but there was something wrong, something that didn't belong. Eyes that seemed too dark, too deep, like they were pulling the light into them and swallowing it whole. It stopped near the control panel, just inches away from the vent. I could hear its breaths, ragged and uneven, like it was struggling to keep itself upright. For a moment, it stood still, as if trying to figure out where I had gone. My hands shook, and I had to press them against the sides of the vent to stop the rattling. The urge to move, to run, was overwhelming, but I forced myself to stay still. If it hadn't seen me yet, I didn't want to give it a reason to start looking. The creature's head tilted, almost as if it was listening for something. Then, without warning, it turned and shuffled back toward the doorway, disappearing into the dark hallway. I waited, listening to the creature's footsteps fade away. But even when I could no longer hear them, I didn't move. I couldn't risk it. Not yet. When I finally felt like I could breathe again, I slid the vent cover aside and crawled out, careful not to make a sound. The room felt colder, and the air was heavy, like it was weighing me down. I had to get out of there, but I also needed answers. I looked around, my eyes settling on the control panel. If that thing had been so interested in it, maybe it was important. Maybe it held some clue to what was going on. I approached it slowly, half expecting the creature to burst back in at any moment. The switches and dials were old, covered in grime, but some were labeled. My eyes scanned over them, and I noticed one switch that was different from the rest. It was marked with a word that made my blood run cold: containment. I hesitated, my mind screaming at me to just leave, but my curiosity wouldn't let me. What were they trying to contain? Was it that thing I had seen? Or was there something worse lurking in the shadows of this place? Against all reason, I flipped the switch. The building shuddered, and for a moment, I thought I had made a terrible mistake. Then a low mechanical hum filled the air, and the lights flickered on, illuminating a set of screens mounted above the panel. At first, they only displayed static, but slowly, one by one, the screens cleared, showing live feeds from different parts of the base. I could see dark, empty hallways, rooms filled with decaying equipment, and storage areas littered with debris. But there was one screen that made my stomach drop. It showed a long, narrow corridor lined with thick metal doors, each one secured with heavy locks. Something was moving in the corridor, pacing back and forth, its silhouette barely visible in the dim light. It was the same creature I had seen, but now I could see there were others, 3, maybe 4, all moving slowly, aimlessly, like they were waiting for something. Then the screen flickered again, and a message appeared. The same one I had seen earlier, but with an added line. "You shouldn't be here. Leave before it's too late." I didn't need to be told twice. I grabbed my flashlight and bolted for the door, my heart racing. The hallway outside was empty, but I could still hear faint echoes, those same dragging footsteps, now joined by others, as if the creatures were starting to move, converging on one place. I ran, my boots thudding against the concrete floor, not caring if they heard me anymore. I had to find the exit, and fast, but as I rounded a corner, I skidded to a stop. The hallway I had come through earlier was different now, like it had been rearranged. Doors that had been on the left were now on the right, and there was no sign of the entrance I had used to get in. Panic set in, and I spun around, trying to orient myself. It was as if the building itself was changing, twisting into a maze designed to keep me from finding my way out. I forced myself to breathe, to think. There had to be a way. There was always a way. In the distance I heard the sound of metal clanging, followed by a low guttural growl. The creatures were getting closer, and I didn't have time to figure out what was happening. I picked a direction and started running, hoping it would lead me somewhere, anywhere that wasn't here. As I sprinted down the unfamiliar hallway, the lights overhead began to flicker, casting strange, shifting shadows on the walls. I could see glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, but I didn't dare stop to look. I knew that if I did, I might not have the strength to keep going. Finally, I saw it, a heavy, rusted door at the end of the corridor, slightly ajar, with a sliver of light spilling out from the other side. I didn't care where it led. I just needed to get out. I charged toward it, throwing my shoulder against the metal, and stumbled through. In the center of the room was a large glass chamber. My heart skipped a beat when I saw it. The glass was cracked and foggy, but I could make out shapes inside, wires, tubing, and something else. I approached it slowly, my breath fogging up the glass as I peered inside. At first, I couldn't make sense of what I was looking at. The thing inside was tangled in a mess of cables, its limbs limp and twisted. It looked vaguely humanoid, but its proportions were all wrong. Its arms too long, its torso too thin, and its skin pale and stretched tight over its frame. The face was obscured, but I could see something moving beneath the skin, as if something was alive inside, trying to push its way out. I stumbled back, my stomach twisting with nausea. What the hell was this place? The old control logs I'd seen on the upper floors flashed through my mind, words like harness and experiments jumbling together. Whatever they had been doing here, it hadn't just gone wrong, it had gone horribly, nightmarishly wrong. I heard a noise behind me, and I spun around, my flashlight catching a glimpse of movement. Something darted across the floor, too fast for me to see clearly. My pulse spiked as I scanned the room, trying to find whatever had just moved, but the shadows were too thick, and the beam of light was too narrow. Then, A low, mechanical hum filled the air, and the lights flickered to life. Dim, yellowish bulbs cast a sickly glow across the room, revealing more of the machinery and the chamber. My flashlight wasn't needed anymore, but I didn't turn it off. I felt better with it on, like it was a shield against whatever was lurking in the dark corners. As I backed away, I noticed a small desk tucked against the far wall. It was cluttered with old notebooks, papers, and a thick file that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. I hesitated for a moment, then grabbed the file, flipping it open. The pages were covered in technical jargon, most of which made no sense to me. But there were photos, blurry, black and white images of the base's construction, diagrams of the underground chambers, and a few pictures of the experiments. One of the photos showed the chamber from a different angle, and I saw what was inside more clearly. It was the same thing I had seen, only back then it hadn't been so emaciated. It looked human, almost, but not quite. Its eyes were wide and dark, staring straight at the camera, and its mouth was open, as if it was screaming. Another photo showed a team of scientists standing around the chamber, their faces blank, their postures rigid. I flipped to the next page, and my breath caught. A handwritten note, scrawled hastily across the paper, read, "Experiment compromised. Attempted control failed. Do not release under any circumstances." I dropped the file, the papers scattering across the floor. It all started to make sense, but in the worst way possible. They had tried to control something they didn't understand, something they couldn't keep contained. And now, decades later, it was still down here, still waiting. A loud crash jolted me out of my thoughts, and I whipped around to see the glass chamber had shifted, tilting slightly on its base. The thing inside twitched, its limbs jerking as if waking from a long sleep. I backed away, my eyes locked on the chamber, but I knew I had to move, fast. Whatever they had trapped here, it wasn't going to stay trapped much longer. I bolted for the ladder, my mind racing as I started to climb. I heard a faint scraping noise below, followed by a low, guttural growl. I glanced down and saw the thing, its eyes open now, glinting in the dim light as it moved. Its limbs, still tangled in wires. It was trying to pull itself free, and it was succeeding. Panic gripped me, and I climbed faster, ignoring the pain in my hands as they scraped against the metal rungs. I could still hear the growling below me, louder and more desperate. My legs burned, but I forced myself to keep going, knowing that if I stopped, I might not get another chance. I reached the top of the ladder and threw the hatch open, scrambling out and slamming it shut behind me. I grabbed the chain and wrapped it around the latch, yanking it tight. It wasn't much, but it would have to hold. I took a step back, my chest heaving, and listened. The growling had stopped, but I could still hear movement, slow, deliberate, as if it was testing the barrier. I didn't wait to find out if it could break through. I turned and ran, sprinting down the hallway, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I searched for an exit. The base felt different now, more alive, as if it was reacting to what I had done. The walls seemed to close in around me, and I could hear faint whispers echoing through the corridors, voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I stumbled upon a stairwell, the sign above it barely legible, but I didn't care. I took the stairs two at a time, desperate to get back to the surface. As I reached the top, I heard a loud metallic groan, followed by the crash of something heavy falling below. I didn't look back. I just ran, pushing through the door and out into the cold, open air. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the base. I could see my car in the distance, parked just outside the fence. It felt impossibly far away, but I forced myself to keep running, every step bringing me closer. I didn't dare stop until I was inside, slamming the door shut and jamming the keys into the ignition. The engine sputtered for a moment, then roared to life. I floored the gas, tearing out of there without a second thought. As I sped down the dirt road, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the base shrinking in the distance, its dark, empty windows staring back at me, unblinking. But just before the road turned, taking the base out of sight, I saw something. A light flickered on, just for a moment, in one of the upper windows, and I thought I could make out a figure standing there, watching me. And then, just as quickly, it was gone. The drive back to town was a blur. Even with the gas pedal pushed to the floor, it felt like I wasn't moving fast enough, like the road stretched longer and darker with every second. My hands were shaking, gripping the steering wheel too tightly, but I couldn't loosen my grip. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something darting between the trees, chasing me. But the road behind me was empty, just an endless stretch of dark, twisting forest. When I finally pulled into the motel parking lot, I slumped back in my seat, trying to catch my breath. My heart was still pounding, and my mind replayed everything I had seen. Those dark, empty corridors, the strange experiment trapped in the chamber, and the twisted figure that had almost found me in the control room. I felt sick, but there was a stubborn part of me that couldn't let go, that needed to know more. I knew I should drive away, forget everything, and never come back. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. I tried to sleep that night, but my dreams were restless and fragmented, filled with distorted faces and the sound of slow, dragging footsteps echoing through empty halls. When I woke up, I felt more exhausted than before. I lay there for a long time, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself that I had imagined it all. But I knew I hadn't. I had been there. I had seen it. The thought of leaving town, of putting as much distance as possible between myself and that base, was tempting. But it wasn't enough. Whatever had been left behind there, it had been waiting. And now, it felt like it was awake. And I couldn't shake the feeling that I had started something that wouldn't just stay buried underground. I spent the morning pacing my room, trying to figure out what to do. My mind kept going back to Dan, the man who had sent me there in the first place. The way he had spoken, the way he had almost warned me but hadn't said enough. It didn't sit right. He knew more than he had let on, and I needed to talk to him again. I needed answers. I drove to the diner, hoping to find him there. But it was empty, except for a couple of locals who glanced up when I walked in. I scanned the room, my heart sinking when I didn't see his familiar, grizzled face. I ordered a coffee and sat down, thinking maybe he'd show up if I waited long enough. But an hour passed, and there was still no sign of him. I was just about to give up when I heard the door creak open behind me. I turned, expecting to see Dan, but instead it was a waitress I hadn't seen before. She looked at me, then at the empty booth I had been staring at, and walked over. "Can I get you anything else?" she asked, her voice polite but distant. "No, I'm good," I was just wondering, you haven't seen a guy named Dan around here, have you? Older, kind of scruffy, always sits in that booth by the window. She frowned, shaking her head. I've been working here a few years, and I don't know anyone named Dan. Are you sure you have the right place? I blinked, taken aback. Yeah, I'm sure. I talked to him just a couple of days ago right here. He told me about that old base out past Miller's Creek. The waitress's expression changed slightly, her eyes narrowing. That place? Look, I don't know what you're talking about, but if I were you, I'd forget you ever heard of it. No good comes from poking around out there. The way she said it reminded me of Dan, the same careful avoidance, the same hint of fear, but this time I couldn't just let it go. What do you know about it? I asked, leaning forward. Why was it abandoned? She hesitated, glancing around like she was afraid someone might overhear. Then she sighed. Look, I don't know much, okay? Just bits and pieces, rumors from people who've been around long enough. They say it was some kind of research facility, but not the kind they talk about in the papers. Whatever they were doing out there, it wasn't meant to see the light of day. And when things went wrong, they buried it. They made sure no one would come looking. I felt a chill crawl down my spine. But why hasn't anyone tried to clear it out, shut it down for good? Because it's easier to forget, she said simply. And most people around here are smart enough to leave it alone. Whatever is out there, it's still there for a reason. I thanked her and left the diner, but her words stuck with me. Easier to forget. Maybe that's what everyone had been doing, pretending the base didn't exist, like they could erase it from memory just by not talking about it. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized I couldn't do the same. I needed to go back. I don't know what drove me to make that decision. Maybe it was the nagging feeling that there was something I had missed, something important, or maybe it was just stubbornness, a need to finish what I had started. Whatever it was, it led me back to the base, back to the place I had sworn I would never see again. The drive felt different this time. The road seemed longer, the trees darker, and the air colder. It was as if the forest knew I was coming back, and it wasn't happy about it. When I reached the gate, I hesitated, my hand on the steering wheel, staring at the rusted metal fence. Part of me wanted to turn around, drive until I couldn't see the base anymore, but I knew that wasn't an option. Not now. I parked the car and got out, my footsteps crunching on the gravel as I approached the gate. It creaked open, just like before, and I stepped inside, my heart pounding. The buildings looked the same, still crumbling and silent. But there was a tension in the air that hadn't been there last time. I felt like I was walking into a trap. I made my way back to the building with the control room, the one where I had seen the creatures on the monitor. I didn't want to go back inside, but I had to. I had to see if there was anything else, any clue I had missed. The door was still open, swinging gently in the wind, and I slipped inside, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The control room was just as I had left it, the monitors dark and silent, the control panel still coated in dust. I approached it slowly, half expecting the screens to flicker on again, but they stayed dark. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, relief mixing with unease. I hadn't seen any of the creatures on my way in, but I could feel them. I knew they were still here, somewhere, watching. I scanned the room, looking for anything I hadn't noticed before. There was a desk pushed up against the wall, covered in more papers, and I sifted through them, hoping to find something, anything that would explain what had happened here. Most of it was useless, pages of technical jargon that meant nothing to me. But then I found a journal, its cover worn and faded. I flipped it open, and my breath caught. The first few pages were filled with neat, precise handwriting, detailing the early stages of the experiments, the excitement and hope that had driven the researchers. But as I read on, the writing grew messier, the sentences more fragmented. Words like containment breach and uncontrollable jumped out at me, and I felt a knot form in my stomach. I turned to the last page, and my blood ran cold. The handwriting was barely legible. The handwriting was barely legible, scrawled hastily across the paper. We were wrong. It's not a subject, it's a signal, and it's calling to them. We can't stop it. If anyone finds this, the sentence cut off, the pen dragging across the page as if it had been yanked away. I dropped the journal, my hands shaking, and took a step back. A signal. I didn't understand, but I didn't have time to think. The air was getting colder and I could hear something, a faint, rhythmic sound, like a heartbeat, pulsing through the walls. I turned my flashlight, sweeping it across the room, and that's when I saw it. The monitor at the far end of the room flickered, then burst to life, showing the same dark corridor I had seen before. Only this time the metal doors were open, and the hallway was empty. I couldn't breathe. They were out. Whatever was down there, whatever they had been trying to contain, it was loose, and it wasn't just one anymore. I could hear the sound growing louder, like a drum beat echoing through the bass, and I knew I had to get out. I bolted for the door, my flashlight swinging wildly, casting long shadows that danced across the walls. But as I reached the hallway, I froze. Something was blocking the exit, a dark, twisted shape that stood in the doorway, its eyes glinting in the dim light. I took a step back, my heart hammering, and it moved slowly, its limbs jerking unnaturally, like it was struggling to remember how to walk. For a moment we just stared at each other, and I felt like I was looking at something that wasn't meant to be seen, something that existed outside of everything I understood. Then it tilted its head, and I heard a sound, a low, distorted hum that vibrated through the air, sending chills down my spine. It was the signal, the thing that the journal had warned about, and it was calling them. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I turned and ran, not caring where I was going, just needing to get away. The base felt like it was collapsing around me, the walls twisting and closing in, and I could hear that hum, growing louder, echoing in my head, pulling me back. I had to keep running. I had to get out before it was too late. As I stumbled through the darkness, I realized the truth. The base wasn't just hiding something, it was a beacon, and I had been the one to light it. The hum echoed in my ears as I stumbled through the darkened corridors, my legs heavy and my breathing ragged. The base felt alive now, like it was breathing around me, pulsing with an energy I didn't understand. I was disoriented, barely able to tell which way I was going, but I knew I had to get out. The flickering lights cast long, jagged shadows across the walls, and every step I took felt like it might be my last. I pushed through a set of heavy doors, half expecting them to be locked, but they swung open easily. I was in another long hallway, lined with rooms that looked like they hadn't been touched in years. The rhythmic, droning hum was louder here, vibrating through the floor, and I felt it deep in my bones. I had to press on. I had to find a way out before whatever was down there caught up to me. But then I saw something that stopped me dead in my tracks. At the end of the hallway, a light was on. It was the only one shining, bright and steady, unlike the flickering bulbs that had lit my path so far. I hesitated, 1,000 thoughts racing through my mind. It could be a way out, or it could be a trap. Either way, I was out of options. I moved toward the light, my footsteps echoing unnaturally in the silence. As I got closer, I noticed that the door was slightly open, and inside I could make out the faint hum of machinery. I pushed the door open and stepped inside, my heart pounding, unsure of what I'd find. The room was different from the rest of the base. It was clean, almost sterile, and the hum was deafening now, like the steady drone of an engine. In the center of the room was a massive circular console, covered in switches, dials, and monitors. But what caught my attention was the screen directly in front of me. It was showing a live feed of the corridor I had just come through, and there, on the screen, was me. I stared at it, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. It was a clear image, not grainy or distorted like the other feeds. I could see myself standing in the doorway, looking back at the screen. My mouth was open, my face pale and covered in sweat. I turned around, half expecting to see a camera aimed at me, but there was nothing. Just the empty hallway, stretching out into the darkness. I turned back to the screen, and that's when I saw it. Movement behind me. I whipped around, but the hallway was still empty. Yet, on the monitor, I could see it clearly. A dark, distorted figure, slowly creeping up behind where I had been standing just moments ago. It moved in and out of the shadows, its form flickering like static, but its intent was clear. It was following me. My stomach twisted, and I fought the urge to bolt. Running wouldn't help. I needed to understand what was happening, why this place felt like a trap designed just for me. I scanned the console, my eyes darting over the buttons and switches, trying to find something, anything that would make sense of this nightmare. Then I saw it, a small, worn-out notebook wedged between two panels. I grabbed it and flipped it open, my hands shaking. The pages were filled with diagrams, notes, and messy handwriting. It was all technical, most of it incomprehensible. But there were phrases that stood out, phrases that made my blood run cold. Signal interference, broadcast disruption, psychological manipulation, and then one line underlined repeatedly, as if whoever wrote it wanted to make sure it was understood. It's not them, it's us. I didn't know what it meant, but I could feel the truth of it sinking into my gut. Whatever had been going on here, it wasn't about containing something. It was about controlling it, using it. They had found a way to send out a signal, one that could manipulate the mind, make you see things that weren't there, hear things that weren't real. And I had been caught in it, tangled up in a web of illusions and fear. My thoughts were interrupted by a sudden burst of static, and I looked up at the screen. The dark figure was gone, but the image was still there, flickering slightly. Then the screen went black, and a new message appeared, in the same font as before. You are the signal. I stepped back, the notebook slipping from my hands. It didn't make any sense, but at the same time, it explained everything. The visions, the noises, even Dan, he had been part of it, guiding me here, drawing me in. But why? I had to get out. I had to get out before I lost myself completely to whatever this was. I ran back into the hallway, not caring about the noise I made. I could still hear the hum, louder now, almost like it was laughing at me, mocking my fear. The walls seemed to pulse with it, and I could feel it in my head, like a headache that wouldn't stop. But I kept running, forcing myself to focus on the way out. The exit was just ahead. I could see the dim light of the sky outside, a sliver of hope in the darkness. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the pain in my legs, the burn in my lungs. I was almost there, almost. I crashed through the door and stumbled outside, collapsing on the cold, damp ground. The sky was overcast, dark clouds swirling overhead, but it felt like freedom. I lay there, gasping for breath, feeling the wind on my face, and for a moment I thought I was safe. But then I heard it, the hum, not coming from the base, but from somewhere deeper, somewhere inside me. I sat up, my head spinning, and realized with a sickening dread that it hadn't stopped. It had never stopped. It was inside my mind, and it wasn't going away. I scrambled to my feet, staggering toward my car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely fit them into the ignition. The engine sputtered, then roared to life, and I tore out of there, not looking back. But as I drove, the hum followed me, a low, steady drone that I couldn't escape. I drove for hours, trying to get as far from that place as possible. But it didn't matter. No matter how far I went, I could still hear it, still feel it vibrating through my skull. It was like a part of me now, and I couldn't turn it off. I don't remember how I made it back to the motel. I must have passed out at some point, because when I opened my eyes I was slumped over the steering wheel, parked outside my room. The hum was still there, faint but persistent, like a whisper in the back of my mind. I stumbled out of the car, my legs barely able to hold me up, and made my way to the room. Inside I collapsed onto the bed, the world spinning around me. I reached for my phone, desperate to call someone, anyone. But there was no signal, just the hum growing louder, filling my head until I thought it would split open. I didn't sleep that night. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the hum. It wasn't just noise anymore. It was a voice, clear and cold, whispering things I didn't want to hear, things I couldn't ignore. And I knew, with a clarity that chilled me to the bone, that it wasn't going to stop. I was the signal. I had been all along, and now it was using me, broadcasting through me, spreading itself. Whatever they had done at that base, they had succeeded. The signal wasn't just a machine. It was a consciousness, something that could live inside you, feed off your thoughts, and turn your mind into its own. The next morning, I checked out of the motel, barely aware of what I was doing. I drove out of town, not knowing where I was going, just trying to get away. But I knew deep down that there was no escape. The signal had me now, and it wasn't going to let go. And as I drove, the hum grew louder, and I could see them, dark, flickering shapes moving in the corners of my vision, always just out of reach. They were waiting, watching, and I realized with a sickening clarity that they were real as the signal inside me. I had brought them out, and now they were free. I don't know how this ends. Maybe it never does. Maybe the signal will keep spreading until there's nothing left but the hum, until we're all just echoes in its endless, empty frequency. But if you're reading this, if you found this, then please don't come looking for me. Don't try to find the base. Some things are abandoned for a reason, and whatever you do, don't listen to the signal. My name is Jenny Winner, and I'm a former lieutenant in the Global Peace Alliance. This is my story, the story of how the world ended, not with a bang, but with a carefully orchestrated whimper. I remember the day I signed up to join the Army. It was August 18th, 2012. There was a mega hurricane destroying the Caribbean, and there were forest fires raging across most of southern Europe. I went down to the recruitment center and stood in line, watching the ash and soot from the Oregon fires drift past the windows like snowflakes. "Name?" the recruiter asked. Her attention focused on the hollow screen as she tapped away. "Jenny Winner," I responded. "Reason for enlistment?" I took a deep breath. The real reason was because I wanted to do my part. I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to stop the world from going to hell in a handbasket. "Because I want to help," I said. The woman paused, as if not expecting that answer. "Good," she said. "That's what we need. Welcome aboard." 3 weeks later, I was standing at the entrance to Fort Horizon, a sprawling training facility in the former state of Washington. The sun was shining brightly on the solar panels that covered the buildings, and a steady stream of vehicles was coming and going from the gates. "All right, let's go." "Processing is this way," Sergeant Foster said, his heavily scarred face shouting at all his new recruits as he led us toward the main building. We don't have all day. We were led through hallways that were lined with monitors, all displaying the world's most crucial problems. "First time seeing the big picture?" a voice beside me asked. I turned to find a young man with kind eyes and a nervous smile. "I'm Tom, from Milwaukee." "Jenny," I replied, grateful for the human connection in the sterile, high-tech environment. "And yeah, it's a lot. That's why we're here, isn't it?" he said. "To make those red dots go away." We didn't have time to talk further. A few moments later, we entered the processing center where they scanned us and gave us clothes and equipment. They put us through a series of tests, both physical and mental, and after a few hours, we were ready to begin training. "Lieutenant Winner," Commander Handler called to me sometime around the 3rd week of tactical training. I looked up from the holographic battlefield I was working on, my squad mates having already exited the room. "Please wait a moment," he approached, his gait deliberate and his posture impeccable. It made me sit up straighter. "You've done a good job so far," he said, not quite smiling, "especially with the Mumbai flood incident yesterday. I like how you decided to incorporate the displaced people into the rebuilding effort, rather than just treating them as casualties." "Thank you, sir." I thought, "We're promoting you," he cut me off, handing me a tablet. "We want you thinking on a higher level from now on, starting today." "But I haven't even finished basic training yet, sir." "I know, Lieutenant, but the times are changing. The old ways and institutions won't be able to keep up." He turned back to the door. "And Winner, check the new satellite footage of the Arctic. Something's happening up there." That night, I lay awake in my new quarters, staring out the window at the military base below. I could see the tall walls of Fort Horizon in the distance, and the defenses built into the structure, designed to keep out any potential threats. My tablet beeped, indicating a new message. It was a new assignment, set to begin the following day. As I read through the details, I began to realize that something was happening up in the Arctic, something that could explain why my training had focused so much on natural disasters. But I had a feeling we were training to fight the wrong enemy. We should have been preparing to fight something else, something much more dangerous. I looked at my reflection in the window. My short black hair and dark eyes stared back at me. I had come a long way in the past 3 months. I'd gone from being a civilian to being a soldier, and now I was about to face the unknown. My tablet beeped again. It was a message from Sergeant Foster. "Get some sleep, Lieutenant. Tomorrow is going to be interesting." I smiled to myself. Interesting was an understatement, but I was ready for it. I was ready for whatever came next. And whatever it was, I was going to face it head on. The ash continued to fall outside my window. It was like a never-ending snowstorm, but instead of snow, it was black and gray flakes of burnt debris. It was a constant reminder of the destruction that had been wrought upon the world, and it was a constant reminder of the task that lay ahead of me. I closed my eyes and tried to get some sleep, but it was difficult. My mind was racing with thoughts of what was to come. Eventually, I drifted off into a fitful sleep, filled with dreams of fire and destruction. When I woke up the next morning, I felt groggy and disoriented. The alarm on my tablet was beeping, reminding me that it was time to get up and get ready for the day. I took a quick shower, got dressed in my uniform, and made my way to the briefing room. As I walked through the corridors of Fort Horizon, I noticed that the ash had stopped falling. It was still covering everything outside, but it had stopped coming down from the sky. The next day, the dust had cleared from the windows of Fort Horizon. I was standing in briefing room Delta, wearing my brand new uniform. "Dismissed," Handler said, tapping the table's interface. "Central Africa now." The map showed several areas of flooding, with red zones highlighted where the water had broken through the barriers, and yellow indicators where insurgents were taking advantage of the situation. 3 days ago, the flood control grid in the Zambezi River Basin went down, Foster said. The local army is overwhelmed, and an insurgency is looting the emergency supplies. I glanced at the map and saw something the others hadn't noticed. "Sir, these 2 refugee movements here and here," I gestured at the 2 data points moving towards one another. "They're being funneled." He smiled. "What do you mean?" I pointed out all the spots where I'd seen this happen. "The insurgents are using the floods as an opportunity to herd everyone into ambushes where they can kill them and take their supplies." "Evaluation?" Handler asked, somewhat defiantly. I nodded, getting an idea. "We'll let them come in, use the same technique against them. This terrain is perfect for creating bottlenecks and choke points. We can set up relief centers here, here, and here, make them either abort the plan or take off the mask." Foster added, nodding with approval. "Exactly." I turned to Handler. "We can save the townspeople and handle the threat at the same time." "Good work, Lieutenant," Handler said, eyes twinkling. "Do it." The following 12 hours were spent preparing for the journey. Dozens of transport vessels were fueled up and ready to go. Across the landing platforms of Fort Horizon, Alpha through Delta are in position, Foster said over the comms. Awaiting your go-ahead, Lieutenant. I watched the live feed, waiting for the right moment. The insurgents were going where I expected them to go. Initiate Phase 1, I said. Refugee centers began to send out signals, drawing civilians toward them. We lay in wait. Incoming from the south. Looks like a full house, a tactical officer said. They took the bait. On my signal, I replied, preparing for the ambush. On my signal. We didn't want to start a war and get civilians killed. Now, we came at them from all sides at once. They didn't have anywhere to run. This is the Global Peace Alliance, Foster announced over the battlefield. Drop your weapons or we'll be forced to engage. It was quick. Most of them gave up. A few of them fought, but we were ready for that. All regions clear, Foster said. Civilian casualties, none. We did it, Lieutenant. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, but there was still more work to be done to ensure the safety of the civilians and the distribution of supplies. Later that day, I made my way to Handler's office back at Horizon to give him my report. Nicely done, Lieutenant, Handler said, looking over the mission report. Innovative approach, low collateral damage, high yield. The higher-ups are happy. Thank you, sir. I paused. Sir, regarding the Arctic, Handler smiled. One problem at a time, Lieutenant. But yes, that situation is developing. Get some sleep. You deserve it. I left his office, thinking about how much had changed and how much more was yet to come. I saw my reflection in the glass. I looked the same, but I felt different. Sergeant Foster was waiting for me in the hallway. Hell of a first command winner, he said, joining me. But I have a feeling this was the easy part. The Arctic? I asked. He nodded. The handler has that look on his face, like he knows something we don't, but whatever it is. He didn't finish his sentence. I thought of the melt, and I felt a shiver run through my spine. I think we can figure it out, I said. Foster laughed. That's the spirit, Lieutenant, that's the spirit. As we walked through the corridors of Fort Horizon, I saw that the emergency alerts continued to flash on the walls. Besides the floods and the ongoing conflicts, I noticed more and more alerts coming in from the Arctic region, marked as classified. I knew one thing for sure. I was ready for the next step, whatever it was. But as I looked at the alert feeds, I couldn't help but feel that this was just the beginning of something much darker, something lurking beneath the melting ice. The rest of the night was a blur of classified reports and urgent alerts. I managed to get a few hours of sleep in my quarters, but my mind was racing with thoughts, trying to make sense of everything that was happening. The Arctic documents kept coming to mind, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the blacked-out sections were hiding something even more sinister than I had imagined. I was already awake, staring at the ceiling, when the emergency alert came. I laid awake in bed that night, thinking about the trip to the Arctic. At around 3 a.m. I received a notification on my tablet. It wasn't the usual environmental warning messages. All staff to Central Command viewing stations immediately. After a few minutes, I saw soldiers leaving their rooms. I made my way to the main viewing hall where hundreds of people were watching the giant monitors. They were showing a live feed from Paris. Is that the G7 summit? I heard someone ask behind me. It was. But something was wrong with them. They all looked like they were in a trance. President Winner came up to the microphone first. Due to the unprecedented worldwide circumstances, he said, we have decided to cede control of our countries to the Global Peace Alliance. The others started to whisper to each other. Sergeant Foster came up to me. This is wrong, he said, his disfigured face reflecting off the monitors. One after another, they all said the same thing. They all gave the same prepared speech, offering up their countries to the United Nations, just like the President of the United States had done. Lieutenant Winter, Commander Handler, called from the entrance. He was smiling again. In my office now. The trip to his office seemed to take forever. Everywhere we went, I saw the same images on the screens, the same impossible video playing over and over again. Handler was sitting behind his desk when I entered his office. He looked much more relaxed than I felt. What do you think, Lieutenant? Permission to speak freely, sir, always. This doesn't make any sense, I said, trying to put it delicately. These world leaders, they were missing for 3 days last week, during that Arctic emergency. Now, all of a sudden, they come back and they're abolishing their governments. He smiled a bit wider now. Yes, what else? Something's wrong with them, and sir, I mean no disrespect, but what is the truth? Why does it keep coming up in restricted files? The room felt colder all of a sudden. That's above your pay grade, Lieutenant. Just do your job. Things are different now. We need to adapt. But sir, you're dismissed, Lieutenant. The mess hall was buzzing with activity later that morning. People were talking in hushed whispers, and I grabbed a coffee and sat down with Foster and some of the other officers. They're saying the generals were swapped out. A lieutenant muttered. Some kind of copies, clones, Foster said, chuckling. Try mind control. I was up in the Arctic last month. You wouldn't believe what we saw up there. What did you see? I asked, sitting up. He looked around and said, No, but it has something to do with the melters. The what? Shh, Foster said. That's just what we're calling them. People who, like, evaporate. First, it was just the people living near the ice sheets. I remembered some of the redacted sections in my briefing about the station's history and was about to ask more questions when an announcement came over the mess hall's screens. The Global Peace Alliance will now take command of all armed forces on the planet, a representative of the GPA said. All chain of commands will be restructured under a single command. And there's the catch, Foster said. Of course, some of them seemed to understand, but for others, it was like a light bulb had gone off in their heads, and they were beginning to see behind the curtain for the first time. A private from my tactical team sat down across from me. He handed me a tablet. Check this out, he said. I found it in the security footage from the G7 summit. The video showed a woman walking down a hallway. I recognized her as the German chancellor. A couple of seconds later, her body began to flicker like a bad TV signal, and then her entire being faded away. Jesus, I said. It gets worse, Torres said. Look what time she came back. The image skipped ahead, and there she was coming out from the same corridor, but the timestamp it was from before she had gone into the corridor. The screen went black. Commander Handler had arrived at our table and turned the tablet off. Giving away classified information. Private Torres, he asked. Detention Block C, sir? I was only. Go. The man left the room, escorted by 2 security officers who had just entered. I looked at Handler and saw something in his eyes for the first time. "Don't forget what you're here for, Lieutenant," he said. "The world needs order. We bring that order. Nothing else matters." As he left, Foster turned to me. "Be careful, Winter. Things are going to get interesting." I looked at my cup of coffee. I had lost my appetite. The world had changed, and I was beginning to think Fort Horizon was at the center of it all, and maybe not in a good way. The screens on the walls were still broadcasting the New World Order, and the soldiers around us were still talking about the melting people and the secrets of the Arctic. I thought about the ash that had been falling from the sky the day I enlisted, and how it had seemed like a bad omen to me at the time. Perhaps I should have listened to my gut, and yet, what other choice did I have? 3 days later, I was called to Handler's office. I hadn't been able to sleep since my encounter with Foster, and I had spent the time restlessly pacing my room, listening to the news broadcasts and watching the ash. The ash had stopped falling 3 days later, but there was something else in the air now. I was in Handler's office, watching him brief me on my mission while smiling broadly. "North Korea is a special place, Lieutenant Winter," he said, swiping his fingers through the holographic interface. "There are some special things within the research labs of the previous regime." "What kinds of things, sir?" I asked, trying to act normal despite how uncomfortable I felt watching him swipe his fingers. "That's classified. Your mission is to extract the contents of Site 7. The map revealed a mountain complex buried beneath the eternal snow, with red warning symbols flashing around it. You'll be working with our blackout units," Handler said. "Extraction will be handled by the Golden Birds." I had heard of the silent, golden helicopters that could appear and disappear in an instant, but no one really knew what they were. "Sir, the mess hall yesterday. Mission first, Lieutenant," he said, smile gone. "Carry on." As I exited Foster's office, the sergeant was standing there, his disfigured face looking as serious as ever. "You get the assignment?" he said, walking alongside me. "Some of it. You're coming with me. Someone's got to keep you safe, Winter." There's something off about Handler, his mannerisms, speech. It's like he's not really himself. I interrupted. Foster nodded. "Just like the G7 leaders." 12 hours later, we found ourselves on a stealth transport heading into North Korea. 5 minutes to drop, the pilot said. I glanced around at our team of 8, including 2 members of the blackout units. They were sitting away from the rest of us, wearing tactical masks which concealed their faces, and they hadn't said a word since they arrived. "All right, listen up, everyone. Our objective is recon and retrieval. Do not engage unless necessary." "What exactly are we retrieving, LT?" Private Rodriguez asked. One of them interrupted me, saying, "Concentrate on your duties." The air inside the helicopter became even colder. We landed, and after disembarking, we watched the helicopter fly away. 2 clicks north, movement, Foster said over the comm. We moved forward in formation, heading towards the research facility. "Contact," Rodriguez said. 3 targets, northeast corner. "Wait," I replied, staring at the thermal display. There were no heat signatures. One of them suddenly stepped forward. "Let him go," I said. "Let him go." They didn't listen to me and continued to head towards the facility. Gunfire rang out from multiple directions, and I realized it was an ambush. "Contact," Foster called out. Multiple hostiles surrounding us. Everything happened so fast. Suddenly, there were tracer rounds flying through the air and bullets hitting the snow around us. I threw myself to the ground and fired back. "Rodriguez, how we doing?" I asked over the radio. "Nothing." "Rodriguez, do you copy?" He's gone, Lieutenant," Foster said, his voice strained. "Just gone like the rest." I heard one of the men screaming. It was Private Winter, no relation, and saw him stumbling backwards, dropping his weapon. "Oh God," he said softly. The faces are." He was about to say something else, but then he just disappeared. "Retreat," I shouted. "Rally Point Charlie, fall back." There was no sign of the blackout operators. As we retreated, I saw people running in the woods, but they weren't quite right. And then I heard the sound of helicopters. 3 of them were coming from the east, the golden color of their hulls glistening in the morning sun. "Extraction team," Foster said without confidence. I saw helicopters land in a clearing up ahead, and children emerged from them, barefoot and half naked, their eyes glowing golden. "Lieutenant Jenny Winter," one of them said, sounding like a dozen voices at once. "Commander Handler sends his regards." "Move back," I shouted. "Move back." We backed away into the forest as another round of gunshots went off. When we reached the backup rendezvous point, half of our squad was missing. Not dead, just gone. We were airlifted back to Fort Horizon. The 4 of us who survived sat in silence the whole way back. There wasn't much to say. Handler was waiting for us when we got back. "Congratulations, Lieutenant," he said, handing me a tablet. "You've been promoted." I looked at the screens of my tablet. I had been promoted, but the cost of that promotion had been the lives of every other soldier in my unit. "Sir," I began. "What was that outside?" "Those kids are confidential," he interrupted, "as is the rest of what you witnessed this evening. You got that?" I nodded, feeling Foster's eyes on the back of my head. "Okay," Handler said. "Go to sleep now, Lieutenant. You deserve it." As I turned to leave, I overheard him speaking to someone under his breath. The Golden Children performed just as expected. Initiate Phase 2. Back in my quarters, I stared out the window at the sunrise over Fort Horizon's walls. The new rank insignia felt like a badge of shame. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were on the wrong side of something much larger than we understood. My tablet chimed with a message from Foster. "Meeting 0200, North Maintenance, Level C. Come alone." I deleted it immediately. Whatever was happening, whatever Handler and his golden-eyed children were planning, I knew one thing for sure. We weren't fighting to save the world anymore. We were fighting to save humanity, and I wasn't sure which side Fort Horizon was really on. The next couple of days, I didn't sleep much. Foster's meeting had confirmed my suspicions. The Golden Children weren't human, not anymore. I spent every waking moment digging through classified files, trying to piece together the truth. But eventually, my exhaustion caught up with me, and I drifted off into a restless sleep. I was in my room, watching the sunrise for the 3rd day in a row. I hadn't been able to sleep since the mission in North Korea. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Private Winter dissolve into nothingness, and I could still hear his scream in my ears. My tablet beeped with a priority message. It was Commander Handler. "Briefing Room Alpha, 10 minutes, he said. "Bring Sergeant Foster." The call ended. I went to the door and found Foster already standing there. "Man, you look like Winter," he said, walking alongside me. "Thanks." You don't look so good either. As we made our way to the briefing room, I noticed that the hallways were mostly deserted. Those who we did pass by looked away quickly and hurried off. "Did you see what I saw?" Foster's asked as we neared the briefing room. "You mean other than the entire station looking like a wake?" "The security cameras. They've been pointing in different directions. It happened overnight." I looked up and saw he was right. The cameras were all pointed a little bit off to the side. Handler was standing at the front of the room beside a couple of officers who I didn't recognize. "Ah, Lieutenant Winter, Sergeant Foster, have a seat." A hologram lit up in front of us, indicating areas of concern. There were red marks all over the globe, but they weren't natural disasters. "In the last 3 days," Handler said, "we've identified 317 different melt incidents." The screen cut to security camera footage from a subway station in London. A man stopped in his tracks, turned, attacked a stranger, and then vanished, leaving only his clothing and briefcase behind. "Christ," Foster whispered. "As I said," Handler continued, "they become violent, and then they disintegrate. Nothing left, no body, no residual molecules." "Sir," I said, "is this a weapon?" "That would be good," Handler replied, "because we know how to handle biological weapons." The officer in charge took a step forward and said with an odd voice, "This is something else." Foster moved his hand closer to his gun. I felt the same urge. "We've had intel," Handler said, "that there's a document, one that explains all of this, how to end it." The image changed to a facility located deep inside the Ural Mountains. "The document is in the possession of a person named God," Handler went on, "and your job is to get it back." "God?" I asked incredulously. "It's a code name, of course," Handler answered, but his look said otherwise. "You depart in 6 hours. The details will be sent to your tablets." Sir," Foster started, "about the North Korea mission, the Golden Children." "That's confidential, Sergeant." Handler's words were sharp. "You're dismissed." Once we were in the hallway, Foster pulled me into a janitorial alcove. "Winter, it's not right. Everything is wrong. Those cops in there, their shadows were wrong." I had noticed the same thing. The melters, the golden-eyed kids, now this God person. I shook my head. "What is really going on here?" "I don't know, but I'm pretty sure Handler's in on it. I think it's affecting him. Haven't you noticed the way he walks? It's like he's some sort of robot, Winter." Then I got the notification about our mission. I read through it, and my stomach dropped. "Foster, check this out. The rescue team, Golden Children," he said, catching up on the text. "Like North Korea. We can't go with them. Rodriguez, Winter, you saw what happened to them. What do we do, LT?" "We could go in, but proceed with caution." I had a feeling this God person might have some information for us that Handler didn't want us to hear. "You're talking about mission deviation." "I'm talking about survival." I looked at my watch. 2 hours, Armory. Only bring people you can trust with your life. Foster nodded. "Not many." I returned to my quarters and began to prepare. There was something very wrong happening here. People were going missing, and it looked like our commanding officers were in on it, whatever it was. My tablet dinged, and I picked it up to see I had received another email from the anonymous person with the letter G. "The truth is in the ice. Trust no one who doesn't cast the proper shadow. G." I deleted the email and looked out the window, seeing the sun had risen. Long shadows were being cast on the ground. I saw people on the base walking around, and a shiver went up my spine. The truth is in the ice, I said, recalling the Arctic briefings that had kicked all of this off. Wherever we were headed in the Urals, it seemed to be the beginning of something far more sinister than any of us had bargained for. A few hours later, after some intense, secretive planning and a few white lies to some higher-ups, we were on a transport headed for the Urals. We were flying toward our destination now, and I couldn't see anything out the windows. It was pitch black outside, and we'd been in the air for hours, maybe 6 or 7. It was hard to tell. We'd crossed several borders, but those didn't matter anymore. The GPA was in charge now. Foster was sitting across from me, checking his gun and his equipment. There were 4 other soldiers with us, all of whom we'd selected because they were trustworthy, and because they cast shadows. 2 minutes to drop, the pilot said over the comms. All right, I said, looking at my squad mates. We need to get in and get out. If the Golden Children show up, retreat to our secondary positions. No unnecessary risks. And what about the document? Martinez asked, shaking her rifle out. Only if it's safe to do so. I have a feeling God won't let us leave without a fight. The transport landed in a clearing full of dead trees. We stepped out into the freezing cold. Contact, right side. Yu's voice crackled in my ear. 400 meters. I looked toward the forest in the distance through my binoculars. No one there. The abandoned military base was right in front of us. Close formation, I said. Foster, on point. We walked through the ruins in silence. No wind, no birds, no sound at all except for the crunch of our footsteps in the snow. Contact, Patel said, barely audible. Northwest corner, 2nd floor. Through my scope I saw movement. A small child, naked. Golden child, Foster was saying. Just one. Never just one, I was saying. Retreat 2. There was the sound of children laughing from all around us. Circle up, I yelled. Backs together. A moment later, a bunch of half-naked children with golden eyes came crawling up the hill, looking at us as if we were prey. Don't shoot, I commanded, ignoring my gut. Just hold. One of them, a girl who looked to be no more than 12 years old, stepped forward with a grin too wide for her face. Lieutenant Jenny Winner, she said, her voice a chorus of awful whispers. God is waiting. We're taking the file, I said, aiming my rifle at her center mass. Yes, the truth, she said, her head tilting at an unnatural angle. Are you sure you want it? Suddenly fog began to pour in from all directions, and the golden children became indistinct, multiplying as the mist grew thicker. Contact left, Jackson yelled, and then shots rang out. Everything became confused. I heard gunshots and saw shapes moving in the fog, some small and others large. He's down, Martinez shouted. We was down. He's gone. Regroup, I commanded. Rally point Alpha. Someone grabbed me from behind, spinning me around and making me pull the trigger of the shotgun. A quick look showed it had been the Golden Child. Foster, I shouted. Report. He didn't answer. I heard another scream and looked over to see Jackson being eaten alive by the creatures. His gun fell to the ground as he disappeared. Lieutenant, it was Patel calling out from somewhere to my right. They're trying to funnel us. She was right. They were trying to drive us toward the main building, using the fog and chaos to split us up. Martinez, Patel, get back to the transport, I said. Foster, if you can hear me. Suddenly, something hit me from the side, and I fell to the ground. I got up and pulled the trigger, but there was nothing there. The laughter and giggling was all around me now. The fog was getting thicker. A boy with golden eyes appeared right in front of me, smiling. The truth hurts, he said. I was hit in the back of the head by something and fell into the snow. As I was blacking out, I saw Foster's face appearing on the other side of the mist, trying to tell me something. Then everything went dark. When I woke up, I found myself back in the infirmary at Fort Horizon. Lieutenant, I heard Handler's voice. You've been out for 3 days. I couldn't turn my head. It hurt too much. Don't try to get up, he said. The golden children sometimes play a little rough. Foster, I gasped. The others? Sergeant Foster is in the other room. Martinez and Patel were successfully extracted. The rest. He smiled, thin-lipped. Casualties are a necessary part of the truth. But just before I faded out completely, I glimpsed Handler's shadow on the wall, and for a moment it looked all wrong. There was a child standing behind him, and it was grinning up at me with a smile that went from ear to ear. I never did find out what the truth was, but it felt like I was close, too close, and I would find out eventually, wouldn't I? Yeah, it was impossible to know how much time passed as I lay there in darkness, in unconsciousness, in sleep. My dreams were fevered and filled with golden eyes watching me from the shadows, and the shadow of Handler, and the sounds of children and laughing. But I couldn't wake up, despite my best efforts. I heard voices around me occasionally. I felt hands on me, but every time I tried to open my eyes, I just passed out again, falling back into the blackness. Finally, though, I came to my senses. I awoke a second time. It was day now, but still the same room. Good morning, Lieutenant Winter. A woman in a white coat stood at the foot of my bed. She held a tablet. I'm Dr. Wells. How are you feeling today? Like I got shot in the head, I replied. That's normal after getting shot in the head, she smiled. Do you remember what happened? I tried to remember the images that had flashed through my mind, but they were gone. Our assignment, I explained. The Urals. We were sent to find. That's quite all right, Doctor, Wells interjected. Gaps in memory are typical post-treatment. I tried to get up, but noticed I was tied to the bed. The doctor saw this. Standard protocol, she said. Sometimes the patients get restless during integration. Integration? Treatment? She smiled, almost convincingly. A nurse will be by soon with your medication. When she turned to leave, I saw her shadow on the wall, and it looked completely normal, as if she were a person. Something about that struck me as significant, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The nurse who came in wasn't my relative either, despite having my last name. She was very efficient and injected something into my IV. What is that? I asked. A little something to help with the transition. With the healing, she said, catching herself. I could see people being wheeled past my door, their faces blank and their eyes staring off into space. Lieutenant? The voice asked. It was Private Martinez. She was standing at the door. They said I could come see you for a few minutes. Martinez, I replied. What happened? Where's Foster? She looked over her shoulder at the security camera. "You are recovering nicely," she said, then leaned in, whispering, "This isn't the same base. This isn't the same people." Before I had a chance to answer, a therapist showed up. At least, I assumed he was a therapist. "Visiting hours are over," he said. "Lieutenant Winter is going to be needing her rest." She nodded, turning to go, but before she did, I caught her saying quietly, "Watch the shadows." For the next few days, I was subjected to intense psychiatric evaluations. They asked me repeatedly about the mission, about the golden children, about the truth. I answered their questions as best I could, all the while watching the shadowy outline of the doctor on the wall behind him. "What can you tell me about Commander Handler?" he asked one day. "Why, just your experiences with him. What do you think of him? Anything that sticks out?" I thought of Handler's jerky movements, his fake smile, the way his shadow didn't seem to follow him quite right. "Nothing unusual," I lied. "Interesting," he scribbled a note on his tablet. "And the document you were sent to retrieve?" "I don't recall any document." He smiled, as if that was a relief to him. "Good," he said. "That's good." I gazed out my window at the base staff going about their business, but there was something about the way they moved that seemed off, as if they were merely pretending to be busy. A few days later, Sergeant Foster knocked on my door. He looked a little more nervous than usual. "Winter," he whispered, "back, you look good." "Foster, what do we see out there?" He looked at the camera and then sat down on a chair next to my bed. "Technical difficulties, lack of oxygen, hallucinations." But his face said something else. "And the golden children?" "There are no golden children," he said, like he was quoting something. "There's no God. There's only the Global Peace Alliance." Suddenly, a nurse entered with my pills, and Foster got to his feet. "Get well soon, Lieutenant. We need more good cops out there." But no sooner had I taken the pills, I heard Dr. Wells talking to someone outside. "Assimilation is going smoothly. Subject is compliant with the mental reprogramming. Excellent." Multiple children spoke in unison. "It is not yet time for the truth to be revealed." Tight. I lost track of time. Sometimes I woke up and saw the golden children standing at the foot end of my bed. Other times I saw the staff doing their work, and sometimes my restraints were loosened, and I found a note on my chest saying, "The ice is thawing. The truth will be free." Remembering is good. Snow began to fall outside, or maybe it was ash. It was hard to tell in the dark. The following weeks went by in a blur. I have no idea how long it took, but by the time they thought I was ready to go back to work, it was early spring. I was still hallucinating from time to time, but at least I was able to think more clearly. It felt good to get out of the medical wing. A few days later, I was discharged from the medical ward. It was impossible to tell exactly how many days, though, since time still felt a bit off. It wasn't raining anymore, and some of the snow, or ash, had melted away, leaving Fort Horizon looking cleaner than ever. I put on my dress uniform, which felt a bit unfamiliar to me now, and went to see Commander Handler. He had moved into an office in the new Central Command on the top floor. I took the elevator there. As the doors opened, I was greeted by a sight that was very different from the usual GPA style. "Lieutenant Winter," Handler said, words imbued with an unnatural weight. "Welcome back to the force." He was standing by the window, his face obscured by the gray light, a large golden cross around his neck, casting a shadow that made no sense. "Thank you, sir," I said. "Take a seat, if you would. We have a lot to talk about." The chair was cold. Handler walked over to his desk and sat down behind it. His uniform had changed from the standard GPA garb to something more elaborate. "You've done very well," he said, with the same mysterious smile. "The seals were well maintained." "Seals, sir?" "Between knowing and not knowing," he gestured to the desk. "Between knowing and unknowing." I could remember the dreams, but only parts of them. A pair of yellow eyes, the sound of children laughing. "Sir, the mission was a success." He cut me off. "The truth is protected." "What truth?" I blurted out. "What is this all really about?" His grin grew a bit wider still. "We're keeping the peace, Lieutenant. The new peace. Haven't you noticed? Improvements. No more nations, no more wars, no more." He paused. Pointless questions. The cross on his chest glowed with an eerie brightness, and his shadow seemed to dance behind him with a will of its own. "With respect, sir," I said, clutching the arms of the chair as if they could anchor me to reality, "I think I deserve some answers. What happened to my team? What are the Golden Children? What?" "Careful, Lieutenant," he said, his voice resonating in a way that made my teeth hurt. "Some questions open doors that cannot be closed." I saw the melt. I continued. "I saw what happened to Private Winter, to Jackson. You saw what you needed to see." Handler stood up, his movements uncanny and fluid. "Your role in this new world order is too important to be tainted by recollections." "My role?" He pressed a button, and one of the walls turned into a large screen. I saw my own face on the screen. There were posters of me, news articles, propaganda. I was depicted as some kind of messiah. "The people need heroes," Handler said, "symbols of light for the new era." "But I muttered. It's not about what's real, Lieutenant. It's about what we say is real." I stood up. "This is wrong, all of it. Whatever you are, whatever you're planning." "Jenny," he said, using my name for the first time, "you're special. You've been chosen to take on a very important role. Don't ruin it by thinking about things that will only bring you pain." The cross on his chest glowed with a bright light, and for a second I saw the truth. "You're dismissed, Lieutenant," he said, his voice back to normal. "Some things are better left buried." The descent was quick. As soon as I got back to my quarters, I saw that the walls were covered from top to bottom with propaganda posters, the same ones I had seen in the office. My face was everywhere, smiling, looking happy, proud, and strong. It made me sick. I received orders through my tablet to give a speech to the rest of the base personnel the next day. It was already written for me and talked about unity, purpose, and truth. I looked out through the window and saw how the people outside were marching in perfect harmony. Their shadows were beginning to blend together. A message popped up on my tablet. It was from F. "The ice continues to melt. Choose your truth carefully, F." I looked at my reflection in the window. Which version of me was the real one? The one on the posters or the one with the doubts? I looked up and saw the white sky. Was it real, or was it about to be painted by someone else's truth? The following 3 days were blurry. I delivered the speech as ordered. My voice echoed across the parade grounds, and thousands of empty eyes looked back at me. At night, I looked for more messages from F, but nothing ever showed up. The sky was still white, and little by little, the seed of doubt that had been planted during my meeting with Handler cracked open and began to grow. I sat in my room, looking at the posters on my wall. They were all of me, with a golden added to my skin to make me look more angelic. 3 days had gone past since I had talked to Handler, and I still didn't understand what was going on. The morning briefing appeared on my tablet. I was about to ignore it, but then I saw something that caught my attention. A tactical team had been sent to the Vatican 8 hours ago, without me. That's my squad. I mumbled to myself. I opened the mission details, but most of it was blacked out. Only the objective was clear: retrieve the asset and bring it back to the base. Top priority. I tried to contact Foster, but he didn't answer. When I tried to call Martinez and Patel, I got the same answer for both of them: currently on an operation. I walked through the corridors of Fort Horizon and realized how people moved out of my way, almost as if they saw me coming from a mile away. I took the elevator up to Handler's office and felt my anger boiling inside of me with every floor I ascended. When the doors opened, I entered an empty office. The golden cross still hung on the wall, but I don't know how to describe it. It felt like the shadows moved in a different way. Commander Handler can't come to the phone right now, the children's voices said in unison. 3 golden children appeared in a corner of the room. I could have sworn was empty a second ago. They were naked, and their skin glowed brightly. "Where are my friends?" I asked them. "Truth," they said together, "finds its own level, like water or ice. No more riddles. I need to get to them." The smallest girl turned her head at an awkward angle. Are you sure?" The elevator chimed, and Handler stepped out. His movements were more robotic than usual, and the cross on his chest seemed to be flashing in rhythm with the shadows. "Lieutenant Winter," he said, his smile devoid of all humanity, "I thought we agreed that there would be no unnecessary questions. You sent my squad out without me. Why?" Your position is far too valuable to deploy on missions." He walked over to his desk with a gliding movement. "You are an icon. Icons need to be kept safe." "Safe for what?" The golden children laughed, a sound like shattering glass. 3 days later, I sat in the debriefing room, reading over the after-action report, which made no sense. Martinez was the only one who came back, and she seemed to be reading from a prepared script. "We retrieved it from the Vatican archive," she said matter-of-factly. "Italy's golden boy, the 9th key. Foster learned too late." "Where is he?" I asked. "Where are the others?" "Sergeant Foster died a hero," Handler said coolly, sacrificing himself in a valiant effort to hold off the enemy while the rest of the crew completed the mission. "That's not true," I said, standing up from the table. "Foster wouldn't. Truth is whatever we say it is," Handler said. "Maybe you need to go back to medical." "Where are my people?" I shouted. "What the hell is the 9th seal? What the are you?" His smile grew a bit larger. "Easy, Lieutenant," he said. "Some questions open doors that can't be closed. Some answers destroy the asker." "I saw what you did," I replied. "I saw people melting. I saw kids who weren't kids. I saw. You saw what you needed to see. He stood from his chair, rising in a way that seemed almost unnatural. Your position in what happens next is too important to be compromised by truth. A tear rolled down her cheek, but she didn't say anything. The ice melts, she says. The boy of gold points north. The ninth seal breaks, and truth flows like water. Get her to medical, Handler said. 2 officers emerged from nowhere, their shadows off in an inexplicable way. As they dragged him away, Handler turned back to me. His cross was glowing again. Go back to your room, Lieutenant, he said. Remember your mission. Remember what happens when you ask too many questions. I watched Martinez being dragged away, hearing her last words in my mind. The boy of gold points north. Outside the windows, ash or snow was falling, glimmering with golden reflections in the twilight. The boy of gold, I thought. Tomorrow his face would be plastered all over the propaganda posters. Another hero, another lie. But in the Vatican, a boy of gold was pointing north, and Foster, the real Foster, had died figuring out what that meant. My tablet buzzed. I had received new orders, another speech, more truths to be told. But there was something else hidden in the message. The ninth keeps them all. Seek the golden boy, F. I wondered how many more secrets would come out before the ice had melted completely. I spent the next several hours in my office, pondering over the last encrypted message. Once the night shift started and the corridors became less crowded, I returned to my quarters. I tried to go to sleep, but I couldn't. I was waiting for something, but I didn't know what. Then, at 0300, my tablet screen lit up. The tablet I had been given lit up in the middle of the night, and I awoke to the sight of the same propaganda images on the walls. It was me with a synthetic smile on my face, saying that everything would be fine if we just listened to orders. I was beginning to hate her more and more with each passing day. I couldn't stop thinking about Martinez's empty eyes and Foster's last message. The ninth seal, the golden boy, north, water. It all had to be connected somehow. I wanted to stay and figure it out, but I couldn't. I had to leave. I had to get away from Handler and his influence. Someone knocked on my door. 3 quick knocks, a pause, and then 2 more. I recognized it. It was the first code they taught us in boot camp. Come in, I said softly. Private Torres came in, and I was happy to see his shadow was acting normal. Lieutenant, he said quickly. I tried to see if I could detect any hint of the Handler in his face. Prove it. When you saved me in Mumbai, you mentioned that people who are displaced aren't just victims. Handler was impressed with your ingenuity, but you said that you didn't think it was a tactic, that you just thought it was the right thing to do. I tried to relax my shoulders. What is it? They're up to something. The golden children, they're all over the place. And I saw Martinez in medical. She's not Martinez anymore. I know. I looked out at the ash snow. I can't stay here, Torres. Not anymore. That's why I'm here. He reached into his coat and retrieved a small parcel. New ID, travel passes, some crypto. Some of us still have a heart, you know. I looked down at the documents. They were convincing. The face on the ID was my own, but slightly changed. Not wearing a uniform. Jenny Winter is too high profile, Torres explained. But Jenny Chang, she's just a tech consultant looking for a job in the Southern Hemisphere. New Zealand? He nodded. No GPA. It's mostly self-governed, although they don't tell people that. The same networks work there. We both heard the sound of footsteps approaching in the hallway and froze. The sound of boots went past us in unison. You need to leave, I said. The more you know about what's next, the more trouble you'll be in, Lieutenant, he said, unsure. Whatever's happening, whatever they're doing with the seals and the golden boy, watch yourself. Some answers are worse than questions. I gave him a hug before I left. Stay human, Torres. You too, LT. You too. I waited until the next shift began and snuck out of my room, wearing civilian clothes. I made my way out of the base, trying to avoid being spotted. Maintenance request? The guard asked, his voice still robotic. Site 7 maintenance, I repeated, mimicking the monotone voice of the assimilated staff. He nodded and gave me the keys to a GPA transport. I tried not to look too eager as I walked over to it. Every minute of that 20-minute drive felt like a lifetime. I kept waiting to get stopped by Handler's people or by golden children, but it never happened. The cargo transport was fueled up and waiting for me on the runway. The pilot was another contact of mine. Maintenance check, I said, holding up the fake credentials I'd taken from Torres. Right, the pilot said. I'm headed to Auckland. Just a delivery. I made my way into the back of the transport and hid amongst the cargo, thinking I'd be able to make my escape in this way. But then, a few minutes later, I heard Handler's voice over the radio. Attention, all outbound flights. Security measures have been heightened. Please prepare for a golden child inspection. Understood, the pilot said easily. However, I am on a bit of a schedule. Medical supplies for Auckland. There was a long pause. Proceed, Handler's voice said finally. But record all incoming passenger manifests. Roger. Command. Launching now. After a 9-hour flight, we landed, and I was picked up by someone else. Good luck, he told me before heading back out into the night. A couple weeks later, I found myself on a remote beach on the South Island of New Zealand, watching the sunset. A small cabin built into the hillside was my new off-grid home. Still, I kept a tablet with me, receiving encrypted messages from the network. They told me that the golden children were making more and more appearances and that more people were beginning to convert to Handler's new way of thinking. A statue of a young boy had been erected in Rome, and its golden arm was pointing north. I deleted the messages, but they stuck with me. Whatever lay beneath the ice, it wasn't over yet. I realized that I couldn't hide from this thing forever, but I tried to put it out of my mind for now. I took a deep breath of fresh air and looked out over the ocean, trying to remember what it was like to be human again. The sun had disappeared below the horizon now, and I could see my shadow stretching out behind me in the moonlight. It was just a normal shadow, I was glad to see, and there was no ash falling from the sky. The weeks turned into months, and I got used to my new home on the South Island. I lived off the land, fishing and hunting, and occasionally going into town for supplies. My cabin was hidden in the forest and I rarely saw anyone else. I kept to myself and didn't draw attention to myself. It was a beautiful sunset over the ocean when I finished writing on my tablet. It's been around 6 months since I escaped Fort Horizon. I live in a small cabin on a cliff overlooking the Tasman Sea. I feel safe here, but for how long? As I have done with every entry, I encrypted today's file with a special program given to me by Torres. I wanted to make sure someone would find it if something happened to me. I don't think Handler will be able to decrypt it. They cast the wrong shadows. I received a notification from the network. The Golden Boy moves, the text read. Rome was just the beginning. Check the ice sheets. I checked out satellite photos of Antarctica. The ice was melting away much faster than anyone had ever anticipated, and I could see something shimmering underneath it, and it looked golden. Just then, I got a call on my emergency line. Chang? It was Torres. Chang, can you hear me? Yeah, I hear you. What's up, man? Martinez broke out of medical. She's all messed up, but before they grabbed her, she told me to tell you about the ninth seal. Said you'd know what it meant, that I went over to the window and looked out at the darkness. What did she say? I asked. The boy points north because south is where the truth flows. The breaking of the seal is the food for the sea. He lowered his voice. They say Handler went himself to Antarctica to do some kind of ceremony. A shiver ran down my spine, and it had nothing to do with the weather. Torres, whatever you do, if you see any golden children. Static erupted from the receiver. I heard children's laughter. Torres? Torres? Static. I went through my evacuation routine. The go bag was already packed. A habit from Fort Horizon. Just as I was about to grab my coat, I noticed a strange reflection in the window. It was a child standing on my deck, naked, with glowing golden eyes. Lieutenant Jenny Winter, it said in that terrible chorus of voices. The truth misses you. That's not my name anymore, I replied slowly, reaching for the weapon hidden beneath my desk. Names are temporary. Truth is eternal. The child's smile stretched too wide. The ninth seal breaks tomorrow. Handler sends his regards. What happens when it breaks? Everything. The child's form began to blur at the edges. And nothing. The ice melts. The truth flows, and humanity evolves. Into what? But it was gone. I received a notification on my tablet. There was suddenly a lot of activity around Antarctica. Ships and aircraft were moving toward a single point, and something was coming out of the ice at that point. Then I received a message from an unknown source. Some truths unmake the world. F. Foster, I thought. He tried to warn me. Now I knew what he had seen. Now I knew why he had to die. The ninth seal wasn't a seal. It was a door. And tomorrow, Handler was going to open it. I looked down at the tablet in my hand. There was one more file I had yet to upload. Broadcast to all channels? The system asked. The storm was intensifying, and the ocean could be heard pounding on the rocks outside. The stars were out, and yet everything felt dark. And I realized Handler was right. Sometimes you have to break things to find the truth. Send, I said aloud. I uploaded the file everywhere I could think of. All the secret networks. All the places where there were still people left. I hope they read it. I hope they understand. I hope they prepare. And then I saw the golden lights rise from the ocean. The golden children were coming soon. They would be here, and something else right behind them. I grabbed my bag and headed down to the beach. The truth is coming out now. There's nothing I can do to stop it. All I can do is write it down, remember it, and hope someone will read it and realize what they missed when they stopped asking questions. The golden lights were shining brightly now, reflecting in the water. I felt the ninth seal breaking, but I kept walking toward the beach, my shadows